Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 20 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a civilian orphan trained and became the Wind Calamity. Let the tale begin. Chapter 862, A Choice. Huh? What was that? Two Umbu ninjas became alert and looked to their left. Without wasting any time, both flickered towards the source of the noise. However, while they were in the middle of flickering, a kunai pierced through the heart of one of them. The eyes of the last Umbu ninjas widened. He stopped his body flicker jutsu and thought in disbelief, he was killed while he was flickering? Who the hell? Terror appeared behind his rhino mask as his eyes finally fell on the attacker. He immediately flickered backwards, abandoning his dead teammate and escaping towards the village. At the same time, a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it appeared in his right hand. Unfortunately, before he could throw it, he was beheaded too. At the same time, lightning sparks hit the explosive tag, disarming it. As the Umbu's head floated, his last sight was the killer's pale, serpentine face and golden, slit-pupil eyes gleamed faintly in the moonlight, exuding an eerie, predatory calm. Orochimaru's eyes fell on the dead Umbu's waist. A black paper attached to his belt was burning. Orochimaru immediately doused it and thought, weird, what's this tag? He observed it for a few seconds but didn't understand. He thought, oh well, it doesn't matter, but I should hurry. Sasuke, who was still training, stopped and looked around. He frowned thinking, what was that sound? Who fell? His eyes suddenly widened as a familiar figure appeared before him. He immediately grabbed his kunai and muttered, Orochimaru. What are you doing here? In the Umbu headquarters, Eagle was sitting in his office. Though he was added to the council, he didn't receive any additional duties. After all, he was already the commander of the Umbu and was looking after the affairs of the Sarutobi clan. His hands were full. It was a normal day for him when one of the tags in his room began burning. His eyes immediately moved the tag and he realized, the Uchiha clan. Strange, I didn't expect any incident right now. What could have happened? Two shadow clones appeared next to him. One flickered towards the Hokage's office while the other got hold of four nearby Umbu squads to go to the Uchiha clan compounds. Kakashi, this is your next mission. The daimyo of the land of hot water has. Tsunade stopped speaking and her eyes moved towards Eagle's shadow clone. Without wasting any time, the shadow clone immediately reported, Lady Tsunade, there seems to be a mishap near the Uchiha clan compounds. One of the Umbu I stationed there lit the black communication tag. My other clone is assembling the Umbu ninjas in headquarters and should be leaving any moment now. Tsunade was aware of the communication tags created by Fuji. Though it hadn't spread much yet, Konoha's leadership used it to its fullest extent. A frown appeared on her face as she wondered, the Uchiha clan? Does this have something to do with Sensei telling me the truth? Or, is this unrelated? Having learnt the truth behind the Uchiha massacre just a few days ago, her mind immediately thought in that direction. She cursed, if those old geezers are still up to something after having committed what they did, I won't forgive them. She commanded, Kakashi, go with them and check what this is about. I'll send more reinforcements soon. Kakashi nodded and flickered. Orochimaru smirked as he saw Sasuke's defiance, his golden, snake-like eyes gleaming with malicious intent. His voice was soft but menacing, still as sharp as ever, Sasuke-kun. I see the fire in your eyes hasn't diminished. But I wonder, how far has that fire taken you? Have you grown strong enough to face your brother yet? To make him suffer the way he made you suffer? Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai, his Sharingan flaring to life, and asked, what do you want, Orochimaru? I don't have time for your games. Chuckling, Orochimaru tilted his head and said, what I want? Oh, Sasuke-kun, it's not about what I want. It's about what you want. I know the hatred that burns in your heart. The thirst for vengeance against Itachi. And I also know, you're not strong enough to defeat him yet. Sasuke's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Orochimaru took a step closer, his voice turning almost seductive as he continued. You've realized it, haven't you? No matter how hard you train, no matter how much you push yourself, the gap between you and Itachi is insurmountable. You'll never reach him on your own. But with me, I can give you the power you crave. The power to crush him. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and icily asked, and what would you get in return? Orochimaru tilted his head, his expression a mix of amusement and malice. He answered, your body, your talent, your potential. I could help you become a vessel of unparalleled power. All I ask is that you come with me, and I will unlock your full potential and help you take revenge for everything your brother has stolen from you. His answer immediately angered Sasuke. Holding his rage back as much as he could, he asked, so that's your plan? To take my body and use me like one of your experiments? Orochimaru let out a soft laugh, his tone almost mocking. He asked in return, and if I did, would it matter? You'd have your revenge, wouldn't you? Itachi would die, and the Uchiha name would live on, stronger than ever. He leaned in slightly, his golden eyes boring into Sasuke's. Think carefully, Sasuke-kun. Are you really going to let your pride stand in the way of ultimate power? Sasuke took a step back, his anger replaced by a smirk. He prepared himself for a battle as he countered, you're pathetic, Orochimaru. You lost everything, and now you're grasping at straws. You're not worthy of being my teacher. For the first time, Orochimaru's smile faltered. Sasuke continued, his voice filled with scorn, there's someone stronger than you in the village, someone who's beaten you and destroyed everything you built. Tell me, why shouldn't I seek guidance from him instead of following a loser like you? Orochimaru's expression darkened for a moment as he recalled a memory he hadn't given much importance to. It was Fuji advising Orochimaru to give up his life and die at his hands so that he could maintain his reputation and no one would learn how disappointing Orochimaru was. Back then, Orochimaru didn't take Fuji's words seriously as he knew Fuji was simply trying to get into his head. However, the sight of Sasuke looking down on him suddenly brought back those memories. Orochimaru never expected such words to turn into reality. Orochimaru removed those thoughts from his mind. His dark expression disappeared as quickly. Orochimaru quickly composed himself, his unsettling grin returning. He muttered, Fuji-kun. He did surpass my expectations by a large degree. I won't lie, his strength is ridiculous, especially for his age. However, what of it? He can't make you stronger like I can. He has no idea of how to explore your true potential. Even if he agreed to guide you, you'll never become strong enough to kill Itachi. Of course, you could ask Fuji to kill Itachi and take revenge for you. I wouldn't be surprised if he manages to do that. Is that what you want, Sasuke-kun? To stay back like a weak little coward while others fight your battles for you? Surely my eyes haven't deceived me, have they? Sasuke's smirk disappeared, replaced by a frown. Orochimaru's words hit where it hurt the most. Sasuke had approached Fuji once, but was sent flying before he could say anything. After he was released from the hospital, Sasuke tried several times to meet with Fuji. However, he never succeeded in even seeing his face, let alone talk to him. Whether Fuji could train Sasuke to become as strong as him was secondary, Sasuke wasn't even sure whether he could get Fuji to train him. From Sasuke's perspective, Fuji had no reason to train him. There was nothing Sasuke could offer him. The only hope he had was that Fuji had guided Naruto for no apparent reason, but it was a distant hope. As such, Orochimaru's offer was far more tempting. Though Sasuke understood he could lose his body and perhaps himself, his safety wasn't high on his priority list. Who is missing? Eagle's clone asked impatiently. Along with the Shadow clone, 16 Umbu ninjas and Kakashi had appeared near the Uchiha clan compounds and met with the Umbu captain stationed there. Following his orders, the Umbu captain recalled all patrolling units to check who had lit the black communication tag. As soon as everyone returned, the Umbu captain reported, Rhino's squad is missing. They were looking over Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi's right eye widened. He immediately said, lead the way to him. Eagle's clone added, half of the patrol units stay here. Rest, come with us. Without wasting any more time, most of the ninjas flickered. Orochimaru asked, "So, what is your decision, Sasuke?" Chapter 863, Revenge or Responsibilities? So, what is your decision, Sasuke? Orochimaru asked with a grin. He could see his words had an impact on Sasuke's young mind. While Fuji undoubtedly had a greater potential, he couldn't compete with Orochimaru's experience in this aspect. Sasuke entered into a deep thought. Should I accept his offer? Is it worth it? Unlike the original story, there were two aspects for Sasuke to consider. The first was obviously his hatred for Itachi and his thirst for revenge. However, Sasuke also shouldered the responsibility of leading and protecting the remaining Uchiha kids. They looked up to Sasuke and idolized him. Unlike Fuji, who rarely attached himself to anyone, Sasuke deeply cared about them. Sasuke analyzed, if I go with him, I may not be able to lead the Uchiha clan and rebuild it. No, I definitely won't be able to do it. He wants my body. I'm not sure if I'll live, let alone have any control over my body. However, that could allow me, or my body, to take revenge on Itachi. Is it worth it to sacrifice myself to get revenge on Itachi? Sasuke didn't need to think much to know his answer to that question. His desire to kill Itachi vastly exceeded every other dream of his. It was important to note that Sasuke's dream in the original story wasn't just to kill Itachi but also to rebuild the Uchiha clan. As the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, the onus was on him to rebuild it. Yet, he decided to abandon that goal and went to Orochimaru even if it meant that the Uchiha clan could go extinct. Sasuke thought, even though I'm older than them, there isn't much I can do to guide them. Their training is taken care of by the village. Even without me, the village will look after them. They can rebuild the Uchiha clan irrespective of my presence. The only question now is Orochimaru my best bet to kill Itachi? Unlike his previous decisiveness, Sasuke hesitated. Much like how Kakashi's image had deteriorated in his eyes, Orochimaru had fallen too. Sasuke thought, he lost against Fuji, he lost against Third, and he even ran away from his village. I even overheard Naruto saying that Orochimaru ran away from Fifth. Can someone like him really defeat Itachi? And, can I trust him to defeat Itachi after he takes over my body? While Sasuke couldn't know for sure whether Orochimaru could defeat Itachi, he had no reason to trust Orochimaru. He couldn't help but think, Fuji, Third and Fifth, all gained their strength by training in Konoha. Even Itachi gained his strength the same way. Why can't I gain strength similarly? If Fuji can defeat Orochimaru despite being only 4 years older than me, there's no reason for me to not grow strong enough to kill Itachi in a few years. Instead of placing all my bets on someone as untrustworthy as Orochimaru, I'd rather trust myself. The answer had formed in Sasuke's heart. Once it took root, it gripped him even tighter, increasing his belief every moment. He grabbed his kunai even tighter and prepared himself for a battle as he answered with conviction and belief in himself, I don't need your help, Orochimaru. I'll kill Itachi mice. He suddenly stopped speaking as he felt a pain in the back of his neck. Before he could understand what was happening, he collapsed unconscious in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression was a mixture of amusement and disappointment. He thought, TSK, I never expected Fuji's words to come true. For such a stripling to look down on me. My reputation is down in the gutters. That said, did he really think I'd give him a choice? It'd have been simpler if he cooperated, but either way is fine. His body will be mine. Orochimaru's pale palm landed on Sasuke's cursed seal, making Sasuke writhe in pain despite being unconscious. Several marks spread around his body. At the same time, Orochimaru opened a large scroll. Carefully, he extracted some of Sasuke's chakra with the help of his cursed seal as well as some of his blood and imprinted both on the large scroll. He thought, unlike the reverse summoning done by summoning tribes who hold contracts, reverse summoning among ninjas has several restrictions. The basic requirement is for a temporary contract to be signed. It requires a ninja's blood, chakra as well as consent. However, since Sasuke bears my curse seal, I have sufficient control over his chakra to form consent irrespective of whether he wants to give it or not. Another major obstacle is that the ninja can resist the reverse summoning conducted through such temporary contracts. While there are ways to sidestep that as well, it's just easier to knock Sasuke out instead. Huh? A frown appeared on his face as he sensed several figures approaching him at a fast speed. He thought, this speed, it must be the Umbu. How were they warned? I carefully killed everyone without letting them send a signal. Suddenly, Orochimaru recalled the burning black tag and wondered, was it due to that? No matter. They're too late. In a hidden base in the land of hot water, Yugo and several other ninjas became alert. Yugo observed, a new name appeared on this contract. Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru-sama succeeded. Within moments, 9 Umbu squads appeared along with Kakashi and Eagle's clone. Their eyes widened in shock on seeing Orochimaru crouching over Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, occasionally writhing in pain. Without a second's hesitation, Kakashi raised his headband and opened his left eye. Flaring his chakra, Kakashi asked, Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Under normal circumstances, they would have attacked right away, but Sasuke's presence complicated things. Kakashi, in particular, was very careful. He glanced towards a few Umbu squads, who quickly flickered and surrounded Orochimaru from all sides. Orochimaru chuckled, you fellows burned down my entire village. My soul was so sorrowful that it needed a new house. The sound of hundreds of bird chirping buzzed in everyone's ears as Kakashi prepared his chidori and replied, did you forget you were the one who attacked first? I'm surprised you dared to return here in your state. Kakashi was informed of Orochimaru's state and hence never expected Orochimaru to show up here. He was so surprised by the sight that he wondered, has Orochimaru healed his injured soul so quickly? Or, has he made any other arrangements for him to be so calm? Knowing Orochimaru, Kakashi prepared himself for several hidden traps and possible ambushes. Suddenly, his eye widened as Sasuke disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi immediately realized, shit. The reverse summoning jutsu. However, when did Sasuke sign a contract? And, where did he take Sasuke? With Sasuke no longer in the way, Kakashi ran straight towards Orochimaru at blinding speed. At the same time, the nearby Umbu ninjas attacked as well. Orochimaru dodged their attacks while retreating from Kakashi and said, in my current state, taking you on will be quite a challenge. Kakashi didn't care for Orochimaru's words. He followed him with precise movements, giving Orochimaru quite a difficult time. A few sparks hit Orochimaru, burning his skin on contact. Orochimaru observed, this lightning style. He's infusing Yin chakra like his father once did. He's far from his level, but this is remarkable progress in such a short time. Where did you take Sasuke? Kakashi asked as more lightning sparks hit Orochimaru, despite him evading Kakashi's main attack. Lightning release, lightning hound jutsu. Unable to stab Orochimaru with his chidori despite assistance from the remaining Umbu ninjas, Kakashi transformed the lightning on his hand into a hound and launched it at Orochimaru. Concentrating his chakra onto his right foot, Orochimaru stamped the ground with all his might as he continued retreating. Earth release, sand rift surge jutsu. Deep cracks spread along the ground with Orochimaru's foot as the epicenter. As the cracks grew, sand rushed out through them, moving forward at a very rapid speed. The nearby Umbu ninjas immediately flickered out of the way as the sand slicked through everything in its path. Despite lightning having an advantage over earth, the lightning hound was slowed down and dispersed by a continuous barrage of sand blades. Even Kakashi was forced to retreat. Orochimaru successfully reset the momentum, even getting an upper hand momentarily. Yet, he didn't press on the advantage. He stood at the same spot thinking, I'm still not used to this new body. My calculations of healing my soul using this body's original soul were off too. My arms still haven't healed completely. I won't be able to last much longer. If I keep this up, I might lose to Kakashi even if he doesn't get any reinforcements. That would drag whatever reputation I still have left even more through the mud. Time to end this. The counterattack Kakashi and the rest expected never came. Instead, Orochimaru said, "I didn't come here to fight with you, Kakashi. Tell Sensei that I remember the humiliation Konoha inflicted on me. Sooner or later, I shall settle the scores." Orochimaru's voice lingered in the air as he disappeared from the training ground just like Sasuke did a few moments ago. Chapter 864, Rescue Mission? "What did you say?" Tsunade asked, her eyes widened in shock. She could barely believe her ears. Shizune was in shock as well. Kakashi sighed sorrowfully, "I apologize, I couldn't stop him. Sasuke was kidnapped by Orochimaru and he escaped using the reverse summoning jutsu. We searched the entire area, but couldn't find any traces of him. We found the bodies of 4 of our Umbu ninjas. Orochimaru killed them earlier. One of them set off the signal." Tsunade's frown deepened as she thought, "I just learnt the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, and soon after Sasuke is kidnapped? Sigh, to let his brother be taken from the village. How disappointing." Then again, his actions pushed Sasuke towards Orochimaru. Did Sasuke go voluntarily or was he kidnapped? Tsunade instructed, "Tell me everything that happened in detail." She paused before adding, "Call Jiraiya and Sensei here. Bring Fujin too." 3 figures disappeared from the office. Kakashi reported, "When we reached the training ground, Orochimaru was crouching over Sasuke, who was lying on the ground. I noticed the curse marks on his body. I believe that must have something to do with his reverse summoning. My first thought was that Orochimaru used it to paralyze Sasuke, but my Sharingan observed that he was unconscious." Kakashi reported every little detail of the events that followed. After Orochimaru was reverse summoned, he ordered the Umbu ninjas to thoroughly search the place just in case Orochimaru was fooling them. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything other than the 4 bodies. Tsunade's reinforcements reached the training ground too, but they were very late. Even if they had arrived earlier, they didn't include anyone as strong as Kakashi. After all, Tsunade never expected someone like Orochimaru to infiltrate the village. She had no reason to send someone like Jiraiya or Fujin. Tsunade cursed internally, that bastard. To think he'd be so obsessed with Uchiha Sasuke. I never expected him to take such a risk in his current state. She asked, "What is your view on Orochimaru's state?" Kakashi thoughtfully answered, "It's difficult to say for sure. His movements were slightly slower but he could easily keep up with me. He also used a powerful earth release jutsu which also consisted of some aspects of wind manipulation. However, I could see he was struggling. His strength almost felt like a facade. I don't think he would have lasted very long. His arms may have healed a bit, but Orochimaru hasn't recovered entirely." That said, a complicated expression appeared on Kakashi's face as he added, "If he attacks and keeps using the reverse summoning jutsu, there's little we can do against him." Tsunade replied, "All rank S ninjas are difficult to deal with. Orochimaru might be the most difficult of all." Kakashi asked, "What about Sasuke?" Tsunade answered, "We'll rescue him. Unfortunately, it won't be that easy. The only good thing is that he must have already changed his body to recover to this extent. Sasuke's life shouldn't be in danger for a few years at least. Let's wait for Sensei, Jiraiya, and Fujin to come here." Tsunade hadn't been in the village for a long while. Though a lot was done to ensure she caught up with everything, there was only so much you could do in a few days. As such, Hiruzen and Jiraiya had far deeper insights into Orochimaru and could have better ideas than Tsunade. Though Fujin wasn't close to Orochimaru like the 3 of them, he had burned down the land of rice and destroyed hundreds of Otogakure bases. So, Tsunade valued his input as well. A few minutes later, Hiruzen and Jiraiya arrived at the office. Both became serious on noticing everyone's solemn expressions. Jiraiya asked, "What is the issue? Why are so many ninjas moving around the village?" Tsunade sighed and informed them about the events. Just like her, both were shocked to learn about Orochimaru's short visit. Hiruzen frowned. "Just when I was about to guide Sasuke myself, he made a move." Sigh, this is almost a lost cause. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so desperate for Sasuke that he'd take such a huge risk. Jiraiya had similar thoughts. Their attention moved towards Tsunade, who asked, "So, any good ideas to rescue Sasuke?" Hiruzen glanced towards Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya was the one who chased after Orochimaru when he went rogue. Jiraiya sighed and answered, "It's difficult. Very difficult. In all the years I chased after him, I only found him thrice before I gave up on making him return to the village. And that was when he wasn't injured and overconfident in his abilities. Now, he'll hide better and maintain several escape routes including the reverse summoning jutsu. Merely finding his location might take months, if not years. And he might just escape if he detects us closing in on him." Tsunade frowned as Jiraiya continued, "Our best bet is for me to sense him with senjutsu. Even that is risky as his instincts will warn him. However, if he doesn't escape quickly, we can launch a quick and all-out attack. Killing him will be difficult, but we will have a chance to reach Sasuke before he reverse summons him, which could allow us to break his contract forcefully." Tsunade asked, "Is there no faster way? Even though Orochimaru can't take over Sasuke's body for a few years, leaving Sasuke with him for several months is dangerous." Jiraiya shook his head. He had spent a long time chasing after his friend and knew very well how difficult it was. If he could narrow his search down to say the land of rice, then there could have been some hope of finding Sasuke more quickly. However, since Fuji destroyed Odogakure, Orochimaru could be anywhere in the ninja world. He said softly, "Even what I said before is the most ideal situation. If we fail once, he'll raise his guard drastically, making any future attempts nearly impossible. Not to mention, he could brainwash and manipulate Sasuke, making the kid unwilling to cooperate with us. That would increase the difficulty of rescuing him by a notch." Tsunade sighed tiredly. She could see how hopeless the situation was. However, knowing what Itachi had sacrificed, she couldn't just let Sasuke be kidnapped by Orochimaru. The village held a duty to bring him back. Especially since Sasuke hadn't betrayed Konoha but was kidnapped by Orochimaru instead. Kakashi's expression also dulled. Though Sasuke had been troublesome to deal with in the past few days, he was his student. Seeing him in such danger didn't feel good. He could only hope that the village didn't give up. His expression relaxed slightly as Tsunade said, "That complicates things, but we can't give up. Who would you need to help you with this mission?" Jiraiya thought for a bit and answered, "No one while I'm searching for him. Once I find him, I'll need assistance from a few strong ninjas, preferably elite jounins or even stronger. I suppose Fujin and Kakashi would be perfect." Tsunade was about to nod when she suddenly felt something amiss. She looked around the room and asked, "Why isn't Fujin here?" One of her guards appeared in front of her and reported, "Lady Fifth, Fujin's house has a do not disturb sign. I tried knocking for a few minutes, but he didn't open his door." Tsunade frowned again. "Do not disturb? What the hell? Does he do it frequently?" Her eyes moved towards Hiruzen. Even though she hadn't been in Konoha for a long time, she had grown up here. In all her years, this was the first time she heard something like this. Even Kakashi and Jiraiya were bewildered. However, Hiruzen was well aware of it. He said, he does do it often. However, he always answers his door since if anyone disturbs him at this time, it implies that there's an emergency. For him to not respond is strange." Tsunade furrowed her eyebrows, not knowing what to make of the situation. She thought, having seen him so far, I don't think he'll willfully ignore me or be insubordinate. What is he doing? Before she could say anything, her Umbu guard added, "Actually, I talked with the Umbu captain stationed at his compound. He said Fujin hadn't removed that sign for over 3 days. Fujin hasn't left his house ever since he put up that sign." Worry appeared on Tsunade's face as she muttered, 3 days? Don't tell me Orochimaru targeted Fujin before he targeted Sasuke. In almost a synchronized manner, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen shook their heads. Kakashi said, "No, that can't happen." Hiruzen agreed, it's impossible. Jiraiya added, even if he wasn't injured, Orochimaru wouldn't try that. Chapter 865, An Abomination. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Unlike Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, she had never seen Fujin's house or his compounds or the monstrosity that surrounded it. She felt the three were confident about Fujin's skills and knew he wouldn't fall so easily. She said, whatever it is, we need to check on Fujin. She glanced at her Umbu guard and said, enter his house and check whether he is all right. The Umbu guard immediately became nervous and said, I don't think I can do that. His reply caught Tsunade off guard. She didn't think her Umbu guard would refuse to follow her orders. Annoyed, she asked angrily, do you want me to go down there and break his door? Her Umbu guard became even more nervous and advised, I wouldn't recommend that either, Lady Fifth. His reply angered her further. Luckily, Hiruzen coughed before she could completely lose her temper and said, Tsuna, he's right. What do you mean he is right? Sasuke is kidnapped and we don't know whether Fujin is safe or not. And you want me to sit here and do nothing? Tsunade barked at her sensei, who could only blame himself for jumping in the line of fire. Luckily, Jiraiya said, it's not what you think, Tsunade. It's Fujin's house. It is. For a moment, Jiraiya didn't know how to describe it. During all his decades of travels, Jiraiya had never seen anything similar. He wasn't even sure whether the dictionary had any words to describe what Fujin had done with his house. Kakashi and Hiruzen wanted to help him, but they faced the same problem. What is it? What's the matter with his house? Tsunade asked, wanting answers. Had the situation been different, she would have been amused by seeing Jiraiya at a loss for words. Unfortunately, the situation was too serious. Jiraiya muttered, his house is... Even though a few seconds had passed, Jiraiya still didn't know how to explain it. Finally, Hiruzen sighed and muttered, it's difficult to explain. You should take a look at his house yourself. It'll be easier that way. Just send a shadow clone. Kakashi nodded, agreeing with Hiruzen's words. Shizen wondered, exactly what is the matter with his house? Why are all three of them speechless? Helpless, Tsunade could only accept Hiruzen's suggestion. She created a shadow clone, who was about to flicker when Shizen said, I'll come too, Lady Tsunade. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she created a shadow clone too and the two clones flickered. Within a few seconds, they reached Fujin's compounds. When their eyes fell on his compounds, both saw an elegant but normal house surrounded by several more elegant buildings. However, Tsunade's clone suddenly felt uneasy. She wondered, something feels strange. It feels like the seals. What sort of seals were used to protect his house? Tsunade's clone concentrated chakra in her eyes to check out the seals on Fujin's house and compound. As soon as her eyes glowed, Tsunade's clone froze. The sight was so bizarre and shocking that her face failed to display the shock she felt. This house looks ordinary. Even though the design is good, why were they so speechless? Shizen's clone muttered before looking towards Tsunade's clone for answers. However, Tsunade's clone didn't react. It was almost as if she didn't hear a single word Shizen's clone spoke. Lady Tsunade? Lady Tsunade? Shizen's clone spoke slightly loudly and shook Tsunade's clone on seeing her frozen like a statue. Broken from her trance, sweat appeared on Tsunade's clone's face. Concerned, Shizen's clone asked, Lady Tsunade, what's the matter? Why are you so pale? What's wrong with the house? Tsunade's clone didn't answer, instead taking deep breaths. She finally formed coherent thoughts as she wondered, what an abomination. Who built such an abomination? Did Sensei order it? No, he isn't this extreme. I don't think Danzo would do something like this either. Her eyes moved towards the compounds once again. She couldn't see a single brick. Instead, her eyes were blinded by the innumerable seals carved on the compound. The light was the brightest at Fujin's house. Tsunade's clone couldn't even see how many layers of seals existed on his house. Lady Tsunade? Can you hear me? Shizune's clone asked again. Calm down, Shizune, Tsunade's clone finally said. She took another deep breath and said, that house isn't normal. No, the entire compound isn't normal. Shizune's clone wondered, what does she mean? What did she see? I haven't ever seen her being this shocked and terrified. Tsunade's clone continued, it's the seals protecting his house. You can't see it because you haven't focused on Fuinjutsu. Shizune's clone confusedly asked, I still don't get it. Isn't it natural to have seals protect your house? What is so strange about his house? Did he use any special seals? Tsunade's clone answered, still in disbelief, it's not whether the seals are special but how many seals are inscribed here. Shizune's clone followed her mentor's gaze and looked at Fujin's house. Her eyes widened as she heard, a normal house barely has a dozen or so seals if any at all. If it is someone important, their house can have several dozen seals. The Hokage building has several hundred considering how important it is. But this house... I'm not sure how many seals are inscribed here, but it is in the thousands. No, it should be tens of thousands. There might even be over 100,000 seals here. 100,000? Even though Shizune wasn't a seal master, she was aware of how strong Fuinjutsu was due to Tsunade's strength of 100 seal. Though she didn't learn Fuinjutsu, she was aware of several seals. As such, she understood how ridiculous the number of seals on Fujin's house were. For a moment, she was happy they stopped so far away from the house. Tsunade's clone muttered, no wonder he was so scared. My command was no different from a death sentence. There's no way Orochimaru would attack Fujin here. I don't think anyone can break this seal formation. However, why was such an abomination created? What did Sensei want? The two shadow clones pondered over the implications of a house with so many seals. At the same time, they also wondered why Fujin hadn't exited his house for 3 days and still wasn't responding. There's another matter we need to address. Our village's seal formation is useless against Orochimaru. Even though some modifications were carried out, the skeleton of the formation is still the same. He's able to sneak inside undetected with ease. Tsunade said in the office. Hiruzen agreed, yes. It may be time to overhaul our defensive formations completely. I hadn't expected him to hold such hatred towards me and the village. He might sell the information to other villages to increase our troubles. Kakashi added, it isn't just Orochimaru. Itachi did the same. It leaves us vulnerable to Akatsuki's attempts to kidnap Naruto. They might try to kidnap him just like Orochimaru kidnapped Sasuke. The new Akatsuki member Fujin discovered also poses a big threat. Since Kakashi wasn't aware of the truth, the three of them could only agree. Hiruzen and Jiraiya nodded, but Tsunade stopped midway. Shock and disbelief appeared on her face. A similar expression appeared on Shizune's face. As for the rest, none of them were surprised. Jiraiya thought, so she finally received the memories of her clone. Hee hee, now you know what I felt like. Tsunade's eyes moved towards Hiruzen as she asked, why are there? Why were so many seals inscribed there? As shocking as the sight of the innumerable seals was, Tsunade couldn't help but wonder what they were hiding. Shizune thought, whatever the reason may be, the seals must be hiding a top secret. To their surprise, Hiruzen plainly answered, Fujin inscribed them to keep his house safe. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Needless to say, she didn't believe such a lousy answer and felt Hiruzen was keeping some things hidden from her. She sarcastically asked, protect the house from what? Another QB assault? Hiruzen nonchalantly replied, that may have been one of his considerations. Jiraiya thought, more like he considered the 9-tailed beasts attacking at the same time. Tsunade frowned and said, okay, cut the act. Tell me why you had so many seals inscribed there. Hiruzen asked, I have nothing to do with it. It was all Fujin, be it the decision to inscribe so many seals, the plans and formations or inscribing them. Not believing him, Tsunade asked, so, You want me to believe that Fuji inscribed tens of thousands of seals without your approval and you never did anything to stop him? While Fuji had inscribed the seals on his house, he lived inside Konoha. Such a ridiculous number of seals would raise alarms throughout the village. Generally, the Hokage wouldn't allow something like that to be made. As such, Tsunade's analysis was correct. However, she simply failed to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. To her surprise and annoyance, Hiruzen sighed and muttered, "That seems about right." Chapter 866, Tsunade's Regret. Before Tsunade could ask anything else, Hiruzen explained, Fuji's house initially had a normal amount of seals inscribed by a sealmaster. However, when he became a sealmaster himself, he inscribed a ridiculous amount of seals before anyone could notice. Back then, I thought he'd stop at that. Yet, he kept increasing the number of seals on his house as his knowledge of Fuinjutsu deepened. Each time I thought it'd be the last time. By the time I realized his nature, it was too late. Hiruzen grumbled under his breath, that brat still keeps adding onto those seals. Does he think the moon will drop on his house? Hiruzen's words, though soft, were heard by everyone in the room. Seeing Hiruzen at a loss due to Fuji's peculiar obsession surprised them. Over his long life, Hiruzen had dealt with countless peculiar and eccentric individuals. Be it Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Danzo, or even his counterparts in other villages. It wasn't frequent to see Hiruzen like this. Tsunade, still doubtful, muttered, "So, you mean to say, Fuji inscribed thousands of stealth seals of various types, and an even greater number of barrier seals and who knows how many explosive seals under them for no reason other than to protect his house? I even saw a 4-symbol seal and 32 seal tags of the 5-seal barrier. Worse, I don't even know if those 32 are from the same 8 sets or where the final tags forming the 5-seal barrier are placed. Are you certain there's nothing hidden in there?" Hiruzen answered, "Yes, there isn't. I have visited him a few times. He never acted secretively, even subconsciously. You can visit him too, though I'd recommend using another reason. Besides, it isn't the only case. You and Jiraiya asked me earlier about how different his interpretation of our words can be, right? Send a shadow clone to his office." Jiraiya and Tsunade followed his instructions. Curious, Kakashi sent a shadow clone as well. Within a minute, they received memories and doubtful expressions appeared on their faces. Kakashi muttered, "There were dozens of seals in the room, all of them are seals that are used to hide other seals. So, the real number of seals must be several times higher." Jiraiya estimated, "From what I was feeling, there should be more than 500 seals in that room." This was the first time I stood in a room with such a dense number of seals. It was suffocating. Frowning, Tsunade said, "Did he treat the office as his house? Even though he's young, he is smart enough to know that isn't acceptable. What do those seals do?" Hiruzen sighed and answered, "Nothing." And no, he didn't do it without any reason. Everyone looked at him curiously, wondering why Fuji had done something so outrageous. Their confusion increased further as Hiruzen continued, "When I showed him his office, I informed him not to treat the office like his house. I specifically instructed him not to inscribe thousands of seals in his office." Shizen wondered, then why did Fuji still inscribe so many seals? Or did something change later? Their eyes widened as Hiruzen explained, "Unfortunately, Fuji interpreted my words in a manner I didn't think possible. I said not to inscribe thousands of seals and he interpreted it as he should inscribe 999 seals in his office." Shizen was stunned, disbelief appeared in Kakashi's right eye and Jiraiya's jaw fell. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she finally wondered, exactly why did I accept this job? Who in their right mind even thinks like that? Surely he can't be that oblivious. Tsunade now regretted accepting the seat of Hokage. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape responsibilities. She asked, "What do you mean by those seals doing nothing? How can 999 seals do nothing?" Hiruzen answered, "When I confronted him, he said that he thought I said so because I was facing an issue in here. Apparently, those seals do nothing but hide the seals underneath them. Since he didn't know what I supposedly wanted, he hasn't inscribed any more seals there. And he explained it to me so thoroughly that, for a moment, I began suspecting my earlier words to him. The disbelief of the people hearing Hiruzen only increased. Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's worried expression and thought, I knew he was peculiar, but I didn't think he was so peculiar. Apologies, Tsunade. I didn't know it. Though even if I did, I don't think I'd do things differently. Tsunade didn't notice her teammate's gaze. Her mind was racing, remembering every word she spoke to Fujin and finding out whether she could be in trouble. Hiruzen instantly understood what she was doing and thought, I lost count of the number of times I calculated the same. Unfortunately for her, it is already too late. The only good thing is that he has calmed down considerably in the last year and even gave me a great gift. Then again, it might be just because of how careful I have been. In the end, Tsunade could hopelessly sigh. She muttered, oh well, at least now we know who will overhaul the village's defenses. Hiruzen immediately said, I wouldn't recommend that. Confused, Tsunade asked, why not? Hiruzen answered, while his ability to inscribe a large number of seals is indeed shocking, he likely achieves that through a combination of seal imprints and shadow clones. Other than that, he hasn't differentiated himself from other grandmasters. He's still too young to do so. If we task him with overhauling the village's defenses, I'm afraid he'll do so by inscribing a ridiculous amount of seals, something that might make his house look like a child's play. Only a Fuinjutsu grandmaster could control and maintain such a large number of seals. Actually, even they'll struggle to do so. Regardless, the grandmasters wouldn't like to spend their time maintaining the seal formation daily. The defenses have to be something that a seal master could control with ease. We'll be better off having the other grandmasters overhaul our defenses. Hiruzen paused, before adding, I was tempted just like you. However, I decided against doing so for these reasons. Hiruzen's analysis, though not incorrect, was slightly behind the time. A year ago, his analysis would have been perfect. However, he was unaware of the large amount of time Fujin spent trying to create the myriad tetragram seal. The number of times his shadow clones failed while creating the seal exceeded the number of seals on his house. As such, Fujin had learned a lot. He had made several breakthroughs in Fuinjutsu during that process. The final result, the myriad tetragram seal, was one of the most advanced seals in the ninja world, even exceeding the strength of 100 seal created by Tsunade. As such, Fujin was no longer lagging behind his counterparts. While he obviously lacked experience and fell short in several aspects compared to the Fuinjutsu grandmasters in Konoha, he also exceeded them in a few aspects. He was already better than even Hiruzen when dealing with tailed beasts. Fujin also exceeded them in terms of using Fuinjutsu amid battle thanks to the several battlefields he created. Even in terms of laying traps, Fujin was among the best. This was the only aspect Hiruzen was aware of since Fujin displayed it in the Land of Lightning. As such, Fujin already stood shoulder to shoulder with the Fuinjutsu grandmasters of Konoha despite his relative inexperience. That said, even if Hiruzen was aware of this, he might have been reluctant to let Fujin create the village's defenses due to the remaining reasons. Jiraiya muttered, I suppose having him inscribe the seals after a plan is created is out of the question too due to what he did in his office. Hiruzen nodded. Jiraiya sighed, that'll be too much work, though I suppose it is better than having additional work later. Anyway, I'll be off to track Orochimaru. Tsunade immediately glared at Jiraiya, stopping him in his tracks. While he was a grandmaster too, Jiraiya didn't want to do something so boring and time-consuming. Hiruzen coughed and said, there's no point in searching aimlessly. Let's narrow down the search first. Also, Kakashi would have to inform his students. The remaining Uchiha kids have to be informed too. Tsunade added, we also have to keep an eye on Fujin's house. I hope there are no complications there. We have enough headaches as it is. The group discussed further, making Jiraiya stay in the village until things cleared up. They also formed a committee consisting of nearly all Fuinjutsu grandmasters in Konoha to undertake the cumbersome task of overhauling the village's defenses. Unlike Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who were Fuinjutsu grandmasters, Kakashi had nothing to do with that meeting. He walked on the streets of Konoha while wondering, now then, how do I tell this news to them? Kakashi could easily imagine the reactions of his students. He immediately developed a headache. Sighing, he resigned himself to the task and decided to meet with his 2 students. He bit his thumb, weaved a hand seal, and slammed his hand on the ground. He sent a couple of his ninkin to call Sakura and Naruto for a meeting. "You are late!" Naruto and Sakura screamed in unison as Kakashi finally arrived on the training ground a couple of hours later. Not giving Kakashi any time to make excuses, Naruto complained loudly, "Why did you call me from my training sensei? I was training with Dai sensei to become faster than Sasuke. The next time I fight him, I'll show him what speed is. Also, why didn't you call Sasuke here?" Sakura, wanting to see Sasuke, asked, "Yes, sensei." "Where is Sasuke?" "Actually," Kakashi said, "this meeting is due to Sasuke." He paused for a few seconds before stating, "A few hours ago, Sasuke was kidnapped by Orochimaru." Chapter 867, Complications. A few hours ago, Sasuke was kidnapped by Orochimaru. Naruto and Sakura's eyes widened. They neither could nor wanted to believe their ears. With a quivering voice, Sakura asked, "What did you say?" At the same time, Naruto asked, "You're kidding, right, sensei?" Kakashi didn't answer. Seeing his expression, Naruto questioned angrily, "But why? Why would that snake kidnap Sasuke? And why did Sasuke let himself be kidnapped? How did Orochimaru even enter the village?" Kakashi sighed, "We don't know everything ye." Cutting him off, Naruto emotionally exclaimed, "We have to bring Sasuke back." Sakura immediately added, "Yes, sensei. We have to rescue Sasuke." Kakashi assured his students, "Don't worry. Lady Tsunade is working on it. Once we have some clues, Lord Jiraiya will head out to look for Sasuke." "Pervy Sage? I'll go with him too." Without waiting for Kakashi to say anything, Naruto immediately left. Sakura ran after him too since she wanted to join the mission as well. Left alone in the training ground, Kakashi could only sigh. For 3 hours, Naruto hounded the poor ninjas and Umbu stationed in the Hokage building by relentlessly pestering and complaining. Finally, Jiraiya exited the meeting room along with Hiruzen and Tsunade. Before any of them could escape, they were ambushed by the blonde knucklehead. "Pervy Sage! Let's go and rescue Sasuke now!" Naruto exclaimed loudly as soon as he saw them. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hiruzen's eyes twitched as Naruto ignored everything else and began pestering them. He once again attracted weird gazes from everyone else. Had the situation been normal, Sakura would have been self-conscious. However, Sasuke's kidnapping made her forget about everything and she looked at the 3 leaders of Konoha with hope in her eyes. Finally, Tsunade sighed and said, "Calm down, Naruto. Follow me." The 5 of them left towards Tsunade's office. Inside the previous meeting room, the Fuinjutsu grandmasters breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he didn't enter this room. I don't know how Fuji deals with that kid on a daily basis and still concentrates on Fuinjutsu. From what I heard, Fuji is even worse. It can't be a coincidence that all his students are so good at pranks. Even some of my students fell for their pranks. If they devoted half the time they spend preparing their pranks on learning Fuinjutsu, they might have already been a seal master. Perhaps Fuji concentrates better when there's chaos. Whatever be the case, I'm leaving before they change their mind and return here. We will discuss the formations tomorrow. In a few seconds, every Fuinjutsu grandmaster disappeared from the meeting room. While they didn't hate Naruto, they had no intention of dealing with his idiosyncrasies. As Tsunade sat down, Naruto complained again, "This is no time to be sitting, Granny. We have to rescue Sasuke right away." A tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead. She asked, "Do you know where Sasuke is?" Naruto replied, I don't, that's why we need to find him. Where will you look for him? Tsunade asked, still annoyed. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto answered, everywhere. I'll find Orochimaru no matter where he's hiding. How long will it take for you to search everywhere? Tsunade asked for the third time. Naruto obviously didn't have an answer. However, it didn't matter because his annoyance was far greater than Tsunade's. Whatever little patience he had ran out while answering those few questions. He exploded, this isn't the time to be wasting on silly questions, Granny. We need to act. Finally, Jiraiya sighed and muttered, that's exactly why you need to know the answers to those questions, Naruto. Search blindly, and you won't find Orochimaru even if you look for him for 100 years. Is that what you want? His question finally calmed Naruto slightly. Before he could say anything else, Tsunade said, Orochimaru kidnapped Sasuke because he wants his body. However, he can't take Sasuke's body for another 3 years according to our calculations. Meaning, we have 3 years to find him. We could either search for him properly and rescue him in these 3 years, or we could panic and search blindly and let Orochimaru take over Sasuke's body and kill him. What do you want, Naruto? Unable to argue with her logic, Naruto could only answer in a soft voice, search for him properly. Tsunade said, good. Let us deal with it. Jiraiya will go after Orochimaru once we reduce the search area. Without wasting a beat, Naruto said, I'll go with Sage to rescue Sasuke. Tsunade frowned, but Jiraiya was intrigued. He thought, take Naruto with me again? This might be a good opportunity to train him while letting him see more of the world. Before he could say anything, Sakura added, I want to go too. Jiraiya turned his gaze towards her, but looking after 2 kids will be difficult, especially if I run into Orochimaru or Akatsuki. Hiruzen coughed, this isn't a picnic. If you slow Jiraiya down, tracking Orochimaru will become more difficult. And, so would rescuing Sasuke. His words drowned the desire of the 2 kids. Unlike Naruto, Sakura knew very well how weak she was. Suddenly, Jiraiya said, I'll take Naruto with me. I can train him while searching for Orochimaru. Perhaps I could lure someone else out too. Hiruzen realized, he wants to take out some Akatsuki members while tracking Orochimaru. Tsunade thought, that is risky. However, it might be the best way to reduce Akatsuki's strength. Once we sell the information Fuji gained, the other villages will be forced to take action against Akatsuki too. Naruto's mood cheered up a bit. Sakura wanted to say something, but she stopped and looked at Naruto. The memories of his battle against Neji surfaced in her mind. She thought, I can't even compare with Naruto. I'm not strong enough. If I go, I'll only get in their way. Silently, Sakura became determined to be as strong as her 2 teammates, a change that didn't escape the eyes of Hiruzen and his students. With Naruto calmed down, the village began focusing on 2 new tasks. The Fuinjutsu Grandmasters began wholeheartedly working on overhauling the village's defense mechanisms. At the same time, every intelligence network of Konoha was activated. Shikaku was tasked with reducing the search area so that they could track Orochimaru faster. Of course, either of these tasks needed a long time to succeed. Tsunade was patient, though another matter troubled her. Another day had passed, yet Fujin hadn't left his house. His status was still unknown and his house was no easier to enter. In his basement, Fujin still sat in a meditative posture, his mind entirely focused on his inner world. In his inner world, Fujin was still floating on top of the lake with his eyes closed. The chakra in the lake had decreased by nearly a quarter. The light emitted by the sphere floating in the sky had dimmed substantially. If not for the darkness in his inner world, it would have been almost invisible to see. A few seconds later, the dim light also vanished as the sphere once again became nearly invisible. Fujin finally opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered, finally. Fujin inspected himself while analyzing, I didn't think mere chakra of a tailed beast would have so much resistance. I'm so glad that events in the Chunin exam happened as I recalled. If I had made a move on Gaara and sealed Shikaku in here, I'd be in deep trouble. I was too naive. Even Akatsuki needed nearly 3 days just to extract a tailed beast from its host without killing the tailed beast. And they were supported by several rank S ninjas and the Geto statue. I might need a long time to refine its chakra, assuming my inner world isn't destroyed by then. I'll have to be a lot stronger before I make a move against tailed beasts. At the very least, I need to master Senjutsu first. There's also the matter of the chakra lost. I didn't expect to lose so much of Shikaku's chakra while refining it. Nearly 60% of it was lost while I refined it. Only slightly more than 40% of chakra was absorbed into my body. What a gigantic waste. Even though Fujin's calculations were off and there were several complications, not a single frown appeared on Fujin's lips. Instead, a smile was plastered on his face. Regardless of the complications, the myriad tetragram seal was a success. Fujin could feel the power coursing through his body. Fujin concluded, my chakra reserves have increased once again, this time by over 70%. Though it's a shame it didn't increase by 170% as I expected, this isn't bad. Compared to before I increased my cellular activity, my chakra reserves are up by 127%. Chapter 868, Unpredictable Life. Compared to before I increased my cellular activity, my chakra reserves are up by 127%. Fujin's chakra reserves, even though extraordinary for his age, weren't particularly outstanding for a rank S ninja. While his reserves exceeded that of Hiruzen's, it was more so due to Hiruzen's reserves deteriorating with his age. After all, Fujin was only 17 years old. He hadn't completely matured yet and had a lot of scope to improve, unlike most other rank S ninjas who matured decades ago. Following his previous progression, Fujin's reserves would have doubled in around 5 years, placing him above average among the rank S ninjas in terms of chakra reserves. And his chakra reserves would have continued to grow, though the rate of growth would become very slow. This was why Hiruzen didn't want Fujin to take any needless risks. From his perspective, such chakra reserves would be more than sufficient for Fujin. As long as he continued honing his ninjutsu over that period, Hiruzen believed Fujin could reach a similar level as him or perhaps even exceed him. Of course, Fujin couldn't wait that long since he knew the future to an extent. He explored every possible path to increase his strength. And his years of research, experiments, and persistence finally bore results. The smile on Fujin's lips widened as he continued examining his body. He thought, and this isn't a mere quantitative growth. Unlike the artificial chakra lake reservoir in my inner world, my body doesn't contain any reserves of chakra. Instead, it is created by combining my physical and spiritual energies. As such, both my physique and my spirit have grown stronger. It's almost as if I have trained continuously for 7 or 8 years. I won't face any adverse impacts of the sudden increase in my strength as this growth is comprehensive. It isn't like the Jinchurikis who suddenly get overwhelmed by their respective tailed beast's chakra. The only major drawback for me should be my chakra control. It'll be off for some time. Luckily, fixing it isn't difficult. Anyway. In the basement, Fujin's eyes finally opened. His chakra suddenly flared, as he finally experienced the immense growth in his strength. Yet, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Fujin thought, my strongest affinity is wind while lightning is my second strongest affinity. As such, I should have had the highest chance of awakening swift release. Yet, despite studying that dead body a bit, I still have no clue about how to awaken it. My third strongest affinity is fire, and it lags quite a long distance from lightning. However, I had quite a lot of assistance with the scorch release. Using soul transformation jutsu to occupy Takashi's body and experience how he molds his chakra firsthand was a huge help. I can replicate the scorch jutsus to near perfection. Apart from experienced ninjas like Hiruzen, Orochimaru were ninjas with very high perception. Very few would realize that I haven't awakened Scorch Kekkai Genkai yet. Even so, I was confident this would be the first Kekkai Genkai I learn and master. To think life can be this unpredictable. Hee hee, I suppose that's what makes it interesting. Fujin extended his right hand, pointing it towards a few broken kunai lying in one corner of the basement. Suddenly, the kunai vibrated, before being yanked towards Fujin. It slid halfway along the ground before stopping. Fujin thought, now that's something I speculated but wasn't very confident in gaining. The magnet release, same as what Naruto gained on getting a small portion of Shikaku's chakra. That said, it is far more difficult than I expected. Sigh, another field that'll need long training hours to master. Oh well, can't complain about this. In addition to awakening magnet release, I can feel my affinities to wind and earth natures have increased. In wind, the difference isn't substantial as my affinity was already ridiculously high. However, even a small increase in my control over wind could be lethal considering the level I'm at. The bigger surprise is my earth affinity. I feel like it has become greater than my lightning affinity. Of course, the combat prowess of the two elements can't be matched due to the weapons I possess and advanced lightning jutsus I know. However, it adds another aspect I can improve on in the future. Fujin analyzed for a bit before wondering, will my non-existent affinity to water be fixed if I absorb a part of Isabu's chakra? It'll be worth a shot to test it. Not to mention, I should also get a part of Sandoku's chakra. I should awaken the lava release and increase my fire and earth affinities with his chakra. I suppose Matatabi could also help with fire release. It's a shame Kokuo is already captured by Akatsuki. Getting a part of his chakra would be the most difficult. Though I never faced him, Han's usage of steam release was quite strong according to Konoha's intel. Fujin quickly analyzed how he could use the tailed beast to the fullest extent to exploit his myriad tetragram seal. Several ideas appeared in his mind, though he was far from implementing any. The only one who troubled him was Kokuo. Fujin decided, TSK, Kokuo is truly difficult. Unless I could perhaps force Nagato to summon the Geto statue and make the Geto statue attack me with Kokuo like how Obito did in the Fourth War. However, that's too far-fetched. Oh well, it doesn't matter much whether I get the steam release or not. Simply adding Kekkei Genkai is more or less useless for me. There's no point in collecting them all. What is more important for now is to continuously increase my strength before the Fourth Great War breaks out. Anyway. A smirk appeared on his face as disappeared from the spot he was sitting at and punched the air in front of him with full strength. The force of his punch tore through the air, creating a small gust that swept for a few meters. Even though the display seemed unimpressive, Fujin's smirk had widened. He muttered, time to test my new strength. Of course, Fujin wouldn't test it in his house, not when there was a training ground just across his house. He walked out of the basement while wondering, how long did it take to absorb Shikaku's chakra? He glanced towards the clock and thought, just around 8 hours. Not bad for 7.5% of Shikaku's chakra. As long as the chakra doesn't develop sentience, I should be fine sealing and absorbing around 20% chakra of the tailed beasts, not including Kurama of course. As soon as Fujin opened his door, Monkey flickered right in front of him and quickly said, Fujin. You finally appeared. Lady Tsunade wants to see you immediately. Fujin frowned and thought, that's weird. What does she want from me so quickly? It couldn't be Shikaku's chakra. My basement seals are perfect. There's no way chakra leaked out or anyone sensed what was happening inside. Fujin said, calm down. What is the situation? The monkey immediately answered, Orochimaru infiltrated into the village and kidnapped Uchiha Sasuke. Fujin's eyes widened. He immediately calculated, another event that happened similar to the original story despite all the variables. Still, this is more understandable than the events during the assault. There's no way Orochimaru would have given up on Sasuke. That said, I didn't think he'd show up himself. I don't know what his current gender is, but he definitely has balls. Fujin thought for half a minute before concluding, well, whatever. Since he's so insistent on signing his death certificate, who am I to stop him? It's good that he kidnapped Sasuke, saves me from a headache. However, since Sasuke hasn't gone willingly, there might be some more complications. Luckily, there are 3 years until then. By that time, I should be able to teleport over thousands of kilometers. As long as he doesn't accidentally remove my mark on Sasuke, I can hunt his main body with ease. Fujin? Monkey called out when he noticed Fujin deep in thought. Fujin asked, did they uncover any clues regarding Orochimaru? Monkey answered, I am not aware. I heard Jiraiya-sama and Shikaku-sama are looking into it, but there has been no news for the last couple of days. Fujin had expected it. Hunting Orochimaru was a ridiculously difficult task. However, what caught him off guard were Monkey's last words. Couple of days? When was Sasuke kidnapped? Fujin asked. Monkey answered, a little over 2 days ago. A weird expression appeared behind his mask as he heard Fujin ask, how many days did I not leave my house? Chapter 869, A Substitute for Food and Sleep? How many days did I not leave my house? Even though Monkey's face was hidden behind his mask, Fujin could see how weirded out he was by his question. Monkey could only answer awkwardly, it has been over 5 days. At the same time, he wondered, how does he not know how long he was inside? How does one lose track of time while inside their house? Fujin's expression didn't change, but he was extremely shocked. He wondered, 5 fucking days? What the hell? For a moment, Fujin thought Monkey was kidding. However, he could see that Monkey was serious. Not to mention, he had never joked with Fujin and always stayed professional. Fujin wondered, if his words are true, how did my body stay up for over 5 days without tiring out? And, why am I still not sleepy or hungry? The answer wasn't really hard to understand. Fujin realized, I see. Since the chakra I absorbed was strengthening my body, it was equivalent to providing energy to each and every cell in my body. Since it was being continuously fed in another way, my body didn't need any food or even rest. Incredible. I didn't think Shikaku's chakra would also act like a soldier pill. No, it's even better than a soldier pill as I am not facing any backlash. I wonder if I can use my artificial chakra reserves in the same manner. Though it won't strengthen my body, it could be used to substitute food and rest. Even though Fujin had that thought, he didn't dwell too much on it. After all, his artificial chakra reserves took a long time to fill, whereas soldier pills were easily available. While it could become a backup option in case Fujin ran out of soldier pills, Fujin couldn't imagine a situation where he ran out of soldier pills and was somehow still alive. Fujin turned his thoughts to the more important aspect. I didn't think I'd be so engrossed in suppressing and refining Shikaku's chakra that I'd lose track of time to this extent. No wonder I used up nearly a quarter of my artificial chakra reserves. I need to be very careful if I ever try to refine an entire tailed beast. I might just end up refining their chakra while several important events occur. Luckily, the 4th Great Ninja War can't start if I have a tailed beast. Fujin answered, thank you, I'll go see her. Fujin flickered while wondering, now then, how do I explain my 5 days' absence? Fujin never expected absorbing Shikaku's chakra would take so long. Nor did he expect Orochimaru to make a move during that time. It put him in a rather awkward spot. Moving slowly on purpose, Fujin took a few minutes to reach the Hokage building. He thought of several excuses, though he wasn't sure if any were good enough. As he entered the building, Fujin thought, it's a good thing I waited until I got all that I wanted from Tsunade before refining Shikaku's chakra. The only things that remain are the forbidden jutsus. Tsunade was just about done with her paperwork when Fujin walked into her office. He was slightly surprised to see Hiruzen in the office but didn't find it too odd. On the other hand, Tsunade and Hiruzen were relieved to see Fujin unharmed. Without wasting any time, Tsunade asked, you're finally here. What were you doing inside your house for so long and why didn't you answer your door? Fujin sighed while faking an exhausted expression, I was working on a new seal. Since I didn't want to be disturbed, I had activated the seals to prevent any external disturbances. Unfortunately, I got so engrossed in it that I completely lost track of time. Anyway, how's the situation with Orochimaru? Ignoring Fujin's question, Hiruzen asked curiously, which new seal? With a hint of embarrassment on his face, Fujin awkwardly answered, I'd rather not talk about it for now. It was a complete failure. His response intrigued them even more. Tsunade chuckled internally, so, even he fails and feels embarrassed. I was starting to think he never associates with such feelings. Failure while creating new seals was rather normal. Hiruzen and Tsunade didn't find it odd. While Fujin not answering his door was odd, both knew several Fuinjutsu grandmasters who would lock themselves up for weeks or even months while working on new seals. Since neither wanted to embarrass Fujin, they dropped the matter. Tsunade informed Fujin, not very good. It's Orochimaru. You know how difficult he's to find. Fujin thought, lucky. They didn't pester me. Acting embarrassed was the right choice. Fujin immediately nodded, considering his Fuinjutsu, only grandmasters can look for him. And due to his strength, most grandmasters can't go around searching for him. The only ones who can look for him are me, you, and Jiraiya-sama. That said, how much has Orochimaru recovered? After he ran away from the land of rice, I didn't think he had the strength or the guts to infiltrate Konoha. Tsunade answered, he has taken over a new body. His strength has recovered, though not to a great extent. He didn't fight back much against Kakashi and escaped using reverse summoning. Hiruzen added, however, we can't say for sure. He may have been hiding his strength or was perhaps worried about more reinforcements. He sighed, regardless, I didn't expect him to recover to this extent so quickly. Fujin frowned, that is troublesome. Exactly what happened. Tsunade informed Fujin about Kakashi's exchange with Orochimaru, including the jutsu he performed. Fujin's frown deepened as he muttered, I don't understand how he could reverse summon Sasuke. Or rather, make someone else reverse summon him. Doesn't that require consent? Tsunade answered, we aren't sure yet. However, Sasuke was already unconscious when Kakashi and the rest reached there. Orochimaru must have done something before they did, though we aren't sure exactly what he did. It's also possible that he may have just fooled Sasuke. Fujin replied, Sasuke ain't that trusting from what I heard. Though it's possible Orochimaru might have threatened him with the lives of the remaining Uchiha kids. Though there is also the cursed seal. Could it have played a role? Hiruzen answered, it is a possibility, but we aren't sure since nothing like this happened with Anko. Though, it's possible he just never did it since she didn't interest him any longer. Fujin nodded, regardless, this is troublesome. We need to hunt him down before he recovers any further. Should I go after him? Hiruzen shook his head, no, you'll waste your time and may also be lured into traps. Let Jiraiya handle this. Once he finds Orochimaru, he'll ask for reinforcements. We'll need you to assist him then. Fujin thought for a few moments before muttering, all right. However, I have a feeling it'll be much more complicated. Fujin's words made Tsunade and Hiruzen more serious. A hunch of a rank S ninja was never taken lightly. Tsunade asked, what do you mean? Fujin answered, don't forget the Edo Tensei Jutsu. If he summons someone we ambush him, things won't be easy. On the contrary, it'll be very dangerous. Hiruzen immediately said, no. Edo Tensei puts a strain on the summoner's soul. Until he heals his soul, he can't summon rank S ninjas and control them. The most he could summon are his dead subordinates because he won't need to control them. Fujin replied, that's good to hear, but there is still the risk of Orochimaru finding ways to heal his soul. Who can say what he has learned or will learn over the next few months or years? With how quickly and conveniently he can heal his physical injuries, I won't be surprised if he finds ways to heal his soul. Of course, it'll be the best case scenario if he fails to heal his soul, but we need to be prepared. Orochimaru with his soul healed and another collection of Edo Tensei summons will pose a grave danger to our village. The threat will only increase if he manages to successfully take over Sasuke's body or joins hands with Akatsuki who are looking for Naruto. Tsunade nodded, agreeing with Fujin's words. She had analyzed the same a couple of days ago. It was just that she was confident Orochimaru won't heal his soul so easily. As such, Konoha still had some time to act. Even so, she thought, not a bad analysis. As expected of someone sensei wants to become the Hokage. Even at such a young age, his analysis of threats and dangers are on point. Unlike her, Hiruzen felt something odd. He thought, Fujin's thoughts are on point. However, why do I have this feeling? It's as if... Hiruzen suddenly realized what the feeling was. Before he could say anything, Fujin said, "We need to prepare countermeasures for Edo Tensei and any other forbidden techniques we know he knows. I want to study the Edo Tensei jutsu to see if there are any shortcomings in the jutsu. I would also like to have a look at all the other forbidden jutsus he knows, though the Edo Tensei takes precedence due to its threat." Chapter 870, Negotiations. I knew it! Hiruzen thought as he was once again caught off guard by Fujin's request. At the same time, Tsunade's eyes widened. She never anticipated Fujin to make such a request. The Edo Tensei jutsu was a forbidden jutsu. And, it was the most dreaded one among all of Konoha's forbidden jutsus. As for how many ethical lines it crossed, there was no need for anyone to debate that. The jutsu was downright disgusting and extremely dark. It wasn't a jutsu that could be passed along lightly. Tsunade thought, first souls, then cellular activity, then hormonal manipulation, and now the Edo Tensei jutsu. How long has it been since I returned to the village? Since when did it become normal to ask for so many favors from the Hokage? Even Orochimaru was given access to them over a few decades despite being so close to Sensei. Did Sensei become more generous in his later years? She glanced towards Hiruzen and his expression immediately gave her the answer. She thought, so, Sensei faced this problem too. The Edo Tensei jutsu. Should I allow him access to it? Tsunade wondered the question deeply. Hiruzen could only sigh at being trapped again by Fujin and pondered the same question. Their initial thoughts were the same, a clear no. Even if they ignored the chaos and dangers such a jutsu may cause, the jutsu was so dark that it could affect the caster's mentality. Orochimaru was the best example of this. He delved into so many forbidden jutsus that his mind was thoroughly corrupted by them. His corruption was so drastic that Hiruzen, who once wanted Orochimaru to succeed him, firmly opposed his candidacy for the fourth Hokage's seat, preferring Jiraiya and Minato over him. Even after Minato's death, Hiruzen didn't hand Orochimaru the seat. Eventually, Orochimaru not only experimented illegally on Konoha's citizens but also attacked the village and attempted to kill Hiruzen, his sensei. While Hiruzen and Tsunade didn't think Fujin would follow Orochimaru's path, Fujin was still very young. They didn't want him to be exposed to such jutsus for the time being. However, before they could decline Fujin's request, they faced a dilemma. Even though Fujin's request seemed absurd at first glance, it wasn't so. Fujin wasn't just a young ninja. He was a rank S ninja and a terrifying one at that. While he lacked experience, there was no doubt that his strength was sufficient for the Hokage position. His performance in negotiations with Kusagakure and Sunagakure also showed he wasn't lacking in maturity needed for the seat either. Considering these factors, Fujin's request was reasonable, especially considering he wanted it to deal with a grave danger the village was facing. So, they couldn't dismiss him like they could dismiss someone like Naruto. Thinking quickly, Hiruzen sighed and said, "It's useless. The jutsu has no weakness. You can deal it only by sealing the reanimated ninjas or forcing the caster to release the jutsu." Fujin frowned. How could you force the caster to release the jutsu? Hiruzen answered, one way is Jinjutsu. The Sharingan can be used to place him under a Jinjutsu and make him release the jutsu. Unfortunately, all the Uchiha in the village are still in the academy. We can only wait for them to mature so that we can explore this option. Fujin raised an eyebrow and said, even if they mature, I doubt Jinjutsu would work much on Orochimaru if he gets Sasuke's body. The only way then would be if you can hire the Akatsuki and make them send Itachi to take care of it. However, I suspect that isn't exactly an option for us, is it? Once again, Fujin left the teacher-student duo speechless. Both were more than startled by his words. Though it was momentarily, Fujin noticed Tsunade's expression and thought, my speculations were on point. Hiruzen told her. That is why Koharu and Hamura are so quiet after being dismissed from the council. While Fujin wasn't supposed to know Itachi's truth, Hiruzen and Tsunade knew Itachi was still loyal to the village. In addition, Orochimaru was also being hunted down by Akatsuki. So, there was a chance that this bizarre scenario could happen, though they would need to scheme a lot in the background. However, it wasn't something they could say to Fujin. Tsunade coughed, of course not. It'd be equivalent to inviting more trouble than resolving our current ones. Fujin immediately said, exactly. That is why we need to find alternative ways to counter the Edo Tensei Jutsu. If we don't and Orochimaru begins using it again and maintains the same alertness, then our losses will keep increasing. Needless to say, since Fujin finally decided that it was the right time to ask, he didn't intend to back off easily. His words forced Tsunade to think, he's right. We can't simply wait hoping things work in our favor. However, this is a jutsu granduncle created. No one ever found a weakness in this jutsu including him. Could Fujin find one? Unlike her, Hiruzen's thoughts were entirely different. He thought, he hasn't changed one bit. As usual, he has the perfect arguments to get what he wants. It's just like the time he forced me to fund his sword. Unfortunately, the jutsu is just too dark. I can't risk him following Orochimaru's path. It'll be too big of a risk. Before Tsunade could fall into Fujin's trap, Hiruzen shook his head and said, as I said, it is pointless. This isn't a newly created jutsu. It has been over half a century and no one in the village or outside it found a counter. Edo Tensei has no other weakness. Tsunade turned her head towards Hiruzen and wondered, he's still refusing? Fujin sighed internally, as I suspected, he doesn't want to give it to me. Sigh, this will be tough. Fujin softly said, if there is no other counter, then we can only use it as a counter. Hiruzen's expressions became serious. Are you suggesting what you think I am? Fujin nodded. Tsunade realized, no wonder he rejected Fujin's request. Hiruzen shook his head and said, using Edo Tensei is a humiliation and an insult of our predecessors. We shouldn't. Fujin interrupted him, we don't need to reanimate our predecessors. We can reanimate our enemies and use them to fight Orochimaru when he uses Edo Tensei against us. Only then will we limit our losses. Hiruzen replied, that could have worked, if we could increase the power that the reanimated ninjas possess. The Edo Tensei jutsu that we have barely reanimates the ninjas with a fraction of their power. Orochimaru could maintain rank S strength in his reanimations. The most we can do with our reanimations is use them for performing suicide attacks. Fujin frowned and asked, since Orochimaru could improve upon the jutsu, why can't we improve it too? While there is no telling what sort of experiments he did after leaving the village, I don't think his expertise in ninjutsu should be anywhere close to yours. Not to mention, you have an entire village to help you. Since Fujin realized Hiruzen didn't want to give him the Edo Tensei jutsu, he could only think of other ways to make Hiruzen cough it out. The best method was none other than making Hiruzen improve it. Not only would it reduce Fujin's work, he could also get insights on how forbidden jutsus were researched. And since he wasn't directly asking for the jutsu, there was a high chance Hiruzen would be more accommodating. As he expected, Hiruzen had fallen into a deep thought. Tsunade glanced at him and thought, now that Sasuke is no longer in the village, he won't have much to do after he remasters his chakra control. This could be a good way to spend time. However, his soul is still injured. Researching Edo Tensei in his state isn't recommended. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll care much about his health. I'll need to properly monitor his health if he decides to do it. Much as Tsunade speculated, Hiruzen was considering it seriously. He glanced at Fujin and thought, not a bad idea. I can't think of a disadvantage of accepting it. However, there's no doubt he wants in on the research. Keeping him out of it for years will be a headache. I could lie about the progress to avoid him from pestering me, but I'm worried he might convert those over 100 Umbu trainees into 100 pranksters like Naruto if I decline his requests for too long. The village will be a mess. Hiruzen sighed and said, in my current state, I'm not sure if I can handle such a research. However, this is a good idea, Fujin. Once I recover to an extent, I'll start working on this. Chapter 871, Lack of Interest. Hiruzen sighed and said, in my current state, I'm not sure if I can handle such a research. However, this is a good idea, Fujin. Once I recover to an extent, I'll start working on this. While Hiruzen didn't mind sacrificing more for the village, he wasn't very hopeful of any such research being fruitful. While Fujin nodded, Hiruzen thought, Sensei had worked for years to improve this aspect but failed. I and Danzo had worked on this as well, but neither of us had any luck. So, it's almost hopeless. The only silver lining is that I fought reanimated ninjas summoned by Orochimaru, giving me some insights. So, I'll have a better chance than before. However, it is still very difficult. Sigh, how did that traitorous student of mine achieve something so complicated? How many lives did he sacrifice to achieve this? Hiruzen glanced at Fujin and decided, regardless, irrespective of whether I succeed or not, I can keep working on it to stop Fujin from pestering me endlessly. The only question is, how long will this satisfy him? Knowing Fujin's nature, he knew it wouldn't be for too long. He could only use the time to come up with more excuses to delay Fujin's request until the appropriate time. Of course, his resolve didn't escape Fujin's eyes despite the lack of words. Fujin cursed, this old fox. As I expected, he still doesn't want to give it to me. Though I understand where he's coming from, there isn't much time left. Luckily, he accepted my idea. I'll be patient for a while, before going all out. Let me see how long you can delay this. Seeing there was no chance of getting the jutsu at that moment, Fujin said, good luck, Grandpa. Let me know if I can help you in any way. He turned his gaze to Tsunade and asked, did anything else happen in the last few days? Tsunade shook her head, fortunately not. I'll call for you when there are new developments. You can leave, but don't lose yourself so deeply into research that you can't hear your doorbell the next time. Fujin smiled and nodded. He turned around and was about to leave when Tsunade suddenly said, actually, I want to know one more thing from you, Fujin. Fujin stopped and looked back as Tsunade asked, what are your thoughts of becoming the Hokage? Fujin furrowed his brow and wondered, what the hell? Where did this question come from? Even Hiruzen was confused. Fujin asked, what do you mean? Tsunade replied, I just heard you were offered the position of the 5th Hokage by the daimyo, but you rejected his offer. It made me a bit curious about what your thoughts and dreams are about this matter. Fujin immediately replied, that was a trap. Surely you would have realized that too. That said, I don't know why he set up that trap for me. Tsunade chuckled, he just wanted to get a feel of you. However, my question isn't a trap, though it ain't an offer either. I want to know your real thoughts. Without thinking much, Fujin casually replied, it is too much work and will heavily eat into my training time. Though I'll step up and accept the responsibility if the village has no other choice, I'd prefer not having to accept such a time-consuming duty for another decade at least. A smirk appeared on his face as he added, that said, since the council chose someone so young as the 5th Hokage, I hopefully won't have to worry about it for at least half a century or more. Stay safe and healthy, Lady Tsunade. A tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead as Fujin disappeared from her office. She cursed under her breath, cheeky brat. Hiruzen asked in a serious but confused tone, I don't understand. Why did you suddenly ask that? You should know that these things shouldn't ever be said. Even though Hiruzen was the person most invested into making Fujin the Hokage, he had never mentioned anything related to the Hokage seat to Fujin. From his perspective, he could never be sure who would become the Hokage. While Fujin was undoubtedly the one with the highest hopes at that moment, the future was never certain. Hiruzen didn't want to give anyone false hopes and risk them becoming resentful if they weren't eventually chosen. It could make the village unstable. The only time Hiruzen would mention it to someone was when he was prepared to hand over the seat to that ninja, something which wasn't the case when Tsunade asked the question to Fujin. Tsunade answered, "It's fine." He's very mature for that not to be the case. The reason why I asked was because I have a feeling that he has little to no interest in this seat. Hiruzen looked at her as Tsunade continued, he can use his position in the council to vastly increase his popularity among the civilian ninjas. Yet, he hasn't done anything barring the changes to the academy and creating the guidance hall. While both are revolutionary and boosted his popularity, there's a lot he can do to amplify it further. However, he hasn't bothered with it at all. On the contrary, he barely shows up in his office, making several civilian ninjas dissatisfied. With his intelligence, there's no way he hasn't noticed it. Seeing how persistent and shameless he is while asking for techniques, he'd have done a lot if he wanted to become the Hokage. He would have already laid the groundwork and been prepared whenever an opportunity appeared in the future. Yet, he hasn't made a single political move after establishing the guidance hall. Hiruzen muttered, that isn't entirely a bad thing. If he was as obsessed with becoming the Hokage like Naruto or Konohamaru, Fujin would have been as big of a headache as Danzo, if not even bigger. Hiruzen shuddered at the thought of Fujin devoting his energy and intellect in making political moves in the background. His simple, straightforward and greedy personality was already too big of a trouble to deal with. He added, anyway, you don't need to worry. Even though he has shown little interest in politics, he has risen up to the occasion whenever the village required him to. He may be very greedy for powerful techniques, but the will of fire burns bright in him. He'll accept the responsibility if the village needs him to. Tsunade prayed, I hope so too. It'll be a headache if he ditches the responsibility just like me and Jiraiya. Fortunately, there are a few over-enthusiastic brats in the village. While Tsunade and Hiruzen discussed him, Fujin had flickered into his training ground. Due to it being dark, the training ground was now empty. Fujin thought, as I expected, he didn't hand over the Edo Tensei jutsus or other forbidden jutsus just yet. He wants me to mature more, sort of like Ryu, who wants my body and chakra reserves to mature more. Sigh, these old fellows and their strict requirements. Luckily, I have laid the groundwork for both. Before Akatsuki attacks Sunigakure to kidnap Gaara, assuming they still do so, I will learn Senjutsu as well as the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Only then can I lay the groundwork for my plans. Anyway, I can worry about this later. For now. Fujin's lips curled upwards as his right palm formed into a fist. Chakra coursed through his arm and concentrated around his fist as he punched the ground with his full strength. On the opposite side of the training ground, several Umbu ninjas became alert and flickered out into the open. Each was holding a weapon and prepared to battle. However, they didn't see any enemy. One of them asked, "What was that?" Another replied, "The entire ground trembled for a moment. That didn't happen even when those gigantic snakes attacked us." Monkey carefully observed and muttered, "It seems like the tremors came from the training ground. I suspect Fujin must betray." He stopped speaking as another tremor passed under their feet. By now, even the trainees, including Fujin's students, had come out. All glanced towards the training ground as the tremors were spreading from that direction. Hikari asked softly, "So, Sensei finally left his house?" Yuji replied, "Most likely. As always, he gets up with a bang. Do you think he's punching the ground in frustration because he missed the opportunity to hunt down Orochimaru?" Takeshi replied, "Don't be ridiculous. He must be testing an earth-release jutsu." The remaining Umbu and trainees reached similar conclusions and scattered. Only a few remained to keep an eye. Chapter 872, Back to Training. A new crater opened up in the training ground opposite Fujin's compound. Standing at its center, a wide grin could be seen plastered on Fujin's face. Fujin thought, "Splendid. My strength has indeed more than doubled. No wonder Tsunade's strength is so ridiculous. A ridiculous chakra reserve backed by terrifying chakra control, he. I can't wait to test out my new strength. However, I first need to retrain my chakra control." Despite his chakra growing so suddenly, Fujin's chakra control was still among the best in the ninja world. However, it was far from the level he had reached. In a battle, a ninja's control over his chakra was far more important than any flashy ninjutsu. For Fujin, fixing this took a higher priority than mastering magnet release. Yet, Fujin didn't start training. He carefully inspected his body and decided, even though I'm not feeling tired or sleepy, I shouldn't push my body needlessly. I've stayed up for over 5 days straight and my body has progressed outrageously. I'll take it easy and call it a night. From tomorrow, I'll start training my chakra control. Choosing precaution over cure, Fujin rested the night and returned to the training ground as the first rays of sunlight fell on Konoha. He muttered, "Now then, which chakra control exercise do I choose?" Fujin couldn't help but reminisce about the time he worked to improve his chakra control. It started with the leaf concentration exercise, something he trained sneakily even in the orphanage. Later, he did the tree climbing and water walking exercises for years to hone his chakra control further. Fujin thought, as fun as those times were, these training techniques will not help me much. Even though my chakra control is off, I'll still do these in my sleep. For now, I need to do something more interesting. Fujin chuckled as he jumped a few meters above the ground. Before gravity could pull him down, he released chakra from both his feet, much like how a ninja would while walking on water. However, there were a few differences. The chakra on Fujin's left foot was rapidly transforming into air and blasted downwards at a very high speed. It hit the ground, forcing dust to fly in all directions. The wind blast wasn't continuous and faded away in the blink of an eye, leaving just the small dust clouds as a proof of its existence. Yet, that momentary blast had enough force to stop Fujin from falling down. Fujin took another step forward in the air and blasted another wind current from his right foot. Fujin walked several steps in the air before his chakra control failed and he landed on the ground. Fujin thought, I never used the assassin's rush jutsu in such a manner before for several reasons. For one, this consumes chakra at a terrifying rate. And, despite looking cool, my speed in the air is far slower than on the ground. Any Jounin-level ninja could land a few hits on me. It was simply more practical to blast my entire body out of the way. However, with my current chakra reserves, the chakra consumption isn't that exhaustive. And, I'm not in danger, which makes this the perfect training to work on my chakra control while also improving my mobility in the air. Could be useful if I somehow run out of my wind cloak. While Fujin was working on his chakra control, there was another who woke up even earlier than him and was secretly training in one of the many training grounds in Konoha. A chuckle escaped his lips as he muttered, to think there would come a day when I would struggle with the basic tree climbing exercise. The person was none other than Hiruzen, the injured third Hokage. Unlike Fujin, who only needed to adjust to his increased chakra reserves, Hiruzen had to work from the scratch. Due to his tattered soul, Hiruzen's spiritual energy was at an all-time low. To make matters worse, it interfered with his chakra circulation, making it near impossible for Hiruzen to use any ninjutsu. Fortunately, Hiruzen still possessed the vast experiences of over 6 decades. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen began circulating his chakra once again. Discomfort appeared on his face as he felt a soul-wrenching pain. However, he continued circulating his chakra and placed his left foot on the trunk of a tree. Slowly, he placed his right foot as well and took a few steps up the tree until he could no longer sustain it. Hiruzen pushed the tree with his foot and landed back on the ground. He sighed, nor did I ever imagine this training would become so torturous. Unless Tsunade can seal my soul further, using the Reaper Death Seal again will probably remain a dream. Though he wasn't enjoying his training like Fujin, Hiruzen didn't stop. As strong as the Reaper Death Seal was, Hiruzen knew it alone wasn't sufficient. He needed to get his speed back, he needed to be able to use the body flicker jutsu seamlessly, which required excellent chakra control. He gritted his teeth and continued training back from the basics. Another group began their training early in the morning. However, half of them were already exhausted despite it being only 2 hours since the sun rose. All 5 of Fujin's students were on the ground, breathing heavily and barely moving. Yuji cursed, seriously, what the hell? Takashi complained, it's all your fault. Why did you open your mouth that day? Yuji argued back, did you want to be sent flying by sensei? Sayaka stepped in, stop it, you too. There's no point in arguing. Sensei wouldn't have done this if he didn't intend to do so from the start. Hikari agreed, you're right. However, what is this training plan? And, how are they still alright? Shoma was too exhausted to say anything. Looking at them with an enthusiastic grin on his face, Guy said, get up, you five. Fujin can train like this all day without breaking a sweat. Aren't you his students? Don't disappoint your sensei and stand back up. Let the power of youth explode. The 5 kids could only look at Guy as if he was some sort of monster. What surprised them even more was that Naruto and Guy's 3 students could keep up with his ridiculous training. Shoma wondered, what kind of monsters did Sensei send us to? And, how is Naruto keeping up? He usually complains the most when Sensei trains us. Looking at them, Tintin thought, these kids aren't bad. Lasting Sensei's deadly training for over an hour and a half on their first day is beyond impressive. Seeing them still lying on the ground, Naruto said passionately, come on you guys. Let's continue the training. I have to get stronger to rescue Sasuke from Orochimaru. There is no time to waste. Yuji finally couldn't take it and bursted out loudly, give me a break. Why is your training routine so similar to Sensei's? More importantly, why is it even tougher? The 5 weren't like normal academy students. A normal student wouldn't go through any special training beyond the standard academy practices until they became Genins and were assigned to a sensei. They would have nothing to compare with. However, these 5 were initially in the root. They had experienced root's training methods. When the root disbanded, they were trained by the Umbu trainers and experienced their routine. So, they had something to compare with. Fujin's training routine was very different from any standard training routines. They could barely endure it. And now, they saw Guy's training routine, something that surpassed all limits. To their surprise, Guy chuckled and said, Fujin's training routines are inspired by mine. He just toned them down a little since you weren't used to high-intensity training. However, he said that you're ready now. So, stop lying on the ground and let the power of youth in your blood explode. We'll continue training at this rate until breakfast. Helplessly, the 5 kids got up and continued training. Since Fujin suddenly had a lot more on his plate, be it improving his chakra control, mastering magnet release, learning the hair-based jutsus, learning scorch release among other things, Fujin understood he wouldn't have a lot of time to look after his students. His future plans would make it even more difficult for him to guide them personally. Hence, he sent a clone to Guy and inquired whether he'd like to train their bodies and teach them taijutsu. Though the Senju taijutsu style packed more power, Fujin felt the strong fist style would suit his students more. Guy, who was slightly saddened since Konohamaru and his 2 friends couldn't continue his training, happily accepted Fujin's request. What made it even sweeter were the irresistible benefits Fujin offered. How did your missions go? Tsunade asked the 2 Umbu squads in front of her. Chapter 873, Fujin's Wealth. How did your missions go? Tsunade asked the 2 Umbu squads in front of her. The first Umbu captain reported, the mission was a success. Iwagakure paid 650 earth crystals for the information about the 3rd Kazekage's death. We aren't sure how they perceive the information, but we can do more transactions if the information satisfies them. Tsunade smiled and said, good, that's 150 crystals over our bottom line. You did well. The next transaction with Iwagakure will be simpler, but you'll have to extract as much as you can from them. The Umbu captain nodded, I'll do the best I can, Lady Fifth. Tsunade turned her attention towards the other Umbu captain, who reported, our mission hit a snag. Kumogakure showed interest in purchasing the information, but they were very stingy during negotiations. We had to close below our bottom line and got only 440 lightning crystals in exchange. However, we had a different gain. From the way they negotiated, I don't think they were being stingy for the sake of it. I speculate their reserves of elemental crystals are running low. Either they used too many of them while training their ninjas, or something has happened to them. If we assume they stored their elemental crystals in the wreckage building, there's a chance they were damaged or stolen when Akuro took over that building and humiliated them. However, it'll be very difficult to confirm this information. Tsunade was surprised by his analysis. She calculated for a bit before concluding, he may be correct. Normally, Iwagakure is one who is willing to pay the highest for critical information. Since they didn't, their reserves must be low. And, I don't think I would make the silly mistake of overusing them for training. Could they be stolen by Akuro? Tsunade analyzed for a bit but couldn't make any guesses due to the limited information. She decided, I need to discuss this with Sensei. She looked at the two Umbu captains and said, both of you have done well. As we discussed earlier, you'll now sell them another piece of information. However, this time, the cost will be high. We'll start by asking 4,000 elemental crystals and try to sell them over 2,500 crystals. Their nature doesn't matter. And, if they're running low, they can make up for it by exchanging ninjutsu or other important resources. Her words surprised the two Umbu squads. One of them asked, will they pay such a high cost for only information? Tsunade smirked, they will. It just depends on how well you can sell it to them. The two Umbu captains nodded. They handed Tsunade their scrolls before being briefed about their next mission. When they left, Tsunade thought with a smile, Fuji gave me a good gift on becoming Hokage. We'll need more elemental crystals to build a new batch of elites. I have to make them cough up as many crystals as they can. As the sun rose higher in the sky, 9 figures lay exhausted on the ground. They barely had any energy to move. Only Guy still stood. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion on his face. Naruto wondered, what the hell happened today? Why did he make the training so difficult? Neji sighed internally, the new students excited him too much. He went overboard. Shoma wondered, if we apologize to Sensei for complaining his training was difficult, will he take us back and train us himself? I don't want to be tortured like this daily. Guy said as enthusiastically as ever, don't let the flames of your youth die down. You need food to fuel your flames. Follow me to Yakiniku. Hearing food, the 9 kids dug out some energy and followed Guy to the restaurant. To their surprise, they were warmly welcomed as soon as they entered the restaurant and guided to the best seats. Within minutes, they were served. Naruto, who wasn't used to being treated so well, asked in confusion, why are they treating us like special guests? Guy chuckled, placed a piece of meat on the grill and said, eat up as much as you like. Neji suspiciously looked at Guy and wondered, he's treating 9 hungry kids to a buffet? Since when did he become so rich? Others didn't think too much and dug in. Within a few minutes, they went through a small portion of the hotel's inventory. However, Guy kept on encouraging them to eat more. Concerned, Lee asked, Sensei, you're treating us, correct? I can't pay for so much on my own. Naruto was alarmed as well. His poor wallet was still empty. As for the Kiri orphans, they didn't care much. Even if Guy didn't cover the bill, they could just put it on Fuji's tab. Guy chuckled, don't worry, eat all you can. It's already covered. Naruto, Lee, and Tintin relaxed. However, Neji noticed something odd. He asked, covered? Do you mean someone other than you covered it? Neji's words surprised the rest. They looked at Guy curiously. Guy answered, yes, Fuji will cover all our meal costs here as a thank you since I agreed to train his students. And he'll continue doing so until I'm done training you. That is why they are treating us so well. So, don't worry and eat until you're full so that you can train even more. His last words worried all except Lee. Lee asked with some concern, if we keep eating like this daily, won't Fujin-san become poor? Guy thought for a bit and said, Fujin is quite rich. He would have said something if that was the case. Neji said thoughtfully, I heard from Hayashi-sama that Fujin rarely goes on missions. How is he so much richer than you? Guy shrugged. He had no idea, nor did he care much. Besides, it wasn't as if Guy was poor. He simply didn't care about privacy and other matters as much as Fujin did. Naruto looked at Sayaka and asked, "Say, do you know how rich big brother Fujin is?" Everyone looked at her with curiosity. Sayaka answered, "I'm not sure. I overheard Hoka-sensei once saying that sensei is very rich. I have never seen sensei complain about money, nor has he ever been stingy when it comes to food or weapons. So, he must be very wealthy. I'm not sure how though. He is an orphan just like us and rarely goes out to do missions nowadays." Takashi added, "Even though he doesn't go on missions now, he likely went on many, considering the rumors of his time in the Umbu." "That may be why." Yuji giggled mischievously, "Perhaps. Or maybe there's a gold mine under Sensei's house. Why else would he protect it so much?" The gazes moved to Yuji, some deadpan while some imagined a gold mine under Fujin's house. Guy coughed and said, "Focus on eating. You can discuss that later. There's something else Fujin has done for everyone, which will allow us to train harder." Everyone except Lee shuddered at Guy's words. After they were done eating, Guy took them to Konoha's hospital. Tintin asked curiously, "Why are we here?" Guy answered, "In order to help everyone train harder, Fujin has paid for weekly checkups and massages to deal with any hidden injuries." "This why?" The eyes of Fujin's students and Naruto lit up. Naruto loudly exclaimed, "These are the best. Come on. Let's go in." Without waiting for Guy to complete his words, he rushed in, followed by Sayaka and the rest. Guy's 3 students experienced the pleasures of having the best medical ninjas in the village for the first time. Needless to say, all the pleasures were forgotten when Guy began their after-lunch training session. Life went on as usual in Konoha. Tsunade seamlessly settled into her role as the 5th Hokage, replacing her sensei. Though many remembered Hiruzen due to how long he sat in that chair, no one missed him as things stayed similar. With no more attacks on or by Konoha, peace returned to the village. The crowd in and around the guidance hall kept increasing as it finally started showing effect. Several old or retired ninjas took over the role of mentors to countless young ninjas. The academy was slightly chaotic as the council wanted several changes implemented during the vacation. As a result, the teachers were very busy changing the syllabus and the administration was busy recruiting additional teachers and trainers. Several new constructions happened as well to construct spaces for clubs. The negotiations with Iwagakure and Kumogakure were happening in the background. Neither village wanted to make such a huge payment to Konoha. However, the disturbing image Konoha painted was too important to ignore. Konoha's negotiators mentioned the information was crucial for the safety of their Jinchurikis and might shed light on Han's disappearance. The fact that Konoha refused to lower the cost made them even more certain about the validity of the information. Even so, the cost was truly astronomical and they were suspicious of Konoha's intentions. After all, why would Konoha be worried about their Jinchuriki? Hence, they continued bargaining with Konoha. Unbothered by all these developments, Fujin completely immersed himself into his training. His chakra control reached his previous levels within a week. He spent another week improving his mastery of hair-based ninjutsus. Though he still couldn't perform them without hand seals, he improved them substantially, taking them to a level that could be used during battles. Finally, Fujin turned his attention to the magnet release. Chapter 874, A Slump. Sitting in his basement, Fujin analyzed, "Now that it has been some time, I have a better understanding of magnet release. It's rather remarkable to be honest. I can't imagine recreating it like I am doing with Scorch release. My initial analysis was correct. Kekei Genkai like magnet release aren't as easy to recreate as Scorch or Storm release. The way how magnet release works is by creating magnetic fields. These fields have an effect on metals, or more specifically, ferromagnetic metals, and can be used to move them. However, it is quite complicated. A single magnetic field can move the ferromagnetic materials in just one direction. If I have to move it freely, I'll need dozens, possibly hundreds of magnetic fields activating and deactivating simultaneously to freely move it like how third Kazekage could. The problem is, the task was rather daunting. Fuji couldn't begin to imagine the computing power needed to do something so complicated. At the very least, he was sure he couldn't do so purposefully. Yet, there were 3 individuals who did it as if it was as easy as breathing air. Fuji continued analyzing. It is impossible to compute them humanely. Even Shikaku wouldn't manage to do it. There is only one way to do it. Instincts. Since it was so complicated, Fuji understood there was no point in calculating. After all, did a ninja calculate the speed and angle at which they should throw their shuriken or kunai to hit another ninja? The answer was no. Yet, tens of thousands of ninjas do it accurately. Fuji thought, the way to master magnet release is simply to practice until I get a hang of it. The first step is to maintain one magnetic field for a long time. The reason why the kunai stopped moving the first time I tried was simply because I couldn't sustain the magnetic field any longer. As long as I can sustain one magnetic field, I can start moving ferromagnetic materials in one direction. It'll allow me to stop incoming weapons or pull the weapons from my opponent. That said, it won't be that easy. Fuji raised his palm, creating a new magnetic field. The kunai in front of him rolled several meters away before stopping. Fuji analyzed, the power of my magnetic field is too weak. I need to increase the intensity of my magnetic field several folds, possibly thousands of times, to make it impactful in battle. Only once I achieve that can I consider the first step complete. The next step will be to play around with several magnetic fields and control ferromagnetic metals like how the third Kazekage could. It'll be very time-consuming, but should be doable. Once I gain the instincts, I can probably use it to fight against weaker rank S ninjas without having to use any other ninjutsu and even stall slightly stronger ones. However, that'll likely be the limit of this Kekkei Jinkai. Progressing any further with just this should be near impossible. That said, it's not like it won't be of use to me. Fuji's mind had long calculated how he could use magnet release in battle. The most obvious use case was simply controlling the metal on his enemy's body. Nearly every ninja carried metal weapons. I can control them to hurt them, catching them off guard and giving me an upper hand in battle. However, its effectiveness will depend on whether I keep this a secret or not. If I don't keep it secret, I could use magnet release along with my wind domain. Though it'll be redundant at offense due to how deadly my wind domain and vacuum jutsus are, it can take over the defense. Any attack that enters my domain will not only be attacked by countless wind jutsus but will have to pass through hundreds of iron walls to hit me. A devious grin appeared on Fuji's face as he imagined this scenario in his head. He couldn't help but wonder who would be the first ninja to experience that. Fuji thought, regardless, neither of these two applications will boost me significantly, especially if I go up against guys like Madara or Hashirama, let alone someone with the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. If I have to make it usable against them, this is the only way I can think for now. A Rasengan appeared in Fuji's right palm. Though it was a normal Rasengan, Fuji recalled the magnet release Rasengan Naruto used against Madara in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Fuji thought, this will be a potent jutsu in my arsenal once I master it, especially after I learn Senjutsu. It can buy me sufficient time to riddle my opponent with vacuum bullets. I wonder if I can come up with more ways to use magnet release at a higher level, other than perhaps flight like how Gaara could use his sand. Speaking of Gaara, a helpless expression appeared on Fuji's face. For the past couple of weeks, Fuji had tried to control sand and gold with magnet release. Unfortunately, he had failed completely. Fuji thought, gold isn't ferromagnetic like iron. My magnetic fields have almost no effect on it. I might have to make my magnetic field thousands of times stronger to have an effect on gold. However, it would amplify the effect on metals like iron by a similar factor. I won't be able to control gold like how Raza could. Sigh, how did Raza create such strong magnetic fields and ensure they affected just gold and not other metals? Due to being from a world of science, Fuji understood concepts such as magnetism far better than the other ninjas. However, even his knowledge was limited. As such, his calculations were slightly inaccurate. To control gold with magnetic fields, Fuji's magnetic field needed to be stronger by around 6 million times. In addition, gold had a negative magnetic susceptibility, implying it would move in the opposite direction as iron if placed in the same magnetic field. Fuji sighed, "There goes my dream of plundering a few gold mines and secretly becoming the richest person in this world. It'd have been a fun way to pass time when I get bored and want to make the world slightly chaotic. As for sand, that's even more ridiculous. Sand isn't affected by any magnetic field. It should be Shikaku's power, along with whatever his mother did. I'll probably need to steal the entire Shikaku to gain that ability. What a bummer. Controlling sand is way more convenient than controlling metal, especially while fighting over land. Well, whatever. There's no point in being too greedy." Getting magnet release in itself was a pleasant surprise. I'll start with step 1. Fujin opened a scroll and took out several iron objects, ranging from small items like shuriken, kunai, some crumbled pieces to large objects like a human-sized statue. Fujin closed his eyes, focusing entirely on his chakra. Moments later, he created a magnetic field inside the basement. Fujin trained the entire day. He was planning to continue the training on the next day, but an event happened that finally attracted his attention. Jiraiya and Shikaku reduced the search area considerably, and Jiraiya finally left the village along with Naruto. Fujin thought, so Naruto and Jiraiya finally leave as well. 2.5 weeks after Sasuke was kidnapped. The difference in how Sasuke was taken away changed a lot of things. In the original story, Jiraiya had no will to look for Sasuke. He even pushed Naruto into forgetting about him and tried to educate him to reduce his obsession for Sasuke. However, since Sasuke was kidnapped and Jiraiya probably knows the truth behind the Uchiha massacre too, his goals are completely opposite. Their journey will be quite different. That said, I don't know much about how their journey was in the original story either. Regardless, it doesn't matter. I don't think they'll return to the village soon. As such, there isn't much point in wasting my time here. Fujin flickered, reaching Tsunade's office in a few seconds. As he expected, Hiruzen was present as well. Tsunade looked at Fujin and said with a smile, "That's a surprise. I didn't think you'd stop your training, Fujin." Fujin sighed, "I wasn't planning to. Unfortunately, it feels like I'm entering into a slump." Chapter 875, Will of Fire. A slump? What do you mean? Tsunade frowned. At the same time, Hiruzen immediately raised his guard. Knowing how much Fujin demanded when he wasn't in a slump, he couldn't fathom what Fujin could ask for when he was in one. Fujin answered, "I can't improve my jutsus further at the same rate. I've been trying it for the past couple of weeks, but haven't made any progress. I think I need a change in pace." Switching his gaze to Hiruzen, Fujin asked, "Have you started the research? Perhaps helping you could give me some ideas." Tsunade's eyes twitched as she wondered, "Don't tell me. Did he say all that just to get his hands on the Edo Tensei Jutsu? Wait, he isn't even asking for permission to join the research." Tsunade's understanding of Fujin's nature deepened slightly as she was exposed to more of his shamelessness. "I haven't started yet. I still need to work on my chakra control. I just managed to walk on water yesterday." Hiruzen answered without a hint of shame. The Umbu guards felt slightly awkward on learning their previous Hokage struggled with something so basic. However, remembering his sacrifice, not a single one found it funny. Fujin said softly, "A shame. If that's not an option, then I think I need a change of environment." He looked at the two and said without any hesitation, "I'm thinking about leaving the village for a while and journeying around. Hopefully that'll give me the inspiration I need to take the next step." Fujin's words left the teacher-student duo speechless. It was important to remember that Fujin was barely 17 years old. His strength was already phenomenal. And his strength was constantly improving. It was only 3 weeks ago when Tsunade increased his cellular activity and helped him learn a formidable jutsu. He also learned about souls not too long before that. Yet, Fujin said he was in a slump. Hiruzen couldn't help but wonder, exactly what does this boy expect? Does he want his chakra reserves to go up by 32% every week? Or does he want his wind domain to move to the next level every week? What does he even mean by a slump? His chakra feels sharper than ever before. Even though Hiruzen couldn't sense the massive increase in Fujin's chakra reserves due to absorbing Shikaku's chakra, he noticed that Fujin's chakra was far sharper than he remembered. However, he chalked it up to the increase in Fujin's cellular activity. Tsunade had similar thoughts, but the room didn't contain just the two of them. Shizen depressingly thought, he's in a slump? What does that make me? I still can't learn Lady Tsunade's strength of 100 seal. Have I been in a slump all my life? Just like her, the 4 Umbu guards in the room were depressed as well. For a moment, all 4 had the thought of quitting Umbu and returning to training. Fortunately, their senses prevailed. They could only shake their heads and think, he isn't ordinary. We can't compare ourselves to him. Seeing neither Tsunade nor Hiruzen objecting to his decision, Fujin breathed a deep sigh of relief and said, I was worried you two would object to this decision. Fortunately, I was wrong. Apologies for misjudging you. I should have known you will support me so that I can get stronger and protect the village better. Once again, Hiruzen and Tsunade were stunned. Shizen and the Umbu guards were also caught off guard by the sincerity in Fujin's voice. Needless to say, their silence didn't mean they approved Fujin's decision. They simply didn't know what to say due to the absurdity of the situation. Tsunade finally opened her mouth to object, but no words left her lips. She still couldn't make up her mind on what to say. Helpless, she could only turn her head towards her sensei, the man who led Konoha for nearly half a century. Hiruzen felt her gaze and wondered, what am I supposed to say? Every time I think he's improving, he takes his absurdity to a whole new level. Sigh, didn't I already retire? Why do I keep coming here the same time Fujin does? I don't want to deal with him anymore. Hiruzen finally sighed and said, Fujin, you are only 17 years old. You don't need to stress so much. Your slump may just be because you are always occupied with training. Perhaps you should just take some time off in the village and not train for a while. A break would do you a world of good. Fujin thought, good, at least he established that I am in a slump. Had he argued about it, it would have been challenging to convince them if they stayed put on it, not that it would have stopped me. Still, it's one less headache to have. Fujin frowned and muttered, I thought you already gave your blessings. He sighed and argued, I have already visited almost every place in the village. There isn't much I can do that I haven't done already. I have a feeling that I'll leave this slump and advance to the next level only when I broaden my horizons. A thoughtful expression appeared on Fujin's face as he added, besides, the threats to the village won't consider my age. I don't know the reason for Orochimaru's hatred towards our village. Whatever it may be, his hatred would have only increased, be it due to you sealing his arms or me burning down his rogue village. If we fail to eliminate him and he takes over Sasuke's body, we'll face an even greater danger than we did a few months ago. Akatsuki is an enigma as well. A ninja who could keep so many terrifying rank S ninjas in check. And, a mysterious Sharingan wielder who can phase through attacks and has a Izanagi. Whoever their leader is, he or she must be a greater threat than Orochimaru. And, there are the remaining great villages too. Even though things have quieted down for the time being, there is no doubt that they are preparing for the next great war. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and Tsunade with full seriousness. He said, I don't want to be unprepared when things eventually spiral out of control. If I don't use this rare window of opportunity to take myself to the next level, I can't say whether I'll ever get another opportunity to reach there. Silence spread through the room as everyone contemplated Fujin's words. Shizen and 2 Umbu guards involuntarily nodded, agreeing with Fujin's arguments. Yet, Hiruzen and Tsunade weren't on board. Things weren't truly calm yet. Orochimaru had kidnapped Sasuke less than 2.5 weeks ago. They didn't know when Akatsuki would strike. Not to mention, traveling outside was far riskier than staying inside the village. While there weren't many who could threaten Fujin in a direct battle, enemies could try to take him out using unconventional means. While the chance of something like that succeeding was still infinitesimally small, it was never zero. Hiruzen and Tsunade didn't want to take any risks. However, Fujin's words and the seriousness in his voice left them with little choice. They couldn't refute a youngster who was thinking so much for the village. Both glanced at each other and realized they had come to the same decision. Tsunade sighed and muttered, "All right, but take care, Fujin. Even though you're strong and have gone on countless missions, it's still risky to stay out of the village for a long term. It isn't like your Umbu days when no one knew much about you. Today, every enemy village and even an organization like Akatsuki wants to see you dead." Fujin smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll be careful." Hiruzen added, "Take communication tags with you. If something comes up, we'll call you back using it." Fujin nodded. The two senior ninjas imparted some of their knowledge and experiences to Fujin before letting him leave. Once Fujin left, Hiruzen sighed, "They grow so quickly. I wanted to stop him, but how am I supposed to say no when the will of fire burns so intensely in him?" Tsunade nodded, Even though he is shameless, he always thinks of the village. Still, his thirst for ninjutsu and forbidden techniques reminded me of Orochimaru. I didn't think he would have an adventurous spirit like Jiraiya." She added with a chuckle, "Who would have thought? I wonder how his journey will change him." Hiruzen muttered, "With some luck, his shamelessness might decrease. Though knowing him..." Hiruzen sighed again. He wasn't particularly looking forward to a Fujin who had experienced more of the deadly and treacherous ninja world. In fact, he was already feeling a headache. Chapter 876, The Two Conditions. Fujin returned to his house and packed everything he needed for a long journey. Of course, he didn't need to worry too much since he could teleport back whenever he needed to. He stored all the scrolls he needed and looked around his house. A smile appeared on his face as Fujin thought, "I have left my house several times in the past. The promotion mission in the Land of Wind lasted several months, as did my recent expeditions with the army. However, this is the first time I'll be leaving without having a mission. The ninja world. I wonder what all mysteries you have stored for me." Memories rapidly appeared in Fujin's head. The new lands he had witnessed while flying on Kaido's back, the massive ocean that surrounded the elemental nations, the terrifying creatures that lived inside it, the 100-kilometer-wide whirlpool. Fujin remembered all of it as excitement bubbled inside him. He wanted to explore all of it. Fujin muttered, "Before I leave, there's some stuff I should take care of." Two clones appeared next to him and disappeared instantaneously. A few minutes later, 5 exhausted figures walked into his house. Without a word, they plopped onto his sofa. Fujin glanced at his 5 students and chuckled, "You kids seem to be doing well. I should have sent you the guys sooner." His words immediately caused the 5 kids to look at Fujin with resentment. Fujin chuckled again, "Don't give me that look. A few years later, you'll be glad you underwent this training." Yuji's eyes widened. Shock could be heard in his voice as he exclaimed fearfully, "A few years?" Hikari tearfully added, "We'd be dead, sensei." Shoma requested, "Sensei, we want you to train us. Please, sensei. We'll never complain again." Fujin smiled and said, "I meant my words. Anyway, even if I wanted to, I couldn't train you. I'll be leaving for a long-term mission soon. I won't be in the village for long over the next few years." Surprised, Sayaka asked, "You're leaving too? Is it the same mission as Naruto?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "Not really." Concerned, Takashi spoke up, "Sensei, if you leave, will we train under Guy-sensei all the time?" The eyes of the 5 kids watered up as Fujin casually nodded. They gave him the puppy eyes, hoping Fujin finally took some mercy on them. A thoughtful expression appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, "So, you really don't want to train under him?" They nodded immediately. Fujin smiled and said, "All right. Pose like this for a group photo and you have a deal." Their puppy eyes immediately vanished. Sayaka replied, "As if." Takashi snorted while Yuji complained, "You'll use that photo to tease us until we are 80. Without a hint of shame, Fuji nodded and said, "Well, I have to take payment in some form for training you." Yuji replied, "Forget it. I'd rather let Guy-sensei break all my bones." Fujin shrugged, "Well, I gave you a choice." Once again, his students glared at him. Hikari complained, "That wasn't a real choice, sensei." Sayaka added, "It wasn't. Be reasonable, sensei." Having been his students for so long, they knew Fujin wouldn't completely leave them hanging. As such, they still had hope in their eyes. Finally, Fujin said, "All right. You can stop training under Guy once you achieve these two objectives." Fujin raised one finger and said, "First, you have to master Guy's strong fist style. It'll become your main taijutsu style. Not only will it improve your physique, but it'll also increase your chakra reserves." Learning that they could finally leave hell, all his students nodded and curiously awaited his second condition. Fujin raised his second finger, and the second objective is... He stopped speaking and turned his gaze towards the door. His students followed his gaze and saw Hoka enter Fujin's house. Hoka asked, "What's up? Why did you call me here?" Fujin continued, "The second objective is to defeat Hoka in a 5 versus 1 battle. You can use everything in your arsenal. Once you learn the strong fist style, you will challenge Hoka once a week in our training ground. If you win, you can stop training under Guy and join the Umbu like others. If not, you continue your training." Defeat me?" Hoka asked in confusion. Meanwhile, the ears of Fujin's students perked as they muttered, "Everything we got?" Fujin nodded, "Yes, everything. You won't stand much of a chance otherwise." They broke into grins as they looked at Hoka and imagined defeating him with their respective Kekkei Genkai. Their gaze weirded out Hoka, who raised his guard and asked, "Fujin, what's going on?" Fujin chuckled and brought Hoka up to speed. Hoka glared at Fujin, before sighing, "Are you looking down on me? Or, do you want to force them to train under Guy for several years?" Fujin smirked, "There's a reason I said you're slacking, Hoka." "Bullshit! I train till I drop every day when I am not busy with missions," Hoka countered. Fujin shook his head, "Slacking doesn't just mean easing down your training. If your training doesn't yield sufficient results, that is slacking too, even though your body and mind may not feel so. Anyway, don't take them too lightly. I want them to train under Guy for another year at least." Hoka frowned. He knew Fujin wasn't someone who'd spout nonsense needlessly. He complained, "If my training doesn't yield results, that implies I am slacking? What the hell is this logic? Besides, my training has been yielding results, just not at an insane pace as his. Also, does he really think these kids can challenge me so soon, or is he just messing with my or their heads? Wait a minute. Why did they get excited when Fujin told them to use everything they had against me? Do they have an ability I am not aware of?" Though Fujin frequently pawned the taijutsu training of his students on Hoka, he instructed his students not to use their Kekkei Genkai techniques. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hoka, rather, it was a test for his students who were supposed to keep these abilities hidden. If they couldn't hide it from Hoka during taijutsu training, then there was little hope of them keeping it hidden from others. So far, Fujin's students hadn't disappointed him. As a result, Hoka wasn't aware of their Kekkei Genkai. Fujin said, "Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'll be leaving now." Hoka asked, "When will you return?" Fujin answered, "Not sure. A few months at best, a year or 2 at worst." Hoka wondered, a mission that can take up to 2 years? Which mission did Fifth give him? The only one that comes to mind is spying, but there's no way someone as strong as Fujin will be given that mission. Hoka thought a lot, but couldn't make any other guesses. He couldn't be blamed though, since even Tsunade didn't know of any such mission. They finally left Fujin's house and saw as Fujin applied a few seal tags to his door and a few walls. Hoka's eyes twitched, 12 sets of 5 seal barrier. He added 2 more as compared to last time. Who does he expect to attack this house? Hoka was no longer as inexperienced as the first time when he entered Fujin's house. Even though he wasn't a seal master, he had been taught about seals and the danger they pose by his clan. He was also trained to be sensitive to seals to avoid falling into deadly traps. Despite his inability to see the seals on Fujin's house, he was aware that Fujin's house had a ridiculously high density of seals. As Fujin completed applying the last seal, Hoka suggested, "Have you thought of adding a few surveillance cameras inside your house? If anyone ever tries to break into your house, it'll be a fun recording to see." Fujin thought for a moment and replied, that's not a bad idea. Remind me when I'm back." Fujin bit his thumb and slammed his right hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Smoke clouds shrouded the area as a towering silhouette appeared, his presence radiating raw power and alarming the Umbu on Fujin's compounds. A pair of piercing eyes gleamed through the smoke as the beast unfurled his massive wings, creating a gust that scattered the smoke in an instant. His eyes rested on Fujin as he said, "It's been a while, Fujin." Fujin chuckled, "It has." He disappeared, before appearing on the beast's back and said, "You guys, take care. Don't slack off while I am not here." Sayaka said, "We won't, sensei." Internally, all 5 of his students snorted, as if that monster will let us slack off. Fujin smiled and said, "Let's go, Kaido. Head east." Flapping his wings with powerful strokes, Kaido surged into the sky, the force kicking up a swirling cloud of dust in Fujin's compound and making several unsuspecting trainees cough. By the time the dust cleared, both Fujin and Kaido had disappeared. Hoka glanced towards east with his Byakugan as he thought, having a flying summon is very convenient. I should try to get one. It'll be a good and easy way to increase my strength. Chapter 877, Distorting Space. Hoka glanced towards east with his Byakugan as he thought, having a flying summon is very convenient. I should try to get one. It'll be a good and easy way to increase my strength. Fujin's earlier words still weighed on Hoka's mind. Since he hadn't been very successful in raising his own strength in recent times, the idea of getting a summon looked increasingly appetizing to him. In the Hokage office, a Yamanaka ninja arrived and reported, "Lady Tsunade, we sensed a couple of powerful chakra signatures exit our village from the air. We tried looking for it, but even the Hyuga ninjas failed to see them. They are headed east, but we aren't sure about anything else." Tsunade muttered, "A couple? I suppose he used his summon." Hiruzen nodded, "Yes, though I didn't expect him to head east. Does he plan on visiting the Land of Lightning again?" Tsunade immediately recalled Fujin's previous mission to the Land of Lightning. She felt a headache as she wondered, don't tell me he isn't satisfied by his earlier mission there. Shikaku said he missed 4 of their bases. Those bases no longer exist, but I doubt that'll stop him. Hiruzen realized his student's troubles and advised, don't overthink it. There's no point in being worried. Just keep an eye on news coming from outside. If he makes a big move, we'll know. He sighed, besides, with Fujin no longer here, we don't have to be worried about his absurd requests. Tsunade could only nod and hope she wouldn't regret allowing Fujin to go off alone. What's the occasion, Fujin? You rarely summon me since you learnt that technique. Kaido asked as he flew rapidly across the vast skies of the Land of Fire. Fujin answered, I'm planning to journey for a bit and explore the world more. So, you'll be stuck with me for a while. Fujin smirked and added, unless, of course, you don't want to. I'll summon. Kaido cut him off and snorted, who else knows more about this world than me? They're just battle maniacs. Of course, I'll stick around. Where do you want to explore? Just this continent or? Fujin smiled. He knew very well how much Kaido loved to explore, which was why he summoned him instead of others. Fujin answered, beyond as well. I want to explore as much as I can in the next 2 to 3 years. Fujin's words excited Kaido, who thought, finally someone to explore with. This will be fun. With Fujin, I can finally explore those dangerous places. He asked in a joyous tone, do you have a place in mind to start this journey with? A grin appeared on Fujin's face as he answered, yes. That gigantic whirlpool. Kaido's speed reduced as he turned his head and stared at Fujin, who was calmly sitting on his back. Kaido assumed Fujin was joking, but his eyes revealed his seriousness. He said, I thought you said you wanted to explore, not commit suicide. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, do you think I still can't defeat it? Kaido answered, I heard father say that he can't defeat you anymore. I can sense that you're stronger than even what my father said. However, that thing is at a whole different level. There's no chance of victory. Fujin wasn't bothered by his answer. Despite his immense strength, Fujin knew several individuals who could force him to run away with ease. Adding another being to that list wasn't demeaning. Fujin said, that's surprising, but why are you so afraid? Just drop me there and maintain your distance. I'll fight it and teleport to your back if I am in danger. Kaido immediately replied, I wouldn't be so sure about it. For the first time, Fujin frowned, what do you mean? Kaido answered, that thing is so monstrous that space itself is unstable around it. Or perhaps it is one of its abilities, we aren't completely sure. After all, that thing is ancient, even older than our great sage. When grandfather and his brothers were trapped fighting with it, they couldn't be summoned back to Mount Matiki. The only reason that thing eventually let go was because it sensed that our entire valley was flying there. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, a creature so monstrous that it makes space unstable and interrupts space-time ninjutsu? How can that be? Wait a minute. Fujin suddenly recalled a memory where space had been distorted. He thought, Guy's final jutsu. He bent space before landing his final hit on Madara. Could it be something similar? Fujin analyzed for a while and had a hunch that the two were similar. Unfortunately, there was no way to confirm. Yet, a smile appeared on his face. He thought, interesting. Very interesting. A way to disrupt space-time jutsus. I know one ninja who will absolutely hate it. I need to see and copy it. Seeing that Fujin had quietened down, Kaido teased, still want to fight that thing? Fujin grinned, more than ever, but it can wait till I become stronger. For now, let's find another beast. I have been itching for a battle for a while. Kaido grinned, all right. I know just the opponent who'll make you pull out all of your hair. He flapped his wings, increasing his speed once again. The two flew over the land of fire, land of hot water and the entire land of water before reaching the endless ocean. Kaido flew for a few more hours before finally reaching his target. As Kaido hovered in the sky, Fujin's eyes glowed and he muttered, let me see what target you've chosen for me. In an unfamiliar terrain, Fujin didn't activate his chakra field to avoid alarming every powerful being in the vicinity. Instead, he focused chakra in his eyes. To his surprise, his eyes couldn't see a single living being. There wasn't a single chakra fluctuation in the water. The vast ocean looked completely devoid of life. A grin appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, interesting. Very interesting. To think I can't see this being at all. Yet, it is causing such a massive disturbance in my space-time field. What is that thing? Kaido replied, a hunter so terrifying that nothing else dares to live around it. Why don't you find out more yourself? A fair warning, don't underestimate it. Competing with these monsters underwater raises the difficulty by several levels, especially if you can't control water. Kaido flapped his wings again, rising even higher in the sky. He had no intention of being anywhere near the surface of the ocean. Fujin jumped off his back while releasing a massive amount of chakra, which instantly transformed into winds and formed a cloak around him. Kaido glanced at Fujin and thought, so, he can fly freely now? Interesting. The battle might not be one-sided after all. Fujin glanced below and pointed towards the ocean, thinking, let me see what my new sparring partner looks like. Winds gathered at the tip of his finger and a small bullet was fired into the water. It pierced into the ocean and traveled for 40 meters before hitting something. The bullet immediately exploded, releasing winds in every direction. However, the winds weren't sharp. Instead, they forced the water away, creating several tides moving outwards from that point and creating a 40-meter-deep crater on the ocean's surface. As the oceans moved, Fuji finally caught a glimpse of his new sparring partner. It was simply colossal, larger than Ryu, Gamabunta, or any summon Fuji ever laid eyes on. Perhaps, only Katsuyu's full body was larger. A pair of red, glowing eyes suddenly opened up, locking on Fuji and giving him an unfamiliar feeling. That creature looked at Fuji like he was the prey. He. I don't remember the last time someone looked down on me to this extent. The unfamiliar feeling immediately riled up Fuji's fighting spirit, especially as he saw the creature's true form. The massive creature towered over the ocean, its shell made of jagged stone-like armor, its thick, muscular legs as large as a ship and its enormous pincers, sharper than any sword, hung in the air, unfazed by the force of the winds Fuji had stirred. Even the air around it seemed to warp with its raw, primal power, giving an unmistakable sense of ancient, dominating strength. Its eyes watched unflinchingly as a large amount of chakra exited Fuji's body, transformed into winds and formed a massive domain around him. This was the strongest wind domain ever created by Fuji. Looking at the beast, Fuji thought, after eating so many crabs, to think I'd be looked at as a prey by one. What an irony! Anyway, what the hell is up with its body? Fuji didn't particularly care about the beast's appearance or identity. What intrigued him was its energy. Fuji had never sensed such a dense concentration of nature energy before. It was almost as if that beast's chakra consisted only of nature energy. Fuji analyzed, what a fearsome aura. Even Ryu's aura doesn't come anywhere close. Yet, not a single bit of it is leaking. It's almost as if it has become one with nature. If it weren't looking at me murderously, I wouldn't be able to differentiate its presence from the water that surrounds it. No wonder I couldn't see him earlier. Suddenly, without giving any signs, the crab moved. Its massive pincer extended towards Fuji as if it wanted to pluck him from the skies. Despite its massive size, its movement was so quick that Fuji's view was completely occupied by its pincer in the blink of an eye. This should be fun. Fuji chuckled as a massive wind blade appeared in front of him and flew down to intercept the massive pincer. In a place, thousands of kilometers away from the elemental nations, Fuji and an ancient crab clashed. Their opening clash created waves that traveled for several kilometers. With only one witness, an epic duel was about to take place. Chapter 878, Meeting an Old Friend. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the stone-paved streets, which bustled with activity as merchants arranged their stalls, craftsmen focused on their work, and villagers hurried about their daily tasks. The scent of sizzling meat and fresh bread filled the air, blending with the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer. Two youngsters ran into each other on these busy streets, their eyes lit up on seeing each other. One of them clenched his fists, barely able to contain himself, and exclaimed loudly, "Man! This is freaking awesome!" His friend smirked and replied, "It is. I learnt the false darkness jutsu. What about you?" The first youngster replied, "I learnt the water dragon jutsu. Do you know how long I was looking for a strong water release jutsu? I can finally show those assholes a thing now." His voice brimming with energy, he added, "Lord Third is the best. I can't believe he created something like the guidance hall. My only complaint is that he didn't create it earlier." His friend nodded, "It is indeed amazing. It's so difficult to learn jutsus that aren't earth release in the village. Anyway, I know why Lord Third didn't create it earlier." Intrigued, the youngster asked, "Why not?" His friend chuckled and answered, "Because Lord Third didn't come up with this idea. I heard from one of the instructors that Konoha created a guidance hall more than a year earlier. Lord Third simply copied the idea." Stunned, the youngster exclaimed, "You gotta be kidding me. Are you saying those bastards have been using something so heavenly for over a year?" His friend sighed, "Yeah. If we meet them in battle soon, it'll be painful." Luckily, Lord Third acted quickly. Or, it would have been a nightmare. Anyway, we can leave these worries to Lord Third. It's time to. The youngster followed his gaze, his mouth salivating at the sight. He exclaimed cheerfully, "Tanizaki dumplings. What better way to celebrate learning new jutsus?" The two youngsters rushed into the crowded restaurant. As they stepped inside, the rich aroma of freshly steamed dumplings and sizzling fillings filled their noses, making their stomachs rumble in anticipation. The restaurant buzzed with chatter, laughter, and the occasional clatter of chopsticks against plates. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a young man sat at a nearby table, stuffing his face with dumplings. He gulped down another bite and exclaimed, "This is too delicious. This is the best dumpling I have ever eaten." An old man, with a sturdy frame, neatly tied silver hair and a few scars on his face, stepped forward and said, "Of course, you feel that way. After all, they are the best dumplings in the world." The young man nodded and said, "With how delicious they are, they might as well be. Give me 3 more plates." The old man chuckled and brought over 3 more plates while the youngster cleared every dumpling on his table. As he served them, the old man asked, "This is the first time I have seen you, young man. You aren't from here, are you?" The young man continued stuffing his mouth while speaking in barely understandable words, "No sir, I'm a traveler. I entered the village last evening." The old man's eyes squinted as he observed the young man carefully. However, he didn't sense anything suspicious about him. He thought, his chakra is like a civilian's. Must be a part of some merchant group. Damn! These are still too delicious. How do you make them?" the young man exclaimed as he couldn't stop stuffing his face. The old man chuckled and thought, he is an interesting one. Most merchants are quite reserved when visiting a hidden village. I wonder if he's carefree, clueless, or just spoiled. Whatever, he isn't bad to talk with. The old man stroked his beard and explained, "It's all in the craftsmanship, young man. Every dumpling is hand-folded with care, and we only use the freshest ingredients, sourced from the best farms and butchers." He continued speaking enthusiastically for nearly 3 minutes, telling what made his dumplings special. The young man listened to his every word carefully, while continuously stuffing his face. The old man asked, "Why do you want to know it? Young people aren't very interested in these kinds of stuff." The young man snorted, "Oh, those are ignorant youngsters. Don't group me with them. This dumpling is so delicious that I believe more people in the world need to taste it. I'll open stalls around the world for everyone to enjoy. I'll open a few more in this village too. What's the recipe, old man?" A dumbfounded expression appeared on the old man's face. He never imagined that someone would try to be so straightforward in wanting to copy the recipe passed down through his family for generations and open more restaurants to compete with him. For a moment, he missed his breath and began coughing. The young man looked at him with concern and asked, "Are you all right, old man? If you need some rest, I don't mind taking over this restaurant too." "Huh?" The young man looked at his table only to see the plate full of dumplings missing. He shouted in panic, "Where are my delicious dumplings?" Everyone in the restaurant looked at him and the owner strangely. The owner scoffed, "As if I'll let someone steal my family recipe. Get lost, you aren't welcome." The old man stopped scolding the young man as the young man and all the other customers in the restaurant looked at the person who had just entered the restaurant. A red-haired person wearing armor entered the restaurant and the entire restaurant became quiet. A few customers whispered, "Isn't that the Gene Chu?" "Shoo! Don't talk about it right now." The old man sighed at the reactions of his customers and thought, even though he saved so many lives in the last 2 wars, people still fear him. I suppose he has given up any hopes at this point. If not for Lord Third forcing him to stay inside the village after Han went missing, Rashi might have gone to live in solitude. The old man was a retired elite Jounin of Iwagakure. During the Second Great Ninja War, Rashi saved his life more than once. As such, his impression of Jinchurikis had changed considerably. He was about to greet Rashi, but someone else was quicker. The young man, who looked just like a normal civilian, somehow appeared beside Rashi. Since Rashi had attracted all the attention, no one saw the young man move. Even Rashi was surprised as the young man patted his back and greeted enthusiastically, "Rashi. Long time no see. How have you been?" This time, the entire restaurant was stunned. No one expected a civilian to greet Rashi like this. And that included Rashi himself. He glanced at the youngster and wondered, who is he? Before he could say anything, the young man looked at the old man and loudly said, "Old man, get 3 full plates of dumplings for my old friend too." The entire restaurant looked at the young man with just one thought running through their minds, "Old friend? Buddy, you look to be in your early 20s. How can he be your old friend?" The old man also wondered, when did Rashi make such a young friend? Also, how did the boy move so quickly? No, something about him is off. The weird feeling he had been getting got stronger. He immediately raised his guard but didn't show any signs of it as the young man hadn't done anything yet. To his and everyone's surprise, Rashi asked, "Who are you?" Everyone's eyes widened. They looked at the young man suspiciously and wondered, what the hell? Why is he acting so chummy with someone who doesn't even know him? A few wondered, is Rashi pretending to not know the young man? Why would anyone act so friendly with a Jinchuriki otherwise? The young man looked deeply hurt. He asked, "Did you forget me already?" The pain in his voice was evident to everyone who heard his voice. Everyone looked at Rashi suspiciously. The only one who didn't was the old man, as he knew Rashi's nature very well. Rashi began feeling something off as well and replied, "I don't." Just like the old man, Rashi secretly raised his guard. The entire situation felt fishy. The young man sighed and said, "I still remember it like yesterday. You threw a fucking tailed beast bomb at me. I can't believe that you forgot me." The eyes of every person in the restaurant widened. The ninjas secretly grabbed their weapons while the civilians immediately rushed out. However, the young man paid no attention to them and instead sat back in his chair. He looked at the old man and said, "Forget about this heartless fellow. Just give those 3 plates." Everyone still in the restaurant was stunned once again. No one could make sense of what was happening. The fact that Rashi threw a tailed beast bomb on the young man should imply that he was an enemy, and a powerful one at that, considering he was still alive. However, the young man continued acting like everything was fine. The old man asked in a grim tone, "Who are you? And what purpose do you have here?" His guard was no longer hidden. Yet, the young man paid no attention to the obvious signs. He raised an eyebrow and answered, "I already said, didn't I? I'm a traveler. Now will you please get me those delicious dumplings?" The old man snorted and said, "Enough fooling around. You'll need to come with us." The young man tilted his head and asked, "Come with you? Are you sure? The last bunch who asked me to do that didn't do very well." Chapter 879, The Mighty Club. The young man tilted his head and asked, "Come with you? Are you sure? The last bunch who asked me to do that didn't do very well." Understanding the threat in his words, every IWA ninja in the restaurant immediately stood up and openly displayed their weapons. Rashi and the old man were prepared as well. The old man thought, such arrogance. He seemed to be waiting for Rashi. Is he a member of that mercenary organization? At the same time, Rashi analyzed, a tailed beast bomb. The last person who survived that attack was Sasuke Fujin. Is this him under disguise? However, why would Konoha send him here alone? In one corner of the restaurant, a middle-aged man whispered to his Genin students, "You 3, leave immediately. Run to Lord Third and inform him that someone is targeting Rashi." One of his students replied, "Sensei, he's alone. We can take him out here." Their sensei said, "It's best if that happens. However, I have a bad feeling. Quickly go. You 3 won't make much of an impact here, irrespective of how strong or weak he is." Seeing his seriousness, the 3 immediately left. The IWA ninjas didn't look at them, and neither did the young man do anything to stop them. In fact, He was so relaxed that a spectator wouldn't be able to tell that he was surrounded by dozens of hostile ninjas. The young man sighed and said, "I just wanted to eat some dumplings. Unfortunately, it looks like you guys won't let me off without a fight." He glanced at Iwagakure ninjas and asked, "So, how do you want to do this?" His words once again confused the IWA ninjas. The young man wasn't acting like he was in grave danger. In fact, he didn't seem to take the matter seriously at all. Once the confusion faded away, several IWA ninjas became enraged as they realized they were being looked down upon. The old man maintained composure and asked, "Do you want to fight here, instead of simply following us?" The young man nonchalantly answered, "Well, I'm not a fan of spilling blood during my meal. How about we settle this issue in a different type of fight?" Rashi and the remaining ninjas immediately wondered what he was hinting at. They didn't need to wonder for long as the young man continued, "Instead of a physical fight, let's compete in who can eat the most amount of dumplings. The winner won't have to pay the bill. If I lose, I'll follow you. What do you say, old man?" Once again, his words caught everyone off guard. Unlike the previous time, almost everyone immediately lost their temper. "Stop fucking around!" Another young ninja shouted in rage as he flickered. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the young man and his hand was moving towards the back of his head, almost as if he wanted to slam the young man's head into the ground. The eyes of several IWA ninjas widened as they noticed him. One wondered aloud, "Isn't that Takegawa Rensui?" The kunoichi next to him immediately said, "He is. He was promoted to the elite jounin rank just last month, at the young age of 18 years. With him and Rashi-sama here, we don't need to worry." Her eyes widened in disbelief as Rensui's hand caught nothing but thin air. Her shock couldn't be compared to Rensui's shock. His eyes moved slightly towards the left as he wondered in horror, "What the hell? When did he move? No, how did he move? He is still sitting, but a foot to the left. I didn't catch a glimpse of his movement. Fuck, I need to. Shit! Old man Genichiro." Rashi cursed as he and the old man immediately got into action. Unfortunately, they were a bit too late. Rensui's eyes barely followed the young man's hand before it grabbed the back of his neck. His body was unable to respond as the young man, whose chakra and body still looked like a normal civilian, slammed him into the floor through the table. Splinters of wood shot through the air as the table shattered, and the floor beneath cracked from the sheer force of the impact. The surrounding Iwagakure ninjas immediately blocked the debris while Rashi and Tanizaki Genichiro moved close to the young man. The young man paid no attention to the two old fellows, and instead kept his attention on Rensui and muttered, "Iron Skin Jutsu. Impressive." Rensui's body had turned black and became as hard as a rock. Relieved, he thought, "I barely managed it. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Who is this monster? I need to act quickly and cooperate with Rose." Terror invaded his mind as he suddenly realized, "Why can't I move? What the fuck is happening to me?" Rensui couldn't move a single muscle on his body. He felt completely paralyzed. The young man finally moved his eyes and observed Rashi, whose fist was covered in lava, and Genichiro, who was swinging a sword with chakra flowing through it. Both were attacking him at the same time. Without a hint of hesitation, the young man swung Rensui's hardened body at the two senior ninjas. The absurd response startled every IWA ninja present. Rashi immediately pulled his punch back and defended himself while Genichiro took a step back and used the blunt side of his sword to defend himself. Both were hit by Rensui's body and forced to take a few steps back. Still holding Rensui's paralyzed body from the back of his neck, the young man finally stood up and sighed, "You fellows have no manners. Is this how you behave during lunch? I'll use this club to knock some sense into you blockheads." Without waiting for anyone's response, the young man swung Rensui's body at Rashi and Genichiro once again. Not wanting to harm Rensui, the two could only retreat. Rashi frowned, "He isn't moving. It must be Juinjutsu, probably the self-cursing seal. This level of Juinjutsu, along with his weird words and absurd actions, there's no doubt. He is Suzuki Fujin." At the same time, Jinchuriki thought, troublesome. We first need to rescue Rinsui. A promising young man like him shouldn't die so pointlessly. However, we need to be careful. If he is from Akatsuki, his real target will be Rashi. Realizing their troubles, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas started acting. A few threw shuriken and kunai at the young man's back. However, the young man simply used Rinsui's body to block all the incoming weapons. They winced as their weapons pierced into Rinsui's body and blood gushed out from several parts of his body. Since he couldn't control his chakra flow, Rinsui couldn't sustain the iron skin jutsu and his body had returned to normal. As such, even ordinary weapons were dangerous to him. One IWA ninja scolded, "You coward! Let him go and fight like a man." His eyes widened as the young man smashed Rinsui's body right on him. He immediately took a few steps back but was hit by Rinsui's legs and stumbled behind. In the blink of an eye, a few more IWA ninjas were hit in the same manner. Though none of them were gravely injured, Rinsui's legs were. The absurdity of the situation left them unsure of how to act. They couldn't use deadly attacks, as they would hit their elite ninja instead of the enemy. However, if they didn't rescue Rinsui, they were sure Rinsui's body would be completely mangled and he would be crippled for life. Even experienced ninjas like Rashi and Jinchuriki were in a dilemma, especially since they had some speculations about the young man's identity. The young man continued using Rinsui's body like a club, not caring whether he was hitting the IWA ninjas or the floor, while asking loudly, "Wouldn't competing in food have been better? But no, you had to attack me and disturb my lunch. Why are you running away like cowards now? Come, fight back." Poor Rinsui's legs were already mangled up due to the assault. His waist was damaged too due to continuous impacts and his neck was in an even worse situation. Pain coursed through his body, but not a single scream could escape his lips. He could only regret underestimating his enemy. Let him go and we can compete with food instead. Every dumpling will be on me, Jinchuriki said as he appeared behind the young man and slashed his sword down at him. In a single fluid motion, the young man swung Rinsui's body at the incoming sword and said, "Unfortunately, things are already set into motion, old man." Jinchuriki slowed his sword but didn't completely pull back like before. The young man looked to his right. Rashi had appeared next to him and once again punched with his fist covered in lava. At the same time, a couple of other ninjas threw shurikens at the young man's back. Hiding behind the IWA ninjas, a jounin slammed his hands on the floor and several spikes appeared around the young man, attacking from a different angle. Due to the angles of their attack, he couldn't use Rinsui's body to block all the attacks. As the spikes launched at him, a smile appeared on his face as he thought, finally. Things are getting more interesting. You better get here soon, Inoki. Or I'm afraid that I might not be able to control myself. His smile turned into a wide grin as he swung Rinsui's body with full force once again. His target? It was none other than Rashi, Iwagakure's last remaining Jinchuriki. Chapter 880, Spear Hell. Rashi's fist, Jinchuriki's sword, the shuriken and the spikes shooting from the ground ensured the young man couldn't use the IWA ninja's body to block all attacks. The attacks weren't completely blind either. Only Rashi's fist and Jinchuriki's sword could kill Rinsui. However, they could hold back their attacks if needed. The shuriken and spikes would hurt Rinsui, but the damage they'd do wouldn't be comparable to what he suffered due to being smashed repeatedly. In a moment, the young man was put in a difficult situation. Yet, the IWA ninjas noticed a grin spreading across his face as he ignored others and smashed Rinsui's body towards Rashi. Unlike the previous time, Rashi didn't pull back. Instead, he maintained the lava on his fist and rapidly calculated, from the way Fuji fights, this is a feint. As soon as I pull back, he'll change the direction of Rinsui's body and force the old man back, before using his body as a shield again. I'll. What the? To Rashi's shock, the young man made another outrageous move. Instead of continuing to use Rinsui as a meat shield, he threw Rinsui's body at Rashi with full force, giving up his advantage. Due to the sudden move, Rashi didn't have time to disperse the lava on his fist. He could only pull his arm out of the way and catch Rinsui with his other hand. In order to not harm him further and to avoid him being used as a shield again, Rashi quickly moved behind. While Rashi was caught off guard, the remaining IWA ninjas pounced on the opportunity. The first one was none other than Jinchuru, who was the closest. As soon as Rinsui's body left the young man's hand, he swung his sword with all his might, aiming to cleave his opponent into two. To his surprise, the young man casually raised his left arm, as if he was planning to use the back of his palm to block the sword, which was enhanced by chakra flow. Jinchuru wondered, does he have a death wish? His eyes widened as the young man's hand hit his blade and diverted the swing away from him. At the same time, the shuriken hit the young man's back and several spikes hit him as well. Yet, not a single cut was left on his body. Why was it so? It was because he used the iron skin jutsu just like how Rinsui used it a minute earlier. The IWA ninjas were shocked to see their opponent use such a powerful earth-release jutsu to counter their attacks. Other than Jinchuru's sword, the young man didn't care about other attacks. As soon as the sword was diverted, he flickered and appeared in front of Rashi, his punch heading straight at Rinsui's head. Rashi cursed, "I should have known." He opened his mouth and spat a massive lava rock in front of him. Unfortunately, that failed to stop his opponent. Chakra quickly concentrated around the young man's fist as he punched the lava rock, smashing it to smithereens. His fist continued forward and met with Rashi's lava-covered fist. At the next moment, Rashi, along with Rinsui, were shot out of the restaurant like a cannonball. They broke through the restaurant wall, crossed the streets, flew through the shop on the opposite side of the street, and continued crashing through everything in their path for over 100 meters through Iwagakure. Fortunately, the streets were mostly empty as the civilian ninjas who escaped from the restaurant had warned the ones nearby. Unfortunately, the area hadn't been completely emptied out and several people were injured when Rashi crashed through shops and even houses. The sight stunned the IWA ninjas still in the restaurant. Now that Rinsui was no longer a hostage, they were about to attack with full force. However, everyone, including Jinchuru, faltered momentarily. That moment was all the young man needed as he slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, spear held jutsu. Inoki was busy signing documents when his hands suddenly froze. He glanced outside the window and wondered aloud, what was that chakra spike? And, what is that noise? Is someone fighting inside the village? Without waiting for his umbu guards to respond, he flew out of the window. His eyes widened as he immediately noticed massive earth spears in Iwagakure's busy market. On a street line with tightly packed, single-story shops on both sides, the 3-story tall earth spears, which occupied the space of several shops, stood out like a sore thumb. Nearly every IWA ninja who looked in its direction was alarmed. What shocked them more was that more massive earth spikes continuously appeared from the ground along the same path through which Rashi had crashed a few moments earlier. Inoki's expression became very ugly. Not only was someone wreaking havoc in Iwagakure, but they were doing so in the most economic heart of the village. I should have known. He won't relent easily. He wants to force me to fight while carrying Rinsui. Rashi muttered as he saw the massive spears erupting from the ground, carving a relentless path toward him, each one rising closer than the last. Even so, he was confused. He slammed his hands on the ground, sending his chakra into it while wondering, what is he planning? This commotion should have caught the old man's eye by now. Does he think he can eliminate me before Inoki shows up? Or, does he think I'll risk my life to save Rinsui? The ground under Rashi's feet heated up and almost began melting in a radius of 10 meters. The spears continued erupting until it reached that area, but couldn't continue any further. The land under Rashi's feet was no longer suitable for the jutsu. More importantly, his chakra made it almost impossible for others to influence that area. However, the spears didn't stop erupting. Instead of continuing to erupt towards Rashi, they erupted around the melted area. Due to their size, they had no problem in reaching Rashi despite staying outside the 10-meter radius around Rashi. Rashi snorted as earth walls appeared around him to block the earth spears. At the same time, the ground underneath the spears began melting too. Rashi thought, if you use your wind jutsus, I might be in danger. However, to attack me with earth jutsus. Lava release was created by combining fire and earth release. Rashi was an expert at both and wasn't afraid of either jutsus. He could simply overpower them head-on. It would take merely a few seconds for all the earth spears to melt into lava. However, before they could melt, Rashi's instincts warned him. The earth spears, which were blocked by the earth walls, suddenly began glowing. Rashi immediately realized he can blow them up. He exerted a massive amount of chakra and an earth dome formed around him and Rinsui. At the same time, he also poured his chakra into the ground to ensure that no sudden attack came at him from the underground. In addition, he was completely on guard against vacuum bullets and similar jutsus. His attention was fully on the dome, to notice any such attacks immediately and take evasive maneuvers. The massive earth spears exploded, bombarding the dome with terrifying shockwaves. The dome stood strong, but Rashi was fully alert. No vacuum bullet pierced through the barrier, but Rashi still felt uneasy. His eyes suddenly moved towards the unconscious Rinsui as he finally sensed something. Shock and disbelief appeared on his face as a few seals suddenly appeared on Rinsui's body and he blew up just a foot away from Rashi. The dome, though strong, couldn't withstand explosions from both sides. It immediately collapsed and the twin explosions wreaked havoc, terrifying every IWA citizen who could hear the explosions. The ones who were shocked the most were none other than the IWA ninjas who were initially in the restaurant. They were already disoriented due to the sudden attack inside the restaurant. Not every ninja was quick enough to avoid the earth spears. Several ninjas were skewered inside the restaurant. The ones who managed to get out saw Rashi being blown up by the spears. Did he just blow up Rashi-sama? One ninja asked fearfully. Another turned back and muttered softly, luckily the spears in the restaurant didn't blow up, or we would have been dead. A third ninja shouted in rage, my little brother. He killed my little brother. I won't forgive that bastard. He hatefully looked at the young man who had caused all the destruction without a hint of hesitation or remorse and casually stood with his back against one of the spears he created. Though the IWA ninja managed to get out of the restaurant, his brother was only a chunin and couldn't leave quickly enough. His body was still hanging from one of the spears. The IWA Genin rapidly weaved hand signs while screaming, I'll kill you. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. Chapter 881, Big Bad IWA Ninja. Rinsui. A promising ninja who became an elite Genin at the age of 18. Never heard of him before, but it makes sense why Rashi tried so hard to save him. A shame he didn't treasure his life as much as the other IWA ninjas did. Still, it was good luck to get him as a hostage, not that it would have made much of a difference. Even with him as the bait, I still couldn't hurt Rashi. The young man thought as he finally turned away from the explosion and looked to his right to see several lightning spears headed towards him. He flickered as he thought, oh well, Rashi isn't my target either. So, it doesn't matter. My real target must be infuriated by now. It should be fun, hee. Die you motherfucking asshole. The IWA Genin continued to curse as he launched a barrage of lightning spears at the young man. Unfortunately, the young man was too quick for his attacks to land. He launched more lightning spears at the young man's new position and shouted, pay for what you did to my brother. The young man continued to effortlessly dodge his attacks and even found the time to reply, what I did? I was eating dumplings. You cowards ganged up on me. It was your stupid decision that killed your brother. Don't blame me for your stupidity and ill man. He had to cut his speech short as another IWA ninja sneak attacked him with the earth release, flying thrown stones jutsu. A multitude of rocks flew at the young man from his left, forcing him to flicker again. He appeared in a different position and continued, see, that's what I mean by ill man. He suddenly turned his head and saw in the direction in which the rocks were flying. His eyes captured a small figure. He disappeared from his position, making another barrage of attacks from Iwagakure ninjas pointless. However, they were surprised to see him appear in the line of attack of the jutsu he dodged previously. Jinchuru suddenly realized, is he? Just as one of the rocks was about to hit a scared and crying 6-year-old boy, the young man appeared and blocked the rock, saving the little kid's life. Ignoring the angry group of IWA ninjas targeting him, the young man bent down slightly and asked with a smile on his face, "Are you all right, little one?" The little boy barely controlled his tears, but before he could answer, he heard a loud shout. "Die!" The IWA Genin, who lost his brother, shouted as his chakra flared. Jinchuru's eyes widened and he shouted, "Kuga, wait!" Unfortunately, Kuga was too lost in rage and launched a powerful lightning beam without caring for the little boy from Iwagakure. The powerful beam hit that spot and exploded, creating a small crater in the road with cracks spreading from it for several feet. However, there was no sign of any dead body anywhere near that hole. The young man appeared with the little boy around 40 meters away. The boy was too scared to mutter anything and clutched the young man's arm, afraid to let go. The young man ruffled his hair and consoled, "It's fine. You're safe now. Run into that shop and hide with the others there. I'll punish that big bad IWA ninja for you." The young boy immediately ran in the direction he pointed. Even though he was safe, the sight confused the shit out of IWA ninjas. They couldn't make sense of why the young man would put himself at risk to save the life of a little boy, especially after he killed 13 ninjas without hesitation inside the restaurant. Only Jinchuru had a bad feeling. He observed around and realized, even though the civilians escaped from my restaurant and warned others, not everyone could escape easily. People are still hiding in the shops, and several saw Kuga attacking a helpless child while the young man acted as a hero. Does he simply not want innocent civilians to be affected by his actions? Or, is he trying to influence public opinion? However, what sort of impact can he have by doing so at such a small scale? Jinchuru couldn't figure out the answer. However, his bad feeling had intensified. He observed the young man and thought, "Who is this young man? I thought he was from Akatsuki, but that doesn't seem likely now. He is playing around with us instead of targeting Rashi. What is his goal for infiltrating the village?" Jinchuru turned his gaze to his right. He wasn't the only one, nearly everyone in the vicinity saw in that direction. The dust due to the explosion around Rashi had cleared. The IWA ninjas breathed a sigh of relief and became nervous at the same time as they saw a massive chakra construct resembling the four tails with Rashi floating inside its head. Rashi glanced at the young man and analyzed, his talking style, his strength, his speed and his Juinjutsu all resemble Suzuki Fujin. However, he hasn't used a single Winjutsu yet. Instead, he forced me into this form by only using Earth Jutsus while facing dozens of other ninjas. Is he Fujin or did I misjudge? Rashi had seen how terrifying Fujin's fighting prowess was firsthand. He did not doubt that the IWA ninjas wouldn't have survived so long against Fujin. Had Fujin been targeting him, he would have killed everyone else in a matter of seconds and targeted Rashi right after he was caught in the explosion. It was the perfect time to bombard Rashi with vacuum bullets. Yet, that hadn't been the case, which made Rashi doubt his previous speculation. Rashi thought, irrespective of who it is, he has to pay the price. Killing a promising youngster like Rinsui can't go unpunished. We would become a joke if that happened. Rashi moved at a quick speed towards the young man while thinking, I don't think I can kill him, at least not without resorting to the tailed beast bomb. Unfortunately, I can't use that here. Luckily, I don't have to do it myself. I just have to ensure he doesn't kill any more ninjas in the next few seconds, and that he doesn't run away. Seeing the massive chakra construct charging at him, the young man cursed under his breath, first attacking a traveler without any provocation, then attacking an innocent child and now running through such a crowded area in his tailed beast form. I didn't expect the ninjas in Iwagakure to have zero regard for human life. Such a shame. Even though his voice was soft, every cowering civilian in the vicinity heard him clearly. Strangely, none of the IWA ninjas, including Rashi, heard his words. Don't get in Rashi's way. Keep an eye on their fight and sneak attack that man when he's distracted. Kuga, Don't act irrationally anymore. Not only will you lose your life, but you'll endanger us too. That man is a rank S ninja. You are no match for him. The ones who just arrived, that man is the cause of all this. Jinchuru ordered loudly. Their group was reinforced by dozens of nearby IWA ninjas. Jinchuru didn't want to see them losing their lives pointlessly. The young man maintained his attention towards Rashi while thinking, Kuga, your life will be interesting. For now though. Lava release, scorching rocks jutsu. Earth style, spear hell jutsu. Rashi spat out lava, which quickly solidified into boulders and moved towards the young man at a high speed. However, spears rose from the ground once again and impaled those boulders, stopping them in their tracks. The IWA ninjas immediately sprung into action and attacked right when Rashi was distracting their enemy. Unfortunately, before any of their attacks could reach him, the earth spears exploded once again. Unlike the previous time, the explosion wasn't random. Instead, sharp rocks shot at high speeds towards the Iwagakure ninjas. They easily broke through any jutsus they launched before threatening them directly. Luckily, they had already seen the spears explode. Several IWA ninjas used the earth wall jutsu and raised several layers of wall to protect themselves. The stones pierced through several walls but failed to hurt any IWA ninja. However, it didn't matter, for the young man didn't care about them. He slammed his hands on the ground once again and laughed, Rashi. If you want to kill me, you better bring out the tailed beast bomb like last time. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The ground under Rashi suddenly turned into a swamp. It failed to have much effect on him due to the chakra construct around him, but Rashi understood that this was in preparation for the follow-up attack. He quickly concentrated his chakra and spewed green flames at the young man, forcing him to immediately move. Despite the scale of the jutsu, the young man once again demonstrated marvelous agility and dodged it once again. Despite exchanging so many blows, the IWA ninjas had failed to land a single hit on him so far. He kept dodging until Rashi couldn't sustain the attack anymore. He was about to counterattack when he suddenly faltered and glanced behind. His eyes immediately widened. Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. Chapter 882, A Rotten Village. Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. A cube suddenly appeared on the streets of Iwagakure and expanded in the blink of an eye, engulfing the young man in a blinding, geometric glow. The very air around it trembled as everything within the boundaries of the technique was reduced to microscopic dust. The street below cracked violently from the sheer force of the jutsu. A heartbeat later, the glowing cube vanished, leaving behind only swirling dust where the young man once stood. The sudden change shocked all, or rather, most Iwagakure ninjas. They quickly turned their heads and saw their leader floating in the sky. Their morale immediately rose as several cheered in joy and relief. Sasuke-sama got him. That bastard is finally dead. Fuck, I wanted to kill him with my hands. He died too easily. Jinchuru unsurely wondered, did he? He was undoubtedly a rank S ninja. I know Sasuke-sama is strong, but can someone like that be killed in a single blow? While most of the IWA ninjas were celebrating, two were extremely serious. The first was none other than Rashi, who was looking in a direction. With a grim expression, he thought, this guy. His speed is absolutely ridiculous. He outran the explosion despite the sneak attack. If I couldn't see his tracks, I'd have thought he teleported like Minato used to. Needless to say, the other person was Inoki. He glanced at his enemy and thought, I didn't expect my sneak attack to fail. He's quick. No wonder Rashi failed to stop him. However, Inoki lost his temper and cursed, brat. Who do you think you are to cause so much destruction in my village? His sudden shout stopped the cheers among the IWA ninjas as they realized something was off. Suddenly, everyone heard a soft laugh. He, I didn't expect the great third Sasuke to sneak attack me. I'm honored. The IWA ninjas turned their heads on hearing the familiar voice. Shock and disbelief were visible on their faces as the young man, who they presumed dead, began flying into the sky and floated opposite Inoki. Rashi immediately analyzed, "He can fly?" The report said Fujin can fly too, but he could only do it when assisted by winds. There are no winds around him. A frown appeared on Rashi's face as he wondered, did Fujin's earth jutsus, his speed and ability to fly improve so drastically in the past few years? Or, is this someone else? But, when did I fight someone like him? As their fight progressed, Rashi became unsure of his speculations. Though his gut still said that it was Fujin, the evidence didn't add up. Inoki cursed again, "Brat, you haven't answered my question." Before the young man could reply, one Iwagakure ninja yelled, "Kill him, Sasuke-sama!" He killed Rinsui. Inoki's eyes widened. He exclaimed loudly, "He did what?" Rashi, who had moved next to Inoki, said, "Rinsui is dead." He used the self-cursing seal to restrain him and planted several explosive seals on him to sneak attack me. Unfortunately, I didn't detect it until it was too late. Inoki, who was already extremely angry, became even more so. His chakra flared as he angrily asked, "Do you know how much effort I put into that brat? And you killed him just like that? Tell me, boy, do you have any last words?" Inoki had been very troubled about the lack of rank S ninjas in the younger generations. Due to the pressure mounting from Konoha, he had devoted significant resources to training the younger generation and finding capable candidates to either lead the village in the future or assist the future leader. Rinsui was one of the most promising talents. However, he was killed even before Iwagakure went to war. So, his anger was understandable. The smile on the young man's faded. His chakra didn't flare, but disappointment was visible on his face. He started speaking in a calm and steady voice, "Iwagakure. How disappointing. I was merely eating dumplings when that moron attacked me for no reason. Immediately after, all your ninjas ganged up on me. I'm merely a traveler, exploring everything this world has to offer. Yet, they showed no regard for me and attacked an innocent traveler nonetheless. When I resisted, your Iwagakure ninjas even attacked young children from your village to force me to rescue them." Even though his voice was calm and seemed soft, but, once again, it traveled far, reaching the ears of every Iwagakure ninja and civilian within half a kilometer radius. His calmness vanished as the young man angrily scolded, "What shitty village is this? Attacking little kids so brazenly. Your village's reputation is all a lie. A village this cruel and evil. It shouldn't exist. Third Sasuke, your village is rotten to the core if you condone these actions." His words left the IWA ninjas stunned. They wondered, when did we do this? The ones who had arrived later looked at the ninjas who were already present there suspiciously. Jinchuru frowned, "What a poisonous tongue. He's twisting and exaggerating everything that happened here." The young man's words were so convincing that even some of the IWA ninjas who were present in the restaurant began doubting themselves. Inoki realized what he was aiming for and roared, "Do I need you to teach me how to run my village, you lying brat? Disappear!" Another cube formed between Inoki's palms. He blasted it towards the young man in the blink of an eye. To their surprise, the young man showed no indication of dodging the attack. Instead, he sighed, "With such a leader, no wonder this village's ninjas are so immoral." Inoki's jutsus destroyed the young man to atomic levels, but his voice traveled far once again. The IWA ninjas immediately realized something was off. Rashi thought, too easy. That was too easy. He wouldn't give up. Inoki realized, a rock clone. Where is his main body? He asked, "Do you know who that is, Rashi?" Rashi immediately answered, "I'm not sure. I thought it was Konoha's Suzuki Fujin, but I'm not too sure. He hasn't used a single wind jutsu and instead has fought with earth jutsus." Inoki frowned upon hearing Fujin's name. He thought, that brat? Wherever he goes, he kills at least a few dozen ninjas. However, this is also a good opportunity to kill him. His flying summons can't save him from me. However, it'll be difficult if he can reverse summon or leave the village. Inoki immediately realized the pros and cons of the situation. There was only one problem. He couldn't track the young man. He thought, if it is that cursed brat, he'll definitely attack. From his reputation, he won't retreat after causing so few deaths. Just as he thought, Inoki suddenly felt something. He looked below and his eyes widened. He immediately shouted, "Retreat away from the street." The IWA ninjas turned their attention to the road and immediately became pale. Explosive tags were appearing on the road like they were tiles. In the blink of an eye, every Iwagakure ninja moved far away from the road. Moments later, the entire road was covered in over 2,000 explosive tags. Before anyone could do anything, the explosive tags flew upwards like shuriken, each taking a different path but moving towards Inoki and surrounding him from all sides. Rashi immediately made a move, took Inoki into his chakra cloak and said, "Be careful of vacuum jutsus. I'll handle underground sneak attacks." Inoki didn't argue. In fact, he was already on guard against high-speed penetrative attacks. The explosive tags hit the chakra cloak and exploded. Iwagakure, whose attention had been turned to the marketplace due to the previous explosion, was rocked once again. The explosion this time was far greater. Yet, not a single person was harmed this time around. The moment the explosions ended, Inoki fired another atomic dismantling jutsu, this time leveling the area where he detected the chakra spike. The dust and smoke from the explosions cleared as Inoki leveled a part of the street. Unfortunately, the young man displayed blinding speed once again, dodging his attack. Instead of counterattacking, the young man shouted, "I knew something was wrong when I entered this village. Your reputation was too good to be true. That is why I planted 25,000 explosive tags in different locations throughout the village. Good luck finding them all. Sayonara." He disappeared into a cloud of smoke. This time, neither Rashi nor Inoki could track his movements. Inoki cursed, as I expected. The reverse summoning jutsu. Even though he was enraged, Inoki controlled himself and analyzed, did he truly plant 25,000 explosive tags in the village? Or was it a bluff? If it was a few moments ago, Inoki would have called it a bluff. However, he had just seen how the road had turned into explosive tags. If not for him, dozens of IWA ninjas could have died. He decided, I can't consider it a bluff. I have to dispatch every seal master to inspect the ville. His eyes suddenly widened and he turned around. Yet again, a powerful explosion shook Iwagakure. Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. A cube suddenly appeared on the streets of Iwagakure and expanded in the blink of an eye, engulfing the young man in a blinding, geometric glow. The very air around it trembled as everything within the boundaries of the technique was reduced to microscopic dust. The street below cracked violently from the sheer force of the jutsu. A heartbeat later, the glowing cube vanished, leaving behind only swirling dust where the young man once stood. The sudden change shocked all, or rather, most Iwagakure ninjas. They quickly turned their heads and saw their leader floating in the sky. Their morale immediately rose as several cheered in joy and relief. Sasuke-sama got him. That bastard is finally dead. Fuck, I wanted to kill him with my hands. He died too easily. Genturu unsurely wondered, did he? He was undoubtedly a rank S ninja. I know Sasuke-sama is strong, but can someone like that be killed in a single blow? While most of the IWA ninjas were celebrating, two were extremely serious. The first was none other than Rashi, who was looking in a direction. With a grim expression, he thought, this guy. His speed is absolutely ridiculous. He outran the explosion despite the sneak attack. If I couldn't see his tracks, I'd have thought he teleported like Minato used to. Needless to say, the other person was Inoki. He glanced at his enemy and thought, I didn't expect my sneak attack to fail. He's quick. No wonder Rashi failed to stop him. However, Inoki lost his temper and cursed, brat. Who do you think you are to cause so much destruction in my village? His sudden shout stopped the cheers among the IWA ninjas as they realized something was off. Suddenly, everyone heard a soft laugh. He, I didn't expect the great third Sasuke to sneak attack me. I'm honored. The IWA ninjas turned their heads on hearing the familiar voice. Shock and disbelief were visible on their faces as the young man, who they presumed dead, began flying into the sky and floated opposite Inoki. Rashi immediately analyzed, he can fly? The report said Fuji can fly too, but he could only do it when assisted by winds. There are no winds around him. A frown appeared on Rashi's face as he wondered, did Fuji's earth jutsus, his speed and ability to fly improve so drastically in the past few years? Or, is this someone else? But, when did I fight someone like him? As their fight progressed, Rashi became unsure of his speculations. Though his gut still said that it was Fuji, the evidence didn't add up. Inoki cursed again, brat, you haven't answered my question. Before the young man could reply, one Iwagakure ninja yelled, kill him Sasuke-sama. He killed Rinsui. Inoki's eyes widened. He exclaimed loudly, he did what? Rashi, who had moved next to Inoki, said, Rinsui is dead. He used the self-cursing seal to restrain him and planted several explosive seals on him to sneak attack me. Unfortunately, I didn't detect it until it was too late. Inoki, who was already extremely angry, became even more so. His chakra flared as he angrily asked, do you know how much effort I put into that brat? And you killed him just like that? Tell me, boy, do you have any last words? Inoki had been very troubled about the lack of rank S ninjas in the younger generations. Due to the pressure mounting from Konoha, he had devoted significant resources to training the younger generation and finding capable candidates to either lead the village in the future or assist the future leader. Rinsui was one of the most promising talents. However, he was killed even before Iwagakure went to war. So, his anger was understandable. The smile on the young man's faded. His chakra didn't flare, but disappointment was visible on his face. He started speaking in a calm and steady voice, Iwagakure. How disappointing. I was merely eating dumplings when that moron attacked me for no reason. Immediately after, all your ninjas ganged up on me. I'm merely a traveler, exploring everything this world has to offer. Yet, they showed no regard for me and attacked an innocent traveler nonetheless. When I resisted, your Iwagakure ninjas even attacked young children from your village to force me to rescue them. Even though his voice was calm and seemed soft, but, once again, it traveled far, reaching the ears of every Iwagakure ninja and civilian within half a kilometer radius. His calmness vanished as the young man angrily scolded, what shitty village is this? Attacking little kids so brazenly. Your village's reputation is all a lie. A village this cruel and evil. It shouldn't exist. Third Sasuke, your village is rotten to the core if you condone these actions. His words left the IWA ninjas stunned. They wondered, when did we do this? The ones who had arrived later looked at the ninjas who were already present there suspiciously. Jinchuru frowned, what a poisonous tongue. He's twisting and exaggerating everything that happened here. The young man's words were so convincing that even some of the IWA ninjas who were present in the restaurant began doubting themselves. Inoki realized what he was aiming for and roared, do I need you to teach me how to run my village, you lying brat? Disappear! Another cube formed between Inoki's palms. He blasted it towards the young man in the blink of an eye. To their surprise, the young man showed no indication of dodging the attack. Instead, he sighed, with such a leader, no wonder this village's ninjas are so immoral. Inoki's jutsus destroyed the young man to atomic levels, but his voice traveled far once again. The IWA ninjas immediately realized something was off. Rashi thought, too easy. That was too easy. He wouldn't give up. Inoki realized, a rock clone. Where is his main body? He asked, do you know who that is, Rashi? Rashi immediately answered, I'm not sure. I thought it was Konoha's Suzuki Fujin, but I'm not too sure. He hasn't used a single wind jutsu and instead has fought with earth jutsus. Inoki frowned upon hearing Fujin's name. He thought, that brat? Wherever he goes, he kills at least a few dozen ninjas. However, this is also a good opportunity to kill him. His flying summons can't save him from me. However, it'll be difficult if he can reverse summon or leave the village. Inoki immediately realized the pros and cons of the situation. There was only one problem. He couldn't track the young man. He thought, if it is that cursed brat, he'll definitely attack. From his reputation, he won't retreat after causing so few deaths. Just as he thought, Inoki suddenly felt something. He looked below and his eyes widened. He immediately shouted, retreat away from the street. The IWA ninjas turned their attention to the road and immediately became pale. Explosive tags were appearing on the road like they were tiles. In the blink of an eye, every Iwagakure ninja moved far away from the road. Moments later, the entire road was covered in over 2,000 explosive tags. Before anyone could do anything, the explosive tags flew upwards like shuriken, each taking a different path but moving towards Inoki and surrounding him from all sides. Rashi immediately made a move, took Inoki into his chakra cloak and said, be careful of vacuum jutsus. I'll handle underground sneak attacks. Inoki didn't argue. In fact, he was already on guard against high-speed penetrative attacks. The explosive tags hit the chakra cloak and exploded. Iwagakure, whose attention had been turned to the marketplace due to the previous explosion, was rocked once again. The explosion this time was far greater. Yet, not a single person was harmed this time around. The moment the explosions ended, Inoki fired another atomic dismantling jutsu, this time leveling the area where he detected the chakra spike. The dust and smoke from the explosions cleared as Inoki leveled a part of the street. Unfortunately, the young man displayed blinding speed once again, dodging his attack. Instead of counterattacking, the young man shouted, I knew something was wrong when I entered this village. Your reputation was too good to be true. That is why I planted 25,000 explosive tags in different locations throughout the village. Good luck finding them all. Sayonara. He disappeared into a cloud of smoke. This time, neither Rashi nor Inoki could track his movements. Inoki cursed, as I expected. The reverse summoning jutsu. Even though he was enraged, Inoki controlled himself and analyzed, did he truly plant 25,000 explosive tags in the village? Or was it a bluff? If it was a few moments ago, Inoki would have called it a bluff. However, he had just seen how the road had turned into explosive tags. If not for him, dozens of IWA ninjas could have died. He decided, I can't consider it a bluff. I have to dispatch every seal master to inspect the ville. His eyes suddenly widened and he turned around. Yet again, a powerful explosion shook Iwagakure. Chapter 883, Cascading Troubles. Without a second's hesitation, Inoki flew towards the source of the explosion at his top speed. The IWA ninjas around him immediately followed, though they were obviously much slower. Countless other IWA ninjas followed when they noticed their leader flying towards the source of the explosion alone. In a minute, Inoki reached one of the training grounds that was located on the outskirts of the village. He observed the area and analyzed, from the size of the explosion, it's likely 1,000 explosive tags exploded at the same time. However, why did he lay the traps here instead of inside the village? Who was training in this training ground? Inoki was confused. He couldn't make sense of the enemy's actions. He speculated, I suppose he did it because it was easier to plant them here. If he planted them in the village, there was a high likelihood someone would discover him. However, he managed to rig that road without attracting anyone's attention. It isn't too far-fetched for him to plant them inside the village. As the dust cleared, Inoki suddenly noticed something. He blew the dust away and saw a word left behind at the center of the training ground. It read, First. Inoki frowned. First? He said 25,000 seals. Does it mean there are 24 more spaces like these? If true, Are they outside the village like this one, or are there some inside the village too? Inoki didn't dare to take the young man's threat lightly. Even if there was just a single location in the village with 1,000 explosive seals, he understood the damage it would cause would be nothing short of catastrophic. He would face the same headache I had to endure not too long ago. The other IWA ninjas began trickling in. Inoki immediately set them on various tasks, from finding any casualties to deploying the seal masters to look for more hidden tags. The investigation came up empty. No remains were discovered and there wasn't a sign of any more explosive tags. Inoki spent around 20 minutes looking over the fruitless search, before saying, "Rashi, let's return to my office. We have to investigate this properly." Rashi was about to nod, when he suddenly turned his head. Another explosion shook Iwagakure. Fortunately, this one was around the outskirts as well. Inoki and several others left immediately to investigate. A total of 10 such explosions happened on the outskirts of the village over the course of 2 hours. The 2nd to 9th explosions each had a text written, displaying their order. Due to being on the outskirts, Iwagakure didn't lose much. Only 5 ninjas lost their lives. However, the message in the 10th explosion was slightly different. Inoki and Rashi had grim expressions as they read it. "This is the last explosion outside your village. My remaining 15,000 explosive seals are trigger-based and planted throughout your village. I shall pray for your sinful souls." Rashi muttered, "Our seal masters and even grandmasters have been investigating inside the village for the last hour and a half. Yet, they have found only 10 seals. This will be very difficult." Inoki said, "They need a breakthrough. Once we identify the method and the pattern, they'll find them far more quickly. As long as they don't explode randomly, we'll be fine. Anyway, let's return." With nothing to do, Inoki and Rashi returned to the Tsuchikage building to take control of the situation. However, as they stepped into the building, both felt something odd. As they looked around on the lowest floor, their eyes widened in disbelief. All the ninjas were sleeping peacefully in their respective positions. Rashi went ahead to check and realized, "Jinjutsu. They are placed in a powerful Jinjutsu." Rashi inserted his chakra into one of the ninja's chakra network and disrupted his chakra flow. Inoki didn't aid him, instead he angrily analyzed, "When were they placed in a Jinjutsu? And, why didn't anyone inform me? Everyone has been busy investigating the village. How could no one have noticed this until now?" As soon as Rashi woke one up, Inoki appeared in front of him and asked, "How long have you been asleep?" Startled and intimidated by Inoki's presence, the ninja nervously answered, "I don't know Tsuchikage-sama. This has never happened to me. I never sleep on duty. Please forgive me. I promise this will never happen again." Rashi calmed him and said, "It isn't your fault. You were placed in a Jinjutsu. We need to know when. Do you recall how many explosions you heard before you went to sleep?" The ninja strained his mind, recalling everything he could. After a few moments, he answered, "I recall hearing 2. I felt very sleepy soon after the 2nd explosion." Inoki analyzed, "Right after he attacked me with the explosive tags. They made a move right after I confronted him." "Don't tell me." His expression became a mixture of rage and grim as he realized, I was played. The destruction in the marketplace was to lure me. As soon as I left, they made a move here. The 10 explosions that followed were just to stop me from returning. The threat of 25,000 explosive seals was too powerful to ignore. Inoki didn't want to face the same pressure that I did. As such, he took the lead to deal with the situation. He never expected the enemy was banking on this very thought process. Inoki turned to one of his Umbu guards and ordered, "Wake up everyone here. Others follow me." As he moved to the upper floor, Inoki wondered, "Now, I have to find the reason behind this bold move. What did they achieve by targeting my building? Did they want something? Or, do they want to humiliate me like Akuro humiliated Kumo?" Rashi walked right behind him. He was completely taken aback by the situation. He never expected to witness an attack on the Tsuchikage building, at least when Inoki was still alive. He thought, this was a brilliant plan. We got played like fools. I felt something odd when the second explosion on the outskirts happened right before we were about to return here. However, the remaining cases weren't the same. The explosions happened when we were investigating. In one case, 2 explosions happened simultaneously. They planned everything brilliantly. The question is, who were they? And, what did they want? As they reached the floor above, they saw the situation was exactly the same. The situation was the same throughout the building. The only good news was that no one was killed. The Umbu guards woke everyone up and Inoki ordered a full investigation of the building, even inviting one grandmaster to find foreign seals. Barely a minute later, an old man ran into Inoki's office and reported in panic, "Tsuchikage-sama. All jutsu scrolls in the building are missing. Someone stole them." Inoki's eyes widened. Before he could explode in rage, another ninja flickered into the room. He was the commander of Iwagakure's Umbu forces. Despite wearing a mask, everyone could see he was panicking. He reported, "Tsuchikage-sama, the elemental crystals you gave me to train our Umbu ninjas are missing. All the scrolls I kept them in have been stolen." The rage bottled up inside Inoki was on the verge of exploding. He roared, "What did you say? Where were you? How did you let them be stolen?" Trembling, the Umbu commander answered, "I was knocked out, Tsuchikage-sama. A masked ninja attacked me in my office. He was far stronger than me. I couldn't resist him. When I woke up, I saw all the Umbu still in the headquarters were placed in a Jinjutsu, though a few were knocked out just like me." His admission shocked the room. Needless to say, as the Umbu commander, he was one of the strongest ninjas in the village. No one expected him to be humiliated like this. For a few moments, no one knew how to respond. Their talk was interrupted again, as a third ninja entered the room with a grim face. This time, it was none other than Kitsuchi. He reported, "A terrible thing is happening throughout the village, Tsuchikage-sama. You need to act soon." Rashi sighed, "Another terrible thing? What happened this time?" Kitsuchi answered, "Rumors. The civilians seem to be afraid of our ninjas. More specifically, the kids are terrified of our ninjas. Many refer to them as Big Bad Iwa Ninja, like we are some sort of bullies, and the nickname is spreading rapidly. There is also some discontent among the ninjas due to the rumors. A particular case is rather ugly." He paused before continuing, "As many as 7 children claimed they were attacked by Kuga with lightning jutsus. They say a kind traveler saved them from his attacks. Many kids are considering him a hero while being scared of us." Kitsuchi didn't have much administrative experience. As such, this development left him confused and helpless. Rashi's administrative experience was even lower, but he had seen more of the world. Yet, his jaw had dropped. Needless to say, the most entertaining expression was made by none other than Inoki. Chapter 884, A Good Day. First, a powerful ninja caused chaos in the economic heart of the village. That ninja was strong enough to lure me out. As soon as he escaped, I was forced on a wild goose chase by the explosions. During that time, this building was attacked and our secret techniques were stolen. The Umbu headquarters was attacked at the same time and our elemental crystals were stolen. And, while we were panicking over the explosive seals, someone was spreading false information through the village right under our nose. Inoki's heart grew cold as he finally grasped the depth of the conspiracy against Iwagakure. Every single aspect was a massive headache. However, together it was a disaster. Rashi muttered solemnly, "The stolen techniques, elemental crystals, the damaged property and even the dead ninjas can be replaced. However, if the minds of our next generation have been contaminated, it'll threaten our village's survival. If the civilians stop sending their children to the academy, we can't raise our future generation." He sucked a breath of cold air and said, "Such meticulous and nefarious planning. This can't be the job of one person. No, it almost feels like Inoki completed his sentence, Konohagakure's route. Inoki thought, curse you, Danzo. Were you after my dust release? Do you think Konoha can copy it so easily? Hearing root, the experienced ninjas in the room immediately became worried. Kitsuchi said, this does feel like him. It is eerily similar to their actions in the second and third Great Ninja Wars. However, we're in peacetime. The next Great Ninja War isn't on the horizon yet. Why would they make such a huge move all of a sudden? Inoki snorted, isn't it obvious? They're already laying the groundwork. Even though Kumogakure and Sunagakure are rebuilding their forces, they still aren't anywhere close to recovering to their original strength. Kirigakure is still a complete mess. The only village that can threaten Konoha right now is us. They want to clip our wings before the conflict breaks out. Others in the room agreed with Inoki's analysis. However, Rashi asked in confusion, one thing doesn't make sense. Why did they only knock out our ninjas? If they wanted to reduce our strength, wouldn't killing our ninjas fulfill their goal? They even let him off. As a result, Inoki subconsciously hoped his earlier analysis was incorrect. He would rather face a third party trying to fan the flames of war than Konoha's revived root and endless stream of rank S ninjas. Though tension gripped Iwagakure, the rest of the land of Earth remained untouched by the chaos. Life carried on as usual, with most enjoying a rare period of peace. Far beyond the village, nestled within a sprawling mountain range, jagged peaks stretched endlessly under the vast sky. To an outsider, it was just another unremarkable landscape, but deep beneath its rocky facade lay a secret, an underground base unknown even to Iwagakure's watchful eyes. The base was well hidden, yet stark in its simplicity. A single, vast circular chamber lay at its heart, its cold stone walls enclosing a large round table surrounded by chairs. In one of them sat a young man, his dark, abyss-like eyes fixated on the scroll in his hands. Though the chamber was sealed from all sides, his long hair swayed ever so slightly due to a surprising breeze flowing in the room. Even though his appearance had matured slightly due to age, Rashi would recognize him in a heartbeat despite never having actually seen his face in person. He was the same person Rashi fought on the bank of a river in the Land of Grass several years ago, Suzuki Fujin. Fujin gazed into the scroll for nearly half an hour before finally placing it on the table, next to several other scrolls. He muttered, not bad. Another impressive Earth Jutsu. These are far better than the modifications I made on the Earth Jutsus Hiruzen taught me. Once I master these, my Earth release will improve by another level. That said, raising it to the same level as my wind or lightning release is still a challenge. He sighed, oh well, can't wish for everything at once. This loot is worth the risk I took and the time I spent in Iwagakure. The only issue is that if I use these techniques openly, Iwagakure would easily connect the dots. Fujin thought for a bit before deciding, fuck it, who will they complain to? I'm no longer worried about Inoki hunting me down. In fact, I'd be happy if he did so. A sparring partner is what I most need at this moment. If they take a diplomatic route instead, I'll just claim I recreated these jutsus and sling mud back at them. Whether others believe it or not is inconsequential. Needless to say, none of the minor villages around the Land of Fire would change their allegiance due to this matter. The events following the attack on Konoha had stamped his fear deep within the hearts of their leaders. They wouldn't care about such incidents, as long as Fujin didn't target them. Fujin turned his gaze back to the scrolls and thought, it's a shame there wasn't any scroll related to dust release there. While I doubt I could learn it without any guidance, it would have been informative and inspirational to read how it is learned. Then again, it was to be expected. Inoki wouldn't leave something like that lying around. I'm already surprised that I got Rashi and Han's notes on lava and boil release. They'll be handy once I get my hands on Son Goku and Kokuo's chakra. It's a shame I couldn't get my hands on Son Goku's chakra this time. Though I could have if I tried, doing so openly would have invited a lot of troubles and suspicions. I prefer doing it secretly. Anyway, I have already marked Rashi. So, getting Son Goku's chakra won't be a problem. Kokuo's chakra on the other hand. Kokuo had already been absorbed into the Geto statue. So, getting his chakra was a massive challenge for Fujin. Fujin was about to grab another scroll when his hand stopped. He turned his gaze towards the walls. A tag was vibrating. Fujin observed it carefully before a wide smile broke out on his face. He stood up, his appearance changing as he did, and laughed. Hee, they stepped into it. What a good day! Fighting Rashi and Inoki in the afternoon and these guys in the evening. Ain't that just perfect? Chapter 885, Karma. For silhouettes weaved through towering trees which stretched endlessly, their steps swift but calculated. Unbothered by the crisp breeze rustling through the foliage and the distant cries of birds, their sharp eyes scanned the terrain, searching for the faintest disturbances. One of them suddenly paused near a broken branch, fingers tracing the fresh splinters. He's close, a cold, feminine voice muttered softly. Another crouched near a faint indentation in the damp soil, nodding. He is as cocky as ever. He hasn't bothered hiding his traces at all. He sounded offended, but the rest didn't react. The one in charge commanded, no more detours, we're closing in. Without another word, they pushed forward, their pace quickening as the search neared its climax. With each passing minute, new signs emerged, growing more frequent until a strong, unmistakable scent filled the air. The scent immediately angered every one of them. One of them cursed, "It's that bastard." "There's no doubt about it." Another calmed himself and ordered, "Calm down. Inform boss first. We'll make our move soon after." Others calmed down and followed his orders. A couple of minutes later, they followed the scent and a peculiar but familiar sight appeared in front of them. In the middle of the dense forest, a man clad in a demon mask and a sweeping black cloak was seasoning the chicken he was roasting with a blend of exotic spices. He gently raised his head and looked at the four uninvited guests for a moment before turning his attention back to cooking. Without looking at them, he sighed, "You four again. How many times has it been until now? Are you chasing death or something?" Controlling his anger, C replied, "Until you pay for your crimes, we will keep hunting you irrespective of the cost." As he spoke, C expanded his chakra field to cover the entire area to detect any sneak attacks and traps. Darui grabbed his broadsword and flowed black lightning through it. Samui did the same with her tanto, while Yujito engulfed herself in Manatabi's chakra, forming a cat-shaped cloak around her. Yet, the person opposite them continued roasting the chicken. If a bystander saw the scene, they would think he couldn't see or sense the Kumo ninjas. However, the Kumo elites had no such delusions. Instead of taking them seriously, Akuro yawned and said unenthusiastically, "You kids are too weak. Get lost, I don't have much desire to bully you again. Next time, bring that rakish fellow along. Hopefully he'll put up a better fight." Surprisingly, Darui and the rest actually stopped flaring their chakra. Darui smiled and said, "If that's what you want, wait here. We have called boss here. He's running here as we speak. You can fight him to your heart's content." Having faced Akuro multiple times, Darui and the others knew they weren't his match. If they could avoid fighting until I appeared, they had no reason to fight a losing battle. Unfortunately for them, Akuro scoffed, "Bullshit. That's what you said the last time. However, you liars brought 2,000 ninjas to gang up on me instead of one strong ninja. Do you know how much bad karma I accumulated due to that fight? Do you think karma grows on trees? Do you know how many years I'll need to wash off that negative karma?" C frowned. There he goes again, ranting about karma. Darui wondered, what does he know that we do not? What happens if a person accumulates too much bad karma? We tried analyzing it, but the ninja world was a land stained by blood, where war was never a question of if, but when. In times of peace, most shinobi followed orders and refrained from senseless brutality unless the mission demanded otherwise. But when great wars erupted, the thin veil of morality was torn away. Villages abandoned all pretenses of honor, and countless shinobi carried out acts so horrific that even the bravest civilians would recoil in terror if they knew the truth. As such, except a few rare exceptions, nearly every ninja was stained in bad karma. After hearing Akuro repeatedly talk of karma, Iwagakure tried to research it. They studied the history of hundreds of dead ninjas and tried to correlate their actions to their eventual fate. Unfortunately, the results weren't conclusive. They observed very easily that countless ninjas who committed bad acts met their end very early in their life. However, the result was skewed due to the massive amount of casualties in the Great Ninja Wars. Though the bad ninjas met their end fairly early, so did most of the ninjas who had a good reputation. In addition, there were a few who committed countless atrocities and yet lived on for a long time and died peacefully. Darui thought, we couldn't find any conclusive results despite researching for over 6 months. Perhaps karma does exist, but one lifetime is too short for it to show complete effect. Akuro talks as if he's from a different era. If true, then it may have a bigger impact on the ones who live that long. Or, there's also the possibility of him being similar to Haiden. The information Konoha sold to us about Akatsuki was sickening. If he's someone similar, then that might explain why he cares so much about karma. We initially also believed that he could merely be spouting nonsense to confuse us. However, our last clash proved he believes in it. He only killed 158 ninjas despite having a chance to kill several times more. Even though the loss was too high, it could have been catastrophic had he hunted us down while we retreated. I'm afraid we would have lost over half our forces had he been serious about doing so. Regardless of what it is, there is a lot we want to know from him. Be it his knowledge about karma, his longevity, or his array of lightning jutsus. Initially, Kumo was hunting Akuro purely to take revenge for the humiliation that he inflicted upon the village. However, as they clashed with him, the goals of the leaders in Kumo changed slightly. While they still wanted revenge, they also craved his knowledge. For Kumo, who wanted to rebuild their forces and catch up with Konoha, knowledge was far more alluring than revenge. Unfortunately, finding Akuro was an extremely difficult task on its own, let alone capturing him. Excluding the time Akuro raided the Reikage building and barely faced any resistance, Iwagakure had clashed 4 times with Akuro, but I didn't get a chance to face off against Akuro even once. And, every single one of these clashes disrupted their rebuilding plans. The Kumo ninjas tensed as Akuro finally got up and said, "Oh well, I hope you put up a better performance than last time." His words hadn't even faded when Akuro suddenly disappeared, moving straight at the Kumo ninjas at blinding speed. Lightning illusion, flash pillar jutsu. Without weaving a single hand seal, C discharged electricity through his entire body in the form of bright light. It engulfed Akuro instantly, who immediately closed eyes, disrupted his chakra flow and sighed, "This same technique. You should know by now that a technique of this level doesn't work on me." Akuro's speed slowed as he realized, lightning currents? Along with light, he has also discharged lightning currents. Though they aren't powerful enough to hurt a rank S ninja, they are restrictive. This technique. It's no longer just a jinjutsu. A grin appeared behind his mask as he laughed, a technique that is both a jinjutsu and ninjutsu. Haha, not bad. You might entertain me for a little while after all. The Kumo ninjas didn't bother exchanging words with their opponent. C had made a move right after Akuro disappeared. The omnidirectional nature of his jutsu meant he didn't need to worry about where Fuji was. Darui immediately sensed the disrupted lightning currents in C's jutsu and made his move. Storm Release, Laser Circus Jutsu. A halo of bright energy encircled around Darui's extended hands, and from it, countless lightning beams were shot out towards Akuro. Even though he couldn't open his eyes due to C's attack, Akuro easily sensed the powerful lightning jutsu. He raised his left palm and lightning began flowing through it. A mini vortex formed in front of his left palm. Darui controlled his lightning beams, making them approach Akuro from all sides. However, as they closed in on Akuro, they were attracted towards the lightning vortex in front of Akuro's left palm. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning beams were absorbed into the vortex. No sooner had it happened than Akuro sensed another surge of chakra and caught the faint, high-pitched hum of something slicing through the air. For Tonto, infused with lightning chakra and spinning at high speeds, were already mere meters away from him. Darui knew Akuro would try to absorb his jutsu. His massive attack wasn't meant to harm him but to provide the perfect cover for Samui's follow-up strike. Chapter 886, Lightning Chakra Mode. Under the cover of Darui and C's attacks, Samui launched 4 Tanto infused with lightning chakra and spinning at high speeds at Akuro. Akuro's first instinct was to use the vortex to attract the Tanto and nullify the threat. However, the idea was wiped from his mind as quickly as it appeared. The vortex shot 4 lightning rays that intercepted the Tanto and diverted them away from Akuro, who thought, those blades are covered in an obscene amount of explosive seals. There are also a high number of other seals, though I'll have to inspect them properly to identify them. Not bad. I should meet the Grandmaster who inscribed those seals later. For now, I wonder how you'll defend against this. Will you continue using Yujito as a meat shield, or do you have something up your sleeves? The fighting so far had surprised Fujin. The tactics used by Darui and company were much more refined as compared to their previous 4 encounters. The vortex spun in the opposite direction at a high speed and Darui's massive lightning jutsu was launched back at the Kumo ninjas in the form of a lightning flood. Just before the lightning exited the vortex, 4 more Tanto appeared. Instead of targeting Akuro, they hit the 4 Tanto he diverted earlier, changing their directions again. All 8 Tanto pierced into the ground, surrounding him on all sides. At the very moment they hit the ground, Samui completed a complicated set of hand seals. Lightning release, 8 pillars of thunder barrier. 8 10-meter-high lightning pillars rose, 1 from each Tanto. In the blink of an eye, lightning moved between the neighboring lightning pillars, forming an 8-sided, 10-meter-high barrier around Akuro, surrounding him from all sides. Though the ground and the sky wasn't covered by the barrier, it didn't matter. Akuro had already launched the lightning flood jutsu and his control over lightning jutsus was far inferior to Darui, who had the storm release Kekkei Genkai. The lightning flood hit the barrier, exploding a mere dozen meters away from Akuro. A glint appeared in Samui's eyes as she thought, got him. Now, it all depends on you. Despite the powerful lightning flood jutsu, the barrier held firm. Inside the barrier, countless lightning arcs bounced back at Akuro, but he stood unfazed. Not a single one could pierce through his cloak. However, that was the least of his concerns. His attention was focused on the massive chakra build-up he sensed above the opening of the barrier. A Vajra-shaped weapon appeared in his right hand, though it was still hidden under his sleeves. Akuro thought, the tailed beast bomb. When did Yujito learn it? Besides, she should know it's too slow. Even though the tailed beast bomb was an extremely powerful jutsu, creating it generally took a long time. Of course, it wasn't easy to harm the Jinchuriki due to the chakra cloak of their tailed beast. So, it wasn't a problem in most cases. However, if the opponent was considerably stronger, it could backfire. Akuro channeled lightning through the blade of the Thunder Spirit and shot a narrow but powerful lightning ray at the tailed beast bomb. He intended to destabilize and explode it while Yujito was forming it. The amplification factor from the blade of the Thunder Spirit along with lightning's natural speed meant that there wasn't much others could do to stop it. To Akuro's surprise, instead of completing the tailed beast bomb, Yujito shot an incomplete tailed beast bomb into the barrier. Needless to say, Yujito and the rest were aware of the flaw in the tailed beast bomb. Knowing Akuro's fighting style, they adjusted their plans accordingly. The lightning ray pierced through the incomplete tailed beast bomb before piercing through the head of Manitabi's chakra construct. Unfortunately, Yujito had moved away, causing the ray to miss her. As for the tailed beast bomb, it was already unstable. It deformed even faster but continued descending at an increasing speed. Moments later, the unstable tailed beast bomb exploded a few meters above the ground. Darui and the rest braced themselves for the shockwave of the explosion. Samui asked, "Did we get him?" C answered, "Of course not. He'd be long dead if he couldn't dodge this." Darui, "He's moved around 80 meters in that direction." Darui looked at the direction C was pointing at. Moments later, his figure disappeared. Akuro glanced at the location of the barrier and thought, interesting. Since the distance between us was low, she didn't bother creating a perfect-tailed beast bomb. She sacrificed power for speed. Even though she used as much chakra as a normal tailed beast bomb would require, the explosion was only a fifth of how strong it could have been if the tailed beast bomb was stable. It failed to even destroy the lightning barrier. The only reason that barrier is no more is because the explosion dug up the ground and the Tonto were sent flying. That said, it was still strong enough to kill a human. So, it was a perfect move in this situation. However, to achieve this, her cooperation with Manatabi has to be impeccable. She's even better than Rashi in this aspect. Did she become a perfect Jinchuriki-like bee? A different sword appeared in Akuro's right arm. Lightning flowed through the blade as he swung the sword vertically behind him. He came face to face with Darui, who was swinging his lightning-infused broadsword at Akuro horizontally. Their blades were merely inches away from each other when Akuro's eyes widened. A grin appeared on Darui's face as black sparks appeared on his body. Just before the two blades clashed, a black lightning cloak appeared on his body. His strength and speed increased tremendously in an instant. Yet, when the two blades finally clashed, Akuro didn't move a step behind. A lightning cloak was around his body as well. Darui was unable to gain an advantage. Akuro muttered, "Impressive. I didn't think you'd catch a hold of my technique so quickly. It's quite a surprise." Offended, Darui exerted more strength as he said, "It's not your technique. It's the secret technique of Iwagakure created by the third Raikage." During their first meeting, Fuji had used Raiga's thunder armor to fool Darui and the rest into thinking he knew the lightning chakra mode in preparation for the future. He got his hands on the third Raikage's notes on the technique when he raided the Raikage building. Unfortunately, Fuji was too busy in Konoha's affairs to start training it immediately. It was only after he left Konoha that he could devote time to recreating this technique from scratch by using the third Raikage's notes to guide him. He had only just started to get a hang of the technique. He was actually quite far from mastering it. Luckily, Darui was even worse off than him. So, he didn't notice it and assumed Akuro was an expert at using the lightning chakra mode. Akuro replied, "Oh. I didn't think someone would recreate this technique in this era. That's impressive as well. He would have been an entertaining opponent. A shame I heard he died long ago." Darui chuckled, "You're lucky you didn't wake up when he was alive. If you did, you would have long been dead." Akuro replied plainly, "Unlikely. You shouldn't underestimate me so much, young one. Ninjas from this era can't comprehend the difference between our strengths." A frown appeared on Darui's face. He felt like Akuro wasn't saying so just because of what he claimed. He turned his gaze past Akuro. The reason why he engaged in a banter with Akuro was to provide an opening to Yujito. During their short exchange, she snuck up behind Akuro. However, before she could attack, a ray of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Before she realized what was happening, the lightning mercilessly tore through her chakra cloak and struck her. Yujito screamed in agony as the lightning tore through her body, zapping her inside out. Her flesh couldn't withstand such torture and it broke apart in several places. Within a fraction of a second, Yujito was completely covered in blood. Matatabi's chakra cloak dissipated as Yujito fell to the ground, hanging onto her consciousness by a thin thread. The sight shocked Darui, C, and Samui. Even though Darui was the team leader, Yujito was their trump card against Akuro. They never imagined her to be defeated by a single attack. Darui looked at the sky and quickly analyzed that spot. It was the same spot his earlier attack pierced through. Don't tell me he used his earlier attack to gather more lightning in the skies and attack with an even stronger attack. Can something like that even be done? Suddenly, Darui recalled Akuro's earlier words, "Ninjas from this era can't comprehend the difference between our strengths." Darui thought, so, that's what he meant. I need to help Yujito. Chapter 887, The Impact of Fuji's Interference. Darui thought, so, that's what he meant. I need to help Yujito. His figure disappeared once again. Aided by lightning, his speed was immense. He moved around Akuro to get to Yujito. Unfortunately, before he could do so, Akuro appeared next to him, moving at the same speed and swung his blade at Darui. Darui quickly raised his broadsword to block the attack. He succeeded in intercepting the blade, but, to his surprise, he felt a massive force. At the next second, Darui was launched like a cannonball through the dense forest. Samui and C quickly moved, flickering in front of Yujito to buy her some time. Sadly, they weren't in the same league as Yujito or Darui. No sooner that they appeared, they sensed a lightning charge next to them. Their eyes moved, only to see Akuro standing between them. Their bodies instinctively moved, raising their weapons to block Akuro's attacks. Samui barely got her Tanto up in time to block Akuro's slash, but the difference in strength was huge. Samui knew that and tried to flick her backwards preemptively to avoid getting injured. Her plan was to use Akuro's strength to help her get away from him. Unfortunately, she underestimated his speed. Even though her lightning-enhanced Tanto blocked Akuro's sword, it continued on by pushing her Tanto behind. The sword nicked her, leaving a 5-inch cut on the side of her abdomen. Fortunately, due to her earlier actions, she wasn't cut any further and was sent flying through the forest just like Darui. As for C, his blade was kicked by Akuro. Even though Fuji hadn't mastered the lightning chakra mode, his strength was still increased considerably due to it. The blade failed to stop his kick and it landed on C's left arm. He grunted in pain as his elbow was dislocated before he was sent flying just like his remaining two teammates. Though neither bought much time, their screams helped Yujito get a hold of herself. Even when she was barely conscious, Matatabi's chakra was continuously healing the horrendous injuries inflicted by the lightning strike. So, she was no longer in danger. Her eyes snapped open and Matatabi's chakra flared through her body once again. A small blue cloak formed around her, similar to Naruto's cloak before he unleashed the fourth tail, and a crazed look appeared in her eyes. However, her eyes widened as they were filled with just one scene. Before she could completely unleash Matatabi's chakra, Akuro's kick landed straight on her face, sending her flying backwards. The impact once again made Yujito blank out for a few seconds. Luckily, Matatabi's chakra continued healing her. Akuro looked at her and thought, first the incomplete tailed beast bomb and now the continuous healing. There's no doubt. She has become a perfect Jinchuriki. Though, there may still be some flaws. Her crazed look earlier could imply that Matatabi still has some afterthoughts. However, they should be soothed soon. Regardless, she'll be considered the third perfect Jinchuriki. Sigh, what an improvement. Instead of continuing his attack, Akuro moved continuously as black lightning rained down on him. Darui, despite being sent flying for nearly half a kilometer, returned in no time. As the two repeatedly clashed, Akuro analyzed, C improved his jutsus, creating a hybrid jutsu containing aspects of both Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. His sensing abilities have also improved. Samui's chakra flow has refined further and she is learning barrier techniques. Yujito became a perfect Jinchuriki. Darui learnt the lightning chakra mode and has even incorporated his black lightning into the technique. Though his control over it is worse than mine, he's improving by leaps and bounds. I can't say if he'll get as strong as I, but he'll be a powerhouse in rank S very soon. All four have improved vastly since my first encounter with them. As I expected. Repeated encounters with me forced them to push themselves further. Leaving them alive in my first encounter was the right decision, hee hee. They were the perfect team to practice my lightning ninjutsus on. Anyway, these four aren't the only ones who improved. I'm not sure how strong Naruto and Sasuke have gotten by now, but there's another who has grown scarily in recent times. He might be an even better sparring partner than Darui, but how do I force him to battle this identity of mine? Fuji continued thinking while fighting with Darui. Aided by the lightning chakra mode, the two moved at high speeds. Understanding the difference in their strength, Darui avoided direct physical clashes with Akuro and instead resorted to lightning jutsus. Fuji, who knew there wasn't much to experiment with his speed and physical prowess, was happy to play along and engaged in a ninjutsu showdown with Darui. Their battle completely destroyed whatever remained of the beautiful terrain. It also gave time to Darui's teammates to catch their breaths and heal their injuries. C healed his and Samui's injuries while Matatabi's chakra healed Yujito. Samui muttered, "He's far stronger than the last time we fought against him." Yujito nodded, "He didn't use the lightning chakra mode in our previous fights. He only used it today because Darui used it first." "Was he only toying with us earlier?" C gritted his teeth and replied, "He's still toying with us. Earlier, his speed was far higher than Darui's, but now they are evenly matched. He's treating us less like enemies and more like children." Samui said, "He does claim that he is from an ancient era. What's the plan now?" C answered, "We have to stall until Reikage-sama reaches here. Darui is keeping him entertained for now, but he can't maintain this mode for a long time. We'll need to take turns to keep him occupied. Yujito, when Darui retreats, you take the lead. Samui and I will assist you from the back." Samui and Yujito nodded. C continued monitoring the battle with his chakra field while the three of them caught their breath. As Fujin and Darui clashed, Fujin thought, "It's complicated. Creating a legitimate reason is more or less impossible. That said, I have never bothered creating legitimate reasons for Akuro's actions. I could simply run into him accidentally and fight him for looking at me the wrong way. I guess that'll cause even more confusion about Akuro's intentions, but whatever. It's not like it matters. All that matters is my identity remains a secret. Though, that could be a challenge too due to his abilities. Oh well, I'll think about it later. I'll settle this battle for now. As much as I'd love to fight against I still can't take him on with only my lightning jutsus. Once I improve my lightning chakra mode, I can target him. Besides, if he arrives, I won't be able to do that." Fujin saw as 12 black lightning panthers closed in on him from various directions. He immediately moved while building up his chakra and appeared at a spot where all the 12 black lightning panthers were between him and Darui. Lightning release, chaotic lightning assault. Fujin extended his arms and a large spinning tube of lightning formed in front of him. Without wasting any time, Fujin launched it straight at Darui at a very high speed. Yet, the large distance between them meant that Darui, whose speed was boosted by the lightning chakra mode, had little problem in moving out of the way. Darui stepped to his left as he wondered, what is Akuro planning? Even though that jutsu is fast, it won't hit me. And, due to its form, it won't neutralize my Black Panthers either. What in the... The speed of the lightning tube was so high that the tube itself became highly unstable and began falling apart as it traveled towards Darui. As a result, powerful lightning bolts were randomly hurled outwards due to the massive centrifugal force the lightning was subjected to. As a result, the Black Panthers that Darui had moved out of the way were all hit by those powerful lightning bolts. Not a single one survived and all exploded, damaging the terrain further. The unstable lightning tube continued moving ahead at the same high speed and reached Darui's location when he had barely moved 5 meters to his left. However, instead of continuing forward, the tube collapsed entirely and all lightning contained in it was hurled around in a spiral manner. Most of the lightning bolts hit the ground, flew into the sky or moved on the other side, but around 20% of it moved towards Darui. Even though Darui was ridiculously fast, this change caught him off guard. He had prepared himself to dodge a dozen lightning bolts, but seeing hundreds of bolts shocked him. He did his best and dodged nearly half of them, but the other half hit him. Had it been I, such a jutsu wouldn't hurt him. Unfortunately, Darui's lightning cloak lacked heavily compared to him. It blocked the first few bolts, but every single one after that caused him grave pain. The right half of his body was badly burnt by the lightning bolts. Before he could gather himself, he heard, "It's a shame you haven't mastered this technique yet." Darui suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck and blacked out, collapsing in the destroyed forest. Chapter 888, Fate, Karma. Darui stopped moving. His chakra has dropped. C muttered in shock and disbelief. He doubted what he was sensing and wondered whether he was under a Jin jutsu. Unfortunately, even after disrupting his chakra flow, he sensed the same thing. Samui and Yujito were also shocked to hear his words. Not too long ago, they agreed with C to wait and stall for time. They didn't anticipate their opponent suddenly changing his fighting style. Without waiting any time, all three flickered without exchanging another word. However, they stopped after flickering just once as Akuro appeared right in front of them, his gaze locked onto Yujito. Akuro muttered, "It seems like you have subdued the fierce kitten. An incredible accomplishment, but what a pity. I didn't think I'd ever see you having fallen to this level, Manatabi. To let a mere human enslave you." Before any of the Kumo ninjas could retort, a voice roared in Yujito's head, "Who is that bastard calling a kitten? Yujito, make him pay!" Enraged, Manatabi transferred a large amount of her chakra to Yujito. In the blink of an eye, a chakra cloak appeared around Yujito, taking Manatabi's form. C glanced at her and thought, incredible. His words must have enraged her. We may finally stand a chance. Manatabi's massive paw smashed down on Akuro, but before it could hit him, lightning flared around Akuro once again and he disappeared. Unlike Darui, who could barely keep up with him, the remaining Kumo ninjas couldn't even follow Akuro's movements. Despite having his chakra field active, C struggled to keep a track. His eyes widened as he suddenly heard, "To plan around your enemy's temperament is a smart move. However, to do so without a solid backup plan is nothing but folly." Before he could react, a knee landed on C's abdomen, knocking him out immediately. Samui's eyes turned to her right and she saw her teammate being knocked out. Instinctively, she flowed lightning chakra through her tanto and threw it at Akuro in one smooth move. Even though he didn't give any reaction, Fujin was stunned. He thought, they actually bought that bullshit story? Unbelievable. What a weird world. Oh well, this does benefit me. Though if my identity ever leaks, I'll definitely be a bigger pariah than Uchiha Madara. Finally, Akuro replied, "Interesting theory. I won't confirm or deny it, but you did get one part correct. I haven't recovered my entire strength. If I had..." Even though Akuro was wearing a mask, Yujito could feel a cruel, evil smile on his face. Akuro's chakra also turned sinister, completely different from the mysterious and ancient feeling it gave earlier. He added, "This world would have long been doomed." The sinister chakra suddenly disappeared, replaced by Akuro's usual mysterious and ancient nature. He added, "That said, though I'm not interested in killing you, encountering me has changed your fates." Yujito wondered in confusion, fates? First karma and now fate. What is he up to? And what does he mean our fates have changed? What were our initial fates? Akuro said, "Due to your encounters with me, the four of you have become far stronger than you were fated to be. Since you have stepped onto this path, your strengths will continue growing." Akuro's words became heavier as he said, "As such, our karma is now intertwined. You owe me a karmic debt. And I don't like being owed." Every sentence created a bigger impact on Yujito. She continued struggling, trying to break free of the countless cursed seals, but a bad feeling developed in her heart. She immediately understood the source of her unease as Akuro raised his left arm and a seal appeared at the tip of each of his fingers. The reason why Fujin indulged Yujito, apart from just having some fun and spooking Kumogakure, was because he needed time to analyze her seal. While he was continuously inscribing self-cursing seals on Yujito, he was also using his chakra to study her seal and find any weakness. And he had discovered a way to approach the seal. Yujito couldn't move her body as Akuro hit her right shoulder. 5-element seal. Akuro applied the 5-element seal on top of her iron armor seal, causing a disruption on her seal and cutting off Yujito from Manatabi's chakra. He analyzed, "Good, I have blocked the connection between Yujito and Manatabi. The next step is to gain entry into her inner world." The seals on his fingertips changed as he stabbed her shoulder again. 5 elements unseal. Instead of removing the 5-element seal, Fujin ignored it and instead used the 5 elements unseal on the iron armor seal. He didn't entirely remove the seal, as that would have killed Yujito and summoned Manatabi, instead creating a small opening in the seal. In her inner world, Yujito clenched her shoulder and thought, what happened? Why can't I feel my connection to Manatabi even though she's still behind that bar? Her pupils dilated and her eyes widened in shock and terror as a similar figure appeared in her inner world. She wondered in disbelief, how did Akuro enter here? Chapter 889, A Critical Dilemma. How did Akuro enter here? Yujito wondered in disbelief as Akuro's figure appeared inside her inner world. Akuro's eyes snapped open. The world around him dissolved into a bleak expanse of swirling shadows and flickering blue flames. A few dozen meters ahead of him, the imposing form of Manatabi writhed in fury as she was restrained by a seal on her forehead. Akuro scanned Yujito's inner world and observed, Manatabi isn't heavily restrained. However, she isn't entirely free either. There's a barrier in place dividing Yujito's inner world into two parts. Yujito and Manatabi are on the opposite sides. This shows they still don't trust her completely. I suppose Yujito isn't a perfect Jinchuriki after all, though it'll be just a matter of time after today's incident. Manatabi's chakra flared as soon as she noticed Akuro's tiny figure. She shouted, "You're the one who put this seal on my forehead. I'd rather die than let another human humiliate me any further." The seal on her forehead started dissipating due to her immense chakra. However, Akuro wasn't bothered. He knew that seal couldn't hold Manatabi back anyway. He flickered, moving through the barrier and appearing in front of Manatabi's forehead and asked, "A human? I'm hurt. Has it been so long that you don't remember our last encounter, little kitten? Besides, how can anything I do compare with the humiliation of being imprisoned here?" Akuro's words infuriated Manatabi further. Unfortunately, she had bigger concerns at that moment. Akuro clenched his right palm, almost making it into a claw covered with immense lightning chakra. The moment the seal on her forehead disappeared, Akuro jabbed his fingers into Manatabi's forehead, grabbing her something in the process, and retreated back to the other side of the barrier. Yujito, who was still confused about what was happening, was shocked even further as she noticed Akuro pulling Manatabi's chakra from her massive body. A part of her chakra now extended from her forehead to Akuro's palm. Yujito hot in disbelief, is he trying to strip Manatabi's chakra away from her? Can something like this even be done? Since Iwagakure had a perfect Jinchuriki, they were well aware of how to use the tailed beasts. B and Gyuki cooperated with each other perfectly, forming a deadly combo and making B one of the deadliest ninjas alive. Yet, Iwagakure had never considered the possibility of chakra being stripped from the tailed beast in such a manner. Yujito immediately analyzed, is he planning to do something like the Gold and Silver Brothers? No, they just got lucky with the 9 tails. He's forcefully stripping Manatabi's chakra away. I'd like to see if this is possible, but I can't let him do as he pleases. Yujito didn't immediately make a move, instead waiting for what was inevitable. As she predicted, Manatabi's chakra flared once again, her rage and bloodlust filling Yujito's inner world. She roared, "Do you think I will let you steal my chakra?" Akuro looked back at Manatabi and thought, I pulled out around 4% of her chakra in one go. Unfortunately, the easy part is over. Time to see how I perform in a tug-of-war against a tailed beast in a hostile territory. In an instant, his chakra flared as well and he pulled Manatabi's chakra towards himself. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Manatabi immediately gained an upper hand. As powerful as Fuji had become, he couldn't compete against a tailed beast in a head-on battle. To make matters worse, she wasn't his only opponent. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. With Akuro distracted by Manatabi, Yujito sneakily attacked him with a powerful lightning jutsu. To her surprise, Akuro didn't even react to her jutsu, letting his body bear the entire brunt of the attack. Yujito's powerful lightning jutsu failed to even distract Akuro. Akuro made the confrontation hand seal with his left hand while saying, without her support, you're weaker than any of your teammates. Don't bother making life more difficult for you. Lightning release, 9 seals lightning imprisonment jutsu. Suddenly, a 9-sided cage appeared around Manatabi, trapping her inside. The sudden change caught both the tailed beast and her host by surprise and they wondered, when did he lay a lightning trap here? At the very next moment, Matatabi was bombarded by lightning strikes from all sides. Her body was continuously tortured by the lightning strikes which were launched endlessly from the lightning cage. The barrage caused Matatabi to lose her focus, allowing Akuro to get an upper hand. In a few seconds, he wrestled 12% of Matatabi's chakra out of her body. Matatabi finally got a hold of herself. Blue flames rose from her body, bombarding the lightning cage. At the same time, she pulled her chakra back into her body. This time, she no longer had a clear advantage. Though she was taking her chakra back, it was at a very slow pace. Yujito analyzed, she can't fight effectively due to that lightning torture. I need to distract him. Since a sneak attack failed to harm her opponent, Yujito concentrated her chakra and prepared a massive supercharged jutsu. Her idea was simple. She wanted to break Akuro's control over the situation and give Matatabi a decisive opening. Akuro sensed her chakra build up and pointed his left hand towards her. Lightning concentrated around his index finger. Before Yujito could complete her jutsu, Akuro shot a powerful lightning ray. She couldn't even react as the lightning ray pierced through her chest, while tormenting her with lightning shocks from inside her body. She collapsed without putting up any resistance. However, her actions weren't unfruitful. Yujito's little distraction had given Matatabi the opening she needed. In that short window, she took back 4% of her chakra, leaving only 8% outside her body and still being pulled by Akuro. Yet, Akuro was still unfazed. He made the confrontation seal with his left hand again, forcing Matatabi to raise her guard. At the next second, the lightning bombardment intensified, making Matatabi's job much more difficult. Akuro and Matatabi were evenly matched once again. But, that was just a distraction. Akuro's real move used the cover of the lightning to sneak up on Matatabi. Before she could realize what was happening, several chains slithered stealthily towards Matatabi, wrapping around her massive frame like serpents constricting their prey. In an instant, they tightened with an unyielding grip, locking her limbs and suppressing her chakra, forcing her to the ground despite her struggles. To make matters worse, the chains conducted lightning, damaging her body even further. Akuro used the situation to pull additional 6% of Matatabi's chakra from her body, raising the total to 14% before Matatabi could control the situation again. Unfortunately for her, her misery was still far from over. New seals appeared on her body, making it increasingly difficult for her to pull her chakra back. Akuro continued extracting more chakra out of Matatabi. In little time, he extracted a quarter of Matatabi's chakra. Though Matatabi was still resisting, she was more focused on analyzing why she was under such a disadvantage. She finally realized, it's my seal. He's using the seal used to keep me inside Yujito. That is why he could spontaneously create seals to restrict me. If this continues, I can't win. Her eyes moved towards Yujito's body. The place they were in wasn't the real world. Instead, it was Yujito's inner world. Though Matatabi's real body was trapped here, Fujin and Yujito's real bodies weren't here. They were still in the real world. As such, Fujin couldn't truly kill Yujito here. Matatabi shouted, Yujito, remove this barrier. As long as the barrier exists, my strength will remain suppressed and I can't fight at my full strength. The only way we can resist is by fighting at our full strength. Yujito's eyes opened on hearing Matatabi's screams. Confusion filled her eyes as she wondered what she should do. On one hand, Akuro was overbearing. Not only had he defeated their squad, but he was also suppressing and trying to steal Matatabi's chakra. On the other hand, she didn't entirely trust Matatabi yet. If she removed the barrier, there was a high chance that Matatabi would kill her and break free after defeating Akuro. Matatabi might also kill Darui, Samui, and C to take revenge for her decades-long imprisonment. As a result, neither option was tempting for Yujito. On the contrary, both posed grave danger to Yujito, putting her into a tricky dilemma. Chapter 890, Choices. Even though the situation was very tricky, Yujito had to make a decision quickly. Any delay would mean she would no longer have any control over the situation. She glanced at Akuro and Matatabi and wondered. Akuro said he wasn't interested in killing us. His actions prove his words. This is our 5th encounter and he could have killed each one of us a dozen times if he truly wanted to. So, my comrades' lives won't be in danger even if I die due to losing Matatabi. However, can I make a plan based on what little I know of him? Immediately, a few words appeared in her mind. To plan around your enemy's temperament is a smart move. However, to do so without a solid backup plan is nothing but folly. Those were the same words she heard Akuro say to C before he knocked C out. Fuji never imagined his casual words, which he only spoke to maintain the air of an ancient expert, would come to bite him in the ass so quickly. Yujito decided, since there is no guarantee that he would spare Darui, C, and Samui after killing me, I may as well put all my bets on Matatabi. In the worst-case scenario, she would kill Akuro along with us. However, in the best-case scenario, I could become the perfect Jinchuriki like Lord B. A seal appeared on her fingertips and she stabbed her own shoulder. Suddenly, her inner world underwent a change. The massive, invisible barrier between Matatabi and them suddenly vanished. The restrictions on Matatabi were released as well and she could finally exert her full strength. Fujin exerted more strength as well, his main body continuously supplying chakra into Yujito's inner world to maintain his form there. Unaware that his own words had pushed Yujito to make this decision, he thought, I didn't think Yujito would agree to such a request from Matatabi. No, she doesn't trust so easily. Quite a gamble you have taken. Oh well. A grin appeared behind his mask as Fujin thought, time to see how well I match up against a fucking tailed beast. While trying to pull her chakra back, Matatabi also divided her attention to destroy the chains and the lightning cage. However, their strength suddenly increased by a huge factor, inflicting more damage on Matatabi. At the same time, she also felt her opponent exerting increasingly more force to extract her chakra. Even though the barrier restricted Matatabi, it didn't restrain her too much. Its function was to protect Yujito from Matatabi and not to restrain or torture her. Hence, even when Yujito removed the barrier, the only thing Matatabi managed to achieve was to stop Akuro from extracting more of her chakra. Under normal circumstances, she could have started a counterattack to distract her opponent, but the lightning cage made it impossible to do so. Matatabi quickly analyzed, this lightning cage isn't the problem. I can destroy it with ease. The problem is these chains. They are connected to the seal that keeps me locked inside here. I can't break them unless I concentrate entirely on it. Unfortunately, the moment I do it, I'll be doomed. Who is this guy? Why hasn't his chakra ran out yet? Ugh, I have no time to guess his identity. Yujito. Yujito looked at their impasse and analyzed, even without the barrier, Matatabi doesn't have the upper hand. This isn't bad though. If these two are evenly matched, they could exhaust each other and I might be spared. Huh? Yujito suddenly heard a voice inside her head. She quickly realized it was Matatabi. Matatabi said, Yujito, if this continues, we'll lose. He has taken control over the seal that imprisons me here. There's only one way to win. Yujito immediately asked in her head, what is that way? Matatabi replied, you need to remove this seal entirely. Then, he won't be able to use it to retrain me and I can finally defeat him. Yujito was shocked, remove the seal? Won't that? Matatabi interrupted her, don't worry. This inner world will remain even if you remove the seal. So, you won't die. Yujito replied, that's assuming you don't rip apart this world and break out. Matatabi went silent for a few seconds, before saying, that's true. So, the question is whether you trust me or not? While Matatabi struggled, Fujin wasn't without problems either. He cursed, my chakra is being consumed at a frightening speed. I have already emptied my entire reserves in just a few minutes. If not for my artificial reserves, this would have been a lost cause. TSK, exactly how much aid did Kushina provide Naruto when he dealt with the Nine Tails? Fujin's eyes suddenly widened, Eh? What the fuck? The chains restraining Matatabi suddenly crumbled. Fujin immediately realized the seal was removed. He turned his gaze to Yujito and wondered, did she lose her mind? To remove the seal is almost a death sentence. Ugh, crap. With the chains no longer suppressing Matatabi, she exerted her full force. Her blue flames destroyed the lightning cage before launching an assault on Akuro. At the same time, she exerted an even greater force on her chakra. Realizing the danger, Fujin immediately used the lightning chakra mode to protect himself from the hot flames. The flames blasted his body, but failed to inflict any damage. Even so, Fujin wasn't pleased. He was losing the tug-of-war. In merely 15 seconds, Matatabi took back 40% of the chakra that Fujin had extracted from her. The stalemate had broken. The chakra Fujin was pulling dropped from 25% to 15%. If nothing changed, it would continue dropping further. Fujin clicked his tongue. I miscalculated. I knew I'd be at a disadvantage, but I didn't think I'd be so overwhelmed in a direct confrontation of this manner. Of course, I could pull Matatabi out of here and seal her in my myriad tetragram seal, but I don't want to risk putting a tailed beast there just yet. I have a feeling that the result would be far worse than this confrontation. Anyway, time to cut my losses short. The Vajra-shaped hilt appeared in Akuro's hand once again. Yujito furrowed her brows and wondered, something moved inside his sleeve. What is it? She focused her attention on Akuro. To her surprise, an incredibly powerful white lightning exited his sleeve. It pierced through the blue flames surrounding him and reached Matatabi in the blink of an eye. Matatabi noticed it and cursed, this will hurt. However, I'm not giving this bastard any more advantages. A mere lightning can't kill me, even if you enhance it with Ein chakra. Matatabi braced herself for the lightning strike without easing on the pressure. To her surprise, the white lightning, which was clearly headed towards her, suddenly made a 90-degree turn. Before she could understand what was happening, it cut through her chakra which was being pulled by her and Fujin. A seal activated on Fujin's palm which sucked all her severed chakra while Fujin thought, there goes another percent. Oh well, 14% isn't bad. Any more in refining her chakra might take ages. Once I refine her chakra and make it mine, I can try to get bigger chunks. The last percent of Matatabi's chakra entered her body. However, there was no happiness on her face. Instead, she was completely enraged. A roar echoed in Yujito's inner world as Matatabi prepared a tailed beast bomb. The sight worried Yujito, but Fujin was unfazed. He said, "TSK. You're lucky my powers haven't recovered yet. I'll let you be for now. The next time we meet, you better give me your best, little kitten." The words had barely escaped his lips when Akuro's figure disappeared from Yujito's inner world. She opened her eyes, just to see Akuro still holding her neck. Before she could do anything, a powerful current passed through her body, knocking her out. He tossed her body to the ground and thought. Even if she removed her seal, she can't borrow Matatabi's chakra due to my 5-element seal. Until a Grandmaster removes that seal, she's no different than an ordinary ninja. Of course, Matatabi could still break out of her body, killing her in the process. But, will she do so? Fujin wasn't entirely sure. On one hand, tailed beasts, despite seemingly hating humans, were actually quite soft. The amount of trust Yujito placed in Matatabi might be sufficient to gain Matatabi's trust in return. On the other hand, Fujin had completely infuriated Matatabi. So, there was a chance Matatabi's anger could triumph over her reasoning. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 21. Peace.